Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7 to 7:30 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. A big hello to everyone who's early this morning. In the session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Converting Lecture Slides to 3D Virtual World Illustrations Increases Student Engagement. Our speaker is Dr. Kay McLennan. Kay McLennan is a professor of practice at the Tulane University School of Professional Advancement. Kay created the Tulane SOPA Metaverse, newly known as the SOPA Metaversity, and has been creating and using virtual world learning simulations in her online economics and business studies courses since 2008. Kay uses student feedback to continually refine and expand the educational simulations she creates to use in her e-courses. Kay will host the Educator Meetup, Spotlight on Educator and User Onboarding on Monday, 9th of December at 10 a.m. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bio, details of session, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Heike, and good morning to everyone, either in world or online in the streaming version. I am going to talk about one of what I consider to be my most exciting discoveries in OpenSim and Second Life, and that is how college students have favorably responded to 3D illustrations. So what I'm going to start with is a bit of an overview of online student preferences for digital simulations, student views of 3D illustrations, how I constructed and used these 3D illustrations, what my key takeaway from both walk around in and 3D illustration simulations, and where we're headed in terms of upcoming AI developments in 3D illustrations, and then a really critical barrier to the wider use of all aspects of 3D activities and simulations, and that's the steep learning curve and the difficulties onboarding faculty. I first want to give a shout out to the walk around virtual simulations that I have used for such a long time. I'm not going to waste time, going through that this time. But if I'm doing my speakeasy text presentation properly, you should get a link to the YouTube video clip that'll show you more about the kind of walk-in virtual simulations I used for more than 10 years. But first, during the pandemic, when we had the mass move from our LMS system and completely online courses to webinars, on-ground courses were moved to webinars, students became completely familiar with the use at our school of Zoom webinars and even came to demand it. So all of our completely online courses now offer 2 to 4 webinars per semester. And students have come to find that 73% strongly agree that webinars contribute to online learning, and only 27% just agree. So in other words, no students disagree with the statement that webinars contribute to online learning. Well, this is a fabulous development. And also, the first thing that occurred to me was, wow, now that we know that students know how to use Zoom and webinars and are familiar with it, I can teach them how to access virtual worlds via this new platform. But it turns out students were found that they had online overload. And I went from a consistent about 1 in 3 or 33% interest in going into a virtual simulation down to less than 10%. So as a result of students' newfound disinterest in even a third of them taking advantage of the virtual simulations, I decided to try something new, and that was to convert samples of my flat 3D slides that I use within a Zoom presentation, and I also use Mentimeter, so they're interactive, to 3D dioramas that I pan over. And for 4 semesters now, I have created 3 samples that I throw into my webinars in each of my classes, and then I've been collecting data. On the screen now, you can see how I converted a business ethics topic of the ethics programs into a diorama. Also on the screen now is a second example in the health economics class I teach, where I took a flat slide on health externalities and converted it into 3D illustrations. In general, when I first started mentioning this to students, their in theory agreement was about half and half, which I thought was brilliant. Again, I had increased interest in terms of, positive reaction and interest in it from 33% or 1 in 3 to 50%. The first semester I offered these 3D illustrations, I only had collected data via a Likert scale with 3 choices: agree, no difference, and disagree. And from that survey, I collected 45% agreed that 3D illustrations were more engaging. Now, the bottom line is that that was still more than 33%. But having teenagers myself and young college students, I know that my children aren't willing to commit to anything absolutely. So I created a 5-choice Likert scale, which somewhat more engaging, extremely more engaging, no change, somewhat less engaging, less engaging. And all of a sudden, between somewhat and more, the students had agreement of 68%, which is, to my way of thinking, astronomical. Still, there's something to keep in mind, and that is that not all of these 3D illustrations are equal. The most effective and the ones that were the most warmly received by students were in my health economics class. And in this case, I was able to get a lot of content from the SL Marketplace and was able to get lots of, health related illustrations, equipment, and things like that. And the types of feedback I received was that the illustrations are a breath of fresh air. They make learning more fun, exciting. Having the option of virtual world illustrations helped one student's concentration. However, in terms of negative feedback, what I discovered was that when I took shortcuts and used less content and more slide-like illustrations within my 3D illustrations, I heard things like the 3D illustrations are too busy, and that some students were concerned that they would lose access to the slide deck because they use it for studying, and I was able to reassure them that they would not. In terms of how I stage these different sets, the first few semesters I used them. I had them lined up, and I used little sticks attached to the linked together presentations and pulled them into the stage that I was in front of. But then I went up into a Sky platform and I leave them set up, and that turned out to be just a little bit easier to manage during a webinar. In terms of axioms for student feedback, in every regard, whether it's a walk around virtual activity or even these 3D illustrations, it has to be optional. Since I did get some accessibility concerns related to my use of 3D illustrations, there was a couple of students that thought it was too overwhelming, too busy. I simultaneously run the flat slides with the 3D illustrations. Time is always a factor for students, and this is harking back to walk around in illustrations. So any simulation you use has to be course specific, has to pass is this going to be on the test? And also, if you're using walk around simulations, I recommend pre-creating avatars for students. And some simulations are rated higher. Some resonate with students more. So that's why I always survey students after I introduce simulations, especially when I'm doing new experiments. But even with time-tested experiments, I like to see how students' interests evolve. And then finally, be your own help desk. One of the things that is upcoming is Convai, CONVAI, as an AI avatar where faculty will be able to set up scenarios and case studies where they give the characters backstories, have them set up rules that you can engage with the characters on. And this is going to be phenomenal, if you ask me, when it comes to 3D illustrations in webinar lectures, where I can have the characters all set up and then within the class can motivate interactivity with having students ask the avatar questions, AI avatar. So more to come on that. And I am hoping that we're going to get some insights into what Second Life is going to be doing about this afternoon. More to come on that. But still, back to just basic faculty onboarding. I had last summer, I staged a summer in the SOPA Metaversity where I took everything down to sort of basic elements of, I gave faculty a box of furniture. Everybody had their own little building. They even had outdoor platforms because it's easier to build on a platform than going straight into a building. And it was across the board just too much. And as you can see, what I've got on the screen now is some furniture up in the air. These were my top producers, fellow faculty in the workshop that just left all their stuff up in the air. So tomorrow is, if your schedule allows, we're going to have a meetup over on Expo Zone 3 in this OSCC grid. And I hope you can come and share your thoughts. And if we have any time left over, I want to open it up to comments and questions. I've sort of barely managed to keep my slideshow plus the speakeasy going. So Heike or Lear, is there anything I missed in the way of questions throughout?
So far, I haven't spotted any, but we welcome the audience to post questions to Kay because we have a little bit more time left. And whilst you are perhaps typing to ask Kay some questions, can I ask you, Kay, the students, your students, what age groups are they? Do you also have older folks who are sort of having more difficulties entering Second Life?
In terms of the students that I teach are mostly undergraduates, and in terms of their age, it ranges from traditional age students to older mid-career age students. The average age, most recently that I heard, was about 27 years old, continuing students. And in terms of faculty, getting in world and being able to use the platform, at my academic unit, we have this tradition that's been going on for a few years where we do flash presentations. And I was able to do a flash presentation about some of the walk around and simulations that I use in my courses. And it generated a huge amount of interest. So that was the impetus for my summer in the SOPA Metaversity last summer. But out of about a dozen faculty members that signed up and attended some of the webinars, they just didn't get very far. It's just so time consuming. So my plans going forward, I'm going to try once again this next summer. I'm going to give them more finished sets that they can hopefully deploy more easily and readily in their classes. But I would love feedback from colleagues in the audience, and if you're able to attend the meetup tomorrow. Does that answer your question?
Well, absolutely. And there is another one from Leah Lobo. How well did students adapt to playing games in World? Were there board game players?
I never had much success with actual game activities. If anybody has been around since 2013 in the platform, I created this data detectives game. And it turned out to be too time consuming and not as relevant to course materials. So I haven't been able to develop board game-like activities that are course material related. I say that, but then it just popped into my mind. I do have a Monopoly game that is about monopolies in the economy in some of my economics simulations. And I do use it. But again, what has been so successful is me being in the driver's seat of displaying, demonstrating, using these simulations within Zoom webinars.
Right. And Kay, there's another question from the audience for the last minute that's left for us. Buffy asks, did any of your students want to stay and explore OpenSim or Second Life?
A resounding yes. One of the things that I heard over and over again, too, from students that never got a chance to go into the virtual simulations, that they regretted that they didn't make the time to do it and were looking forward to taking another class so that they could get an opportunity to do that. And I hear that over and over again from students. But if you think about it, the big impediment is getting a critical mass of faculty. In the same way that Zoom became the de facto platform, just because everybody was using it, it was worth students' while to become proficient in it. So if we start to get some critical mass with virtual simulations, then students will be more willing to learn about it. And then finally,
sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
just one quick thing. Even the students that don't go into the simulations, for all the educators that are attending, it's interesting how students seem to value the fact that I'm flailing around with all of these experimental simulations. In other words, they seem to appreciate the fact that I'm going the extra length, even if I'm unsuccessful in my efforts. So
Wonderful. Well, your persistence pays off. Okay, thank you ever so much for this informative and interesting presentation.
thank
And
you
as a
all.
reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 7:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 424 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate. Our speakers are Lisa Laxton and Frank Rulof. Lisa Laxton is the founder of Infinite Metaverse Alliance, IMA, and president of Laxton Consulting, with experience providing various solutions for education, research, business, and defense clients. You may have seen her around the hyperverse as Shalane Ayres, busy building content or engaged in testing, but she's available to anyone in the Open Simulator community interested in collaborating to advance virtual worlds technology and/or to improve accessibility by design. Frank Rulof is a retired senior systems engineer from Thales, Netherlands, with expertise areas in training and simulation. He led research and innovation activities related to Open Simulator technology with a Thales global company using multiple Open Simulator grids focused on user needs. He continues project efforts during his retirement by continuing collaborations with IMA. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of session, and the full schedule of events. The session has been live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thanks for having us here again, and congratulations to the team for another great OSCC. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
I want to give a quick shout out to our Hypergrid Fireside Chat attendees for IMA, our OSFest volunteers and the sponsors, and various IMA contributors and testers who help us find things that we can do to help you. And kudos to the OpenSim devs and to Mike Chase for leading the OSNGC project. We'll have time for questions and answers after the slide presentations. So let's get into it. IMA's focus is driven by 4 actions: cultivate, collaborate, celebrate, and innovate. We engage community at meetings and events. We support teamwork and foster alliances where we can. We celebrate the people behind the avatars around the hypergrid, and we strive to innovate where gaps exist. In 2024, we hosted OSFest for a 3rd year. We had a number of new sponsors as well as some new volunteers and performers. Thank you all for making OS 2024 a success. I'd like to share some highlights and some insights and changes for OSFest 2025. Suggestions from the 2023 participants were captured and used to shape OSFest 2024. Participants voted to have no theme this year, so the exhibits varied greatly. And they also wanted breaks in the performances and bigger stores and smaller exhibit parcels. We incorporated other suggestions as well. Due to the way that OpenSimWorld works, we renamed the regions to start with OSF to help our visitors. We added a timer on the website for promotion and added better navigation options. New features this year were the addition of fashion shows, unified event stages, and a centralized burn event. This slide captures the changes that were made for OSFest 2024 and the impacts of those changes. Merchants like the new stores near each other for easy shopping. Exhibits were near the waterfront, so the heights of the exhibits were not an issue. Now, instead of the shared VAR region island layout that we had for the first 2 years, the majority of the grid this year had a mainland layout. And the event regions were redesigned and easy to find near the center of the mainland. The parcel rental system scripts were rewritten to better handle hypergrid exhibitors and the merchants. We put in easy-to-use teleport boards, replacing the ones we had in prior experiments. We had 2 fashion shows that were organized by the fashion merchants, and 24 new performers increased the diversity of performances. On timing, we settled on a new October timeframe to reduce the schedule conflict with other major grid events, and we sought input on how to better improve our outreach. The feedback during OSFest 2024 events was mostly positive. Attendees enjoyed diverse performances from Argentina, Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, Thailand, Turkey, the United Kingdom, United States of America, and Venezuela. It was just wonderful hearing all of the music, culture that we saw at OSFest. The fashion shows were a lot of fun for the participants. And on the tech side, the mainland layout was a much better choice than the shared VAR layout of the past, since more resources were available to each of the exhibitors. Most attendees found the region names and the navigation much easier. And one interesting observation was the traffic trend towards exhibits and stores rather than the performances this year. However, the types of participants remained the same. We're seeking volunteers for OSFest 2025. We need a bigger active team of volunteers to increase participation. Based on the traffic, we are planning some changes to the layout and schedules. The fashion merchants want to have more fashion shows, so those will be added. Participants want to have a theme in 2025 and more hypergrid events, so this is to be determined. If you have some suggestions, a good way to get your suggestions in is to be a volunteer. Now, there were issues seen with Discord and some social media visibility because of algorithm changes that are outside of our control. So we need to address those. And we also need more help in improving our outreach to grid owners and their communities. We have several active IMA projects. If you missed OSFest 2024, we have an expo here on the OSCC grid in Expo Zone 4, booth number 19, where you can see 3 different slideshows of various activities that were happening around OSFest 2024. And be sure to grab some of the Creative Commons freebies from IMA's Project Selene. They are in that exhibit. Using the same Docker architecture, we want to test server upgrades next year at OSFest 2025 under Project EOS. And next up, we'll hear from Frank regarding Project Echo, where Echo Voice development has some new milestones in 2024. Over to you, Frank.
Thank you, Lisa, and hi everybody, and it's great to be here this year. So I will talk a little bit about the Echo Voice development, which started last year. Next slide, please. Which started last year, and which started with a roadmap that we created, and from that roadmap we are now busy with phase 1. I go into a little bit in depth what we did in 2023, what we did till now, what we expected to do in development 2025, and after that. Next slide, please. The roadmap indicates the path of Echo Voice, and the first phase is to develop a public voice over IP for OpenSIM. And the back thought behind that was that Vivox will disappear as a provider for voice over IP, and we wanted to put something in place for that. Next slide, please. So the phase one of the development focuses on two modules in the total setup of Echo Voice, which is the region module that has to be added to OpenSIM, the EVM, and the Echo Voice server bridge, which communicates between OpenSIM and the voice over IP server, in this case the Mumble server for the audio control. Next slide, please. In 23, the work started with an intern in Thales on finding the requirements and finding what kind of voice over IP system would be most suited for our purpose and the requirements we had. You see here a small overview of the investigation that has been done, the analysis that has been done, and the end result by the intern. And you see that the Mumble server came out as the best choice for us to, given the requirements that we put on this system, to implement. So that's the reason why we choose the Mumble server as our target to communicate with. Next slide, please. The requirement analysis was done to get more depth into a number of things that we find important in the system that we are building. It should be open source. We want to do active development to secure the future usage of it. Also active support. We will look at secure aspects, but also at latency and jitter. It must be self-hosting so that everyone that wants to create an Echo Voice audio system within his grid or so can do that on his own servers. So it will not be dependent on cloud servers, could be, but not dependent on. And of course, latency is a very important aspect of the whole system. This is the overall design of the architecture. So you see on one side, you see the open simulator, which has the region module. Then we have the server bridge, which takes that information from the open simulator and communicates with the Murmur. It was still in that days still called, these days it's called the Mumble server, and communicates with the Mumble server. And the Mumble server in itself communicates with the Mumble client, and in our case, the Mumble client will be replaced by the Echo Voice client server of the client side, and which then communicates with the viewer. So what we see in this picture is the two things that were under development in 23 and also continue 24, which is the region module and the server. Next slide, please. So what has been started in 23 is, besides the analysis and finding the system requirements for the Echo Voice system, a direct implementation and design of the two parts, being the region module and the Echo Voice server, were started. That was started as a prototype. In fact, the intern built a prototype of this system given by the red boxes. Next slide, please. So the development was done by Thales NL, by intern Pepijn Keizer, which worked about 5 months on this. The Echo Voice module was developed, and it could exchange the information on LAN data with the Echo Voice server bridge. The Echo Voice server bridge handles the LAN data received from the AVM. That part was finished. It also interfaces with the Mumble server, so the Mumble server, using the Xerox ICE as a protocol. That protocol was established, but it was not sending any real data to the Mumble server. The chain, getting the data from OpenSIM through the server bridge to the Mumble server, was tested, but the loop was not tested. Both of the applications were written in C++, and the handling of avatar data was not implemented in this first startup. So now we come to what we done in 24. Unfortunately, I'm now the only one that is working on this application. I spent starting from January 24 to this moment about 300 hours in developing, further developing this. And one of the things that we changed was that the server bridge was rewritten in Python. The reason for that is not a problem with C++, but Python is a programming language which I'm much more familiar with. So that has been done. The other point that the first implementation had was you had to have all 3 components running to able to do the work. So if OpenSIM is running, but the server bridge is not, then, or the server bridge falls out, then it doesn't work. So one of the tasks I did in this first is making it more robust, which means that there is no sequence in which you have to start the whole system. So you can start OpenSIM and later you can add the server bridge, or you can start the Mumble server and OpenSIM and later start the server bridge, and it will automatically align and exchange the information that is necessary. So for that reason, we had to add a small database. It's not a relational database in the sense of MariaDB or MySQL, but a database in the sense as it is, to store information in the ESVB and the MV, so that when they come online, they can automatically update the other parts of the system when it is necessary. We also add monitoring in the server bridge to make sure that we know that OpenSIM is online, for instance, or that we know that the Mumble server is online. And we have done testing with this updated code with the Mumble server in this case, and establish also a loop with that, so we can now get information from OpenSIM, avatar data from OpenSIM, and connect that to the channels in the Mumble server. Next slide, please. So the test system that I used for this is twofold. I have a Windows PC which runs the Echo Voice server bridge application. I have also a Mumble client, a real Mumble client, so not one that I've made, but the Mumble client that belongs to the Mumble server. And I use that as a super user, so I can see what happens in the Mumble server when these applications interact. I have an hypervisor, Proxmox, which runs 3 VMs. One runs a Mumble client, one runs an OpenSIM instance, and one runs the Mumble server itself. So what we have established in testing now is that I can bring the OpenSIM online. It will exchange information with the server bridge. The server bridge will initiate the channels in the Mumble server, and I can also see that when an avatar logs in, I get the information in the server bridge, and I can connect it to the different to the channel where it belongs to. So at this far are we. Next slide, please. So what needs to be done? Well, we need further to finish the whole loop, and then the EchoVoice server bridge will be ready. But there is some functionality that we need to add. To this development. First of all, we now use one OpenSIM instance. So it means one IP. And if you want to make a bigger system in which the regions are divided over multiple novel barebone systems or VMs, then the EchoVoice server bridge needs to handle multiple IPs, and that's something that we need to extend. We need also to modify the code to handle non-audio regions and parcels. Then we I developed this only without any security, communication security. So we need to add that. And then of course I need to create some documentation. And I don't think that will take a very long time, while the documentation may be. So we also want to start working, or I also want to start working on the EchoVoice client part of the EchoVoice system. Okay, next slide, please. Then in 25, or at the end of 25, in 26, we want to roll out the EchoVoice system to the public. We also like to investigate other protocols like WebRTC, because that's now an upcoming protocol. But in our roadmap for the long term, was already written down that we want to create a server bridge in such a way that we can use multiple different audio protocols and different audio of voice of IP servers to be connected. So that's another step in the development of OpenSIM. And then of course we continue with the next phases of the roadmap of EchoVoice. That's it. Thank you.
So here we have some links to volunteer or learn more about our projects. We are open for discussion on questions and answers. The slideshow is available on slideshare.net. You can also join the Discord. Check out the OSFest YouTube channel and the website. There is a blog on the website where you can see some entries from past events, and also the Facebook page and the OSFest Discord as well. So, do we have any questions about what's been going on? I want to say congratulations to Frank. He's just doing awesome work, and I hope you all appreciate the effort that he's been making. I wanted to address one of the questions that came up in chat with regards to WebRTC. There is at least one Mumble client that uses the WebRTC protocol. We will be testing that. But also looking at the work that Robert Adams has been doing to see if there are opportunities to collaborate there.
Yeah, I saw some other questions in the public. Let me see. There was. There was a question from Maggie. Is it pluggable so you can swap between either one with a configuration change? Yes, that's the intent. Also, Robert explained in his discussion that that's the same for the RTC client. You can enable it or you cannot enable it. The same will be for the same possibilities you will have for the EchoVoice client. Then Matt, there is a reason why we selected a Mumble server. First of all, and that has to be proven in the use of WebRTC, is that there is a potential problem with many users using WebRTC in the quality of the audio.
Correct.
That could be a problem. I don't say it is because it's not been really rolled out and tested, but there is a possibility that there is a problem with the quality decreasing when the number of users decreases. Now the Mumble server is a server which already exists for quite a long time with very high quality audio for very large groups in games. So that's the reason why we continue this audio voice over IP server first. And of course, if the trend is going to WebRTC, and if WebRTC shows that it is as good as or maybe better than the Mumble server, then that type of protocol, we will add it to Echo Voice.
Right. And you also have to consider that Mumble already has built-in functionality for spatial audio. So there's a lot less coding effort that needs to be done on the client side to support that. And we love spatial voice in virtual world. There was a couple of other questions that came up I want to focus on. Maggie asked, has OpenSim held any hackathon for things like experimenting with and testing voice systems design? I think that's a wonderful idea, and we're happy to champion that. If people are interested, they can let me know. We also had a question about how easy Mumble is to install and use today. It is absolutely very easy, and I would point you to the Mumble website. Just a little background there for those who weren't around. VCOM many years ago did a Mumble implementation for voice and OpenSim, but that implementation was unique code, and it could not be used in terms of all of the updates that had happened to Mumble since that time. The Echo Voice design itself is independent of both OpenSim and Mumble. So if the Mumble systems are upgraded, it should not impact Echo Voice. If OpenSim is upgraded, it should not impact Echo Voice. So there is a little bit of reason behind our madness.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the requirements that we put on the total systems, that we not get too dependent on either open source that we use, because it's in practice it's not always easy to ask another open source community to change the open source package because we like to have a certain feature also. It's not guaranteed that that happens, so that's the reason why we took that.
Right, and I know we're coming close to close here. So for the people who want to know about OS Fest 2025, I want to thank everybody for their participation and for joining us here. You can reach Frank or I via email. If you want to continue the conversation, we'll be in Expo Zone 3, Booth 4 at the break. And if you'd like to join
Lisa, I'm not letting you off that quickly.
Right. I have a little bit more. I just wanted to make sure we get those thank yous out.
No, it's because as far as I know, we've got another 20 minutes.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. And there were quite a couple of questions regarding the OS Fest. Would you like to talk a little bit more about this one, or do people want to still discuss Mumble servers and Echo Voice? And I hate to draw your attention from it, because it's a fascinating development that you're doing there, Frank.
Yes.
Trying to provide an alternative to RTC, with the thoughts that it could be overwhelmed by all of that usage. And let's take some questions from you. As regards OS Fest, Leah asked, what are you planning for the OS Fest 2025? Is there anything new from it?
Right.
And my question adding to it would be, what is your target group for OS Fest?
Okay, that's a very good question. And as I mentioned before, I was going to get to that. On OS Fest 2025, if you mentioned, or you saw the slide where I mentioned plans for OSFest 2025. We are looking for a good theme, and the decisions for that theme will come from the volunteers. So if you would like to have input on that theme, please step up, volunteer. We really do need more help along those lines. The schedule changes, the fashion shows are one of the things that the merchants like. We'll be adding more fashion shows. We're also going to schedule change. We want to collaborate more with the ongoing events on other grids. So we're going to come up with something a little bit new, and we want the volunteer team to help us make that stuff happen. OSFest in general is different than OSCC. It's different than the OpenSim World Fair that's coming up next year. It's different than the Hypergrid International Expo. What is different is that you have people who will bring in their exhibits, they'll bring in their stores, so we'll have merchants, so people can sort of consolidate and showcase what's happening on their home grids or what they've got to sell or to share from their home grids, but also to have performers come in, and these performers are coming from different metaverse worlds. They're coming from Second Life. We had 24 new performers this year. Many of them came in from Second Life. They've never been in OpenSim before. So we create local accounts for them on the OSFest grid and help them bring their content in for their avatars and whatnot. But also we have people coming in from web-based metaverse platforms, performers there who are just learning about OpenSim and about the hypergrid. Sometimes we have hypergrid events where it's not quite a hypergrid safari because it's not pre-planned, but it's more like what do you call it? Flash mobs, where we just all get together and then we jump over to some other place on the hypergrid. This year we went looking for Halloween stuff. We also went to an Oktoberfest grid. Why? Because it was October, of course. So my role in all of this really is just to facilitate the fun and to give people the opportunity to celebrate each other and celebrate together, and also to allow people to showcase their grids. Some of our new sponsors were grids that I didn't even know about yet, and so I really enjoyed learning about those, and I know the next presentation following me is one of those new sponsors. So I hope that sort of answered the question about our target audience. It's really just everybody. Anybody and everybody who would like to come together.
How long is the fest, and what's sort of the time frames?
The festival runs 16 or 17 days, and over the course of that time, we generally have around 100 hours of performance hours, and these are live singers, live DJ mixers. Sometimes the performers may read poetry. They may be doing particle shows or fireworks shows. It's all kinds of things. We really leave it open and flexible because we really want to embrace that freedom of expression that we all love here in the hypergrid community. So when we have performances are not happening, we then may have tours. We had a zombie quest where people could go around, shoot zombies. We had a scoreboard, and of course, you know, we eventually had a winner for that zombie fest. We created a zip line ride that is available to ride in the expo here on the OSCC grid because we had a request for it. So fine, we created a zip line. They wanted bigger stores. We created new stores. So it's really just about coming together.
And you also have building workshops or something like that?
We have not had them to date, but if that's something people are interested in, we can coordinate it.
And there were a couple of more questions to Frank. which tech will OS Grid likely adopt? I'm not sure whether you are able to answer that sort of question, but perhaps
No,
if you
I'm
want.
not able to answer that question because I'm not aware what the plans of OS Grid are to adopt.
And could it be different for every connected grid or sim? That's the question. Maybe they were just like thinking out loud, but the concerns they raised, yeah?
Well, it depends. If you adopt a system like WebRTC, then you also need a client that runs on WebRTC. If you adopt a Mumble server protocol, then you need a Mumble server protocol client to communicate. So yeah, it can depend, but it depends a little bit on the grid, of course, and also on the implementation. If you and everybody can choose what he wants. The problem I could imagine is when you are on the hypergrid and you have different voice over IP servers over the different grids that you connect with the hypergrid, because then, well, if you go into a WebRTC environment, you need a WebRTC client. And that's one of the reasons that in our roadmap that we try to see whether we can do actions to combine these things in such a way that you can move between different voice over IP servers when you move through different hypergrid zones.
Right.
Would you need to accept the protocols as you're walking through the different zones?
Well, if you go to the hypergrid, you end up in a grid, and as that grid supports, if it supports WebRTC, then you need a WebRTC client for your viewer.
Mm-hmm.
And the same applies when you go through the hypergrid and come into a grid that supports the Mumble server or any other voice over IP protocol. You need to have the client for that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
could this be a feature?
regarding voice, we want to be sure that people have choice, whether they're going to use one voice over IP system or another voice over IP system is really their own choice and what's appropriate to meet their requirements. So this is not a competing effort. It's really just an option. So if you have people who prefer to use a WebRTC implementation that's done by someone else, that's totally fine. But if you have people who prefer to use the Echo Voice platform, in the future, the Echo Voice platform is not going to be limited to just Mumble. There may be other voice over IP systems that we would look at integrating, and of course, we're open to collaboration. I think there was some confusion where there was a question about which voice solution OS Grid would choose. OS Grid is an open platform where they allow other regions to connect to their servers that are not hosted by them. And so they certainly would not have control over that, as Ubit talked about. But also, OS Grid is not the only grid in the hypergrid. There are over 400 active grids out there, and each of them has a different purpose and a different set of requirements.
And may I ask, does using these voiceovers, does that occur any charges or fees you would need to cover?
No,
not for Mumble.
Not for Mumble, no.
Cool.
Because that's all open source.
Yes.
And the only thing that if you want to use that locally, you have of course to create your own installation of the Mumble server, but that doesn't cost anything. Mm-hmm. Only you have to host it somewhere on your own bare metal or somewhere else. But so that could take some cost, but the actual application doesn't cost anything.
Right. And
And
I
we
wanted
have,
to mention where Gentle made a comment regarding accessibility. For those of you who haven't followed the evolution of the Echo Voice design, later phases in Echo Voice are targeting accessibility, where we'd like to integrate speech to text and text to speech, because that helps meet 4 of the 5 types of disabilities that people in virtual worlds have to contend with. And by doing it on the Echo Voice side, that then makes that accessibility independent of OpenSim, or the OpenSim viewers, or the voice over IP servers. If we can integrate it within the Echo Voice system, which is the interface in between it all, then I think that would be much better and easier to maintain.
Yeah, I see a question, another from Maggie. Does the viewer support add-ins to allow a provider to a voice server component? At the moment, as Ubit says, no, that's not the case. But the effort that we did, that stopped because we don't have any interns anymore. But we were busy building a new viewer. And one of the things that we wanted in this new viewer was plugins for different voice over IP servers.
Right.
So yeah, it's also a question of viewer builders that allow multiple protocols for voice over IP. Currently, that's not the case, but it could be in the future.
And I do know, in talking with Beck about that possibility, she's certainly open to it, but it needs to be done in such a way that it does not add new work to the viewer devs. So if it was an interface design that we provided, we would then offer it to all of the active viewer teams, and it would be up to them whether they would incorporate that or not.
and
So
here's another question about the risk of fracturing OS ecosystem if every grid adopts a different voice over IP tech. What do you think?
Yes, of course.
I don't.
That's of course could be a risk, but I don't think that will happen, because it will not be the reason why others would choose another voice over IP system is nothing to do with the public grids. It has to do with companies that choose OpenSim for a communication platform, and they want to decide whether they want make use of their own voice over IP servers or not.
Right.
So in the public, I think that a number of different voice over IP protocols will be limited. Until now, we had only one. We had free speech and we had Vvox. And in a very short time, because of Second Life activity, WebRTC has become more popular. But it is just like that. But I don't see that there are others that are waiting to get involved. So I don't think that in the public domain there will be a lot of different voice over IP servers. But in the company domains, it could be, because some companies just want to use their own voice over IP servers.
Right, and so the Echo Voice design allows that. But I wanted to address, there were several questions that may have created some confusion for some of the people out there listening. WebRTC is a protocol. It is not a voice over IP platform. So when people are referring to WebRTC, what they mean is a system that uses that protocol. Now, the viewers, Firestorm, I know is already supporting the WebRTC protocol, but they also are still supporting the Vvox protocol. And Beck said that she would keep that around as long as she could, but eventually we know that the Second Life version is going to be nothing but the option for the WebRTC platform. That doesn't mean necessarily that would be the case in OpenSim, just like with the server development. You follow what Second Life does until you don't. You know, when it becomes something that would impede the use case that we have in OpenSim. It's very different than the use case for people in Second Life. And with regards to the comment about company grids being closed grid, that's not always true. There are many semi-open grids out there, and what I mean by that is there would be a certain number of regions that are open to the hypergrid and a certain number of regions that are closed to the hypergrid, and that is totally based on the region owners and what their preferences are.
Yeah, there's a lovely comment still here from Maggie. Plugins can be a strategic component for expanding adoption, such as allowing corporations to integrate OpenSim with their own internal IT systems. But most people probably will just use what comes in the box.
Yes, I think that's a very true statement. Yeah.
Yep. And but when you have a system design that is relatively modular, then you can allow more choices in the way that people can implement this platform or implement Echo Voice to meet their needs. And that's what we want to do. We want to expand that. So speaking of the expansion, if you look at the slide here, for IMA's 2025 efforts, where Echo Voice is one of our projects, we're also looking at the broader picture, and the questions that we want to think about in 2025 are how can we improve cooperation and outreach among the grid owners, the developers, and the hypergrid community, because there's a real disconnect there. We want to improve the platform in the way that younger avatars want to see us moving. You know, I hear a lot of comments about, oh, well, this is old tech, it's old tech. You know, we're not interested in the old tech. That's where the old folks live. And, you know, they have a valid point there. We do need to evolve the user interfaces on the viewers, but also evolve the visual quality. We need better quality avatars. We need better quality rendering engines. And that was something we did an attempt to do in the past with Godot or Godot. And also we want to ask the community, what avatar experience improvements are needed and at what priority, and what do you need help with, and how can we help you? So that's what we're all about. I want to thank everybody for joining us. And if it works, why change it? I don't know that I would agree with that, because there's always room for improvement.
Thank you very much, Lisa. This has been wonderful, and also a great closing statement for your passion and your vision as regards development, as regards the OS Fest. And we're looking forward to hearing more about the next date. Will it be October? Is that, did you say?
Yes. Yeah, we settled on October. That's the least conflict in that time frame.
Wonderful. Thank you to Lisa and Frank for a very informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, we will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:30 in this keynote region and is entitled Metaverse Accessibility, Immersive Experiences Through Discord. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 to 9 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Metaverse Accessibility, Immersive Experiences Through Discord. Our speaker is Sushant Chandrasekhar. Sushant Chandrasekhar is the founder and CEO of Avatar Islands. Is the founder and CEO of AvatarLife.com and is from India. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bio, details of session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Yeah. So, hi, everyone. I'm Sushant from Avatar Life, and I'm here to talk about how we are making the metaverse more accessible for our users, but for everyone in OpenSim. Okay, so accessibility is the key to unlocking the full potential of the metaverse. And we believe that OpenSim platforms must innovate to truly achieve that goal. So let's see what's holding the metaverse back. Okay, so the metaverse is actually full of potential, but accessibility remains a major challenge. Like, you know, for getting onto the OpenSim and to have a full-fledged experience, we need to have a computer. You can really don't play OpenSim worlds on your mobile phones at this point in time. And we have issues with our viewers. So like there's a heavy reliance on Firestorm, which they're doing a pretty good job for OpenSim, but they are not dedicated to OpenSim. They are dedicated to Second Life, but we don't have something dedicated from the viewer's point of view for OpenSim, which is definitely holding OpenSim back. You know, OpenSim, the true potential of OpenSim is not being coming out because of the absence of a dedicated viewer. So many platforms in OpenSim are stuck on relying on legacy tools and outdated systems, you know, that don't prioritize the needs of users. So that's what we feel is holding the metaverse back. And let's first, when we're talking about accessibility, let's define what is accessibility. Okay, so that is something should be easier to use, connect, and participate for everyone. So you don't have to be a totally tech guy, you know, to you don't need to know gadgets to use a particular product, you know. So that is where that's what we mean by accessibility. So accessibility is more than about just making something work. It's about making it easy, inclusive, and empowering. So for the metaverse to thrive, it needs to be available to users regardless of their technical skills or the device that they have. So, you know, a lot of people, they can't log into OpenSim because they don't have a great computer. The computer, you know, as we keep upgrading, the older computers kind of become obsolete and they can't handle the hardware. So that also is an accessibility issue. So let's see how we can, what kind of innovations that we can do in when it comes to accessibility. Okay, so let us try to improve the experience for our OpenSim users. So as we speak, you know, we have launched our viewer on our website. You can just check this out. avatarlife.com/download. We've launched a viewer where people can do video conferencing, audio chats, and screen sharing. You know, our Avatar Life viewer is based out of the source code of Firestorm, but we are dedicated to building the viewer for OpenSim. So this viewer is also open sourced. So people who want to modify this viewer further can look at the source code by downloading the viewer and going to help about avatar viewer. They can go to the GitHub and download the source code of a viewer, and they can further modify the viewer. So the fun part about the viewer that we have launched is that it offers video conferencing, audio chats, the audio calls. You know, you can do one-on-one personal audio calls now using our viewer. We use the WebRTC system, and you can share your screen with your friends. So these are things which we feel will be very useful for the OpenSim community, and this works for all OpenSim worlds, not just Avatar Life. So because we believe in empowering this entire ecosystem, not just Avatar Life. So people can use our viewer to access their own worlds and take advantage of the inbuilt video calling facilities, inbuilt one-on-one audio calling, the conference audio calls, and also share their screens with their friends. So in the future, we are looking for mobile access. So when we're talking about accessibility, bringing OpenSim to mobile. So Second Life recently went mobile. You know, that would be that was pretty much a breakthrough for Second Life, even though I personally did not like how it actually felt. Yes, we all love OpenSim. So the Second Life came out of this mobile viewer. You know, that's where we thought, so why don't we build a mobile viewer for OpenSim? So we discussed with Miss Callisti. So she is heading the Crystal Frost team. And so Avatar Life collaborated with Callisti to build the viewer called Crystal Frost on Unity. So having a viewer that's built on Unity would actually be a big game changer, because once the viewer is on Unity, we can make a lot of UI changes and get OpenSim users on iOS and Android. Unfortunately, we could not render baked on mesh avatars on Crystal Frost, and Callisti was very particular that she is not going to look at the source code of Linden Lab so that she can hold the rights to the license. So we were able to render everything, the surroundings, everything were rendered perfectly when it comes to the mobile viewer. But we could not render baked on mesh. So at this point in time, we still have some problems to solve there. So maybe in 1 year time, I'm not sure of this time frame, but over a period of time, I definitely foresee OpenSim worlds going mobile. But not all is lost, you know. We are still working on a chat viewer, so people can add their grids on the chat viewer that we are building for OpenSim. So it will be the Avatar Life chat app, so you can log in to the add your grid to the chat app and chat with your in-world friends right from your mobile phone. Unity does ask for license cost, but I'm not very sure. At this point in time, there were a lot of protests when it came to the license costs of Unity. So there were some changes when it came to that. I'm not 100% sure. We didn't launch it yet, so we didn't incur any cost from Unity yet. We just got stuck in rendering the baked on mesh. So from that aspect, we didn't get to the licensing part with Unity yet. In fact, our team, you know, we were still exploring this amazing platform called Cocos. You know, the big companies that the big platforms on which we can develop mobile viewers could be either Unity, or it could be Unreal Engine, or it could be Cocos. See, Cocos is completely free and is extremely customizable, and there is no licenses to be paid. We will explore this option way into the future if we have bandwidth, but at this point in time, we have not explored Cocos yet. So just wait for the mobile app to get ready, so that in the future, you will be able to log into your world and chat with your loved ones and friends just from your mobile. but only for the chat. So we would like to also foster creativity in the metaverse. So this includes onboarding of a lot of creators in OpenSim. So what happens in OpenSim is there's a lot of free stuff that's floating around there, you know. So a lot of creators, they're kind of discouraged. Oh, why will people want to buy things from me? Everything else is already free anyway, you know. So one of the ways to combat this is to bring in unique creators. So we would like to announce the launch of breedables on Avatar Life. So Teilu breedables, as we speak, are going to be launching in the next next 5 hours. Teilu breedables are launching in Avatar Life, and hopefully over a period of time, breedables will also get popular in OpenSim. What we feel at Avatar Life is part of OpenSim. It's not separate from OpenSim. So we would like entire OpenSim to grow so that we grow along with OpenSim. Or if we grow, we would like to carry OpenSim along with us. So let's go. So we also want to see what we can do in the future when it comes to the accessible metaverse technology. So one of the things which we are looking in the little bit longer term is Vision Pro. You know, Vision Pro hasn't really been a success. Apple had a lot of buzz about it, but it kind of fizzled away. So at this point in time, we are not doing anything on Vision Pro or Meta Quest 3 or Meta Orion and all that. But we do believe that when it comes to meta experiences, these goggles will have some part to play in the future. Technologies which are there, we should embrace them, and at the right point, in case we have our platform on Unity or Cocos, it would be not a very difficult shift to develop the same thing on Vision Pro or Meta Quest 3 or Meta Orion. So we need to prepare ourselves for the future. So that is that can make OpenSim worlds more accessible. So accessibility isn't just a nice to have thing, you know, it is the foundation for growth, connection, and innovation on the metaverse. So with Avatar Life, we're trying to build tools that will make metaverse accessible and enjoyable for everyone. So once everything is more accessible, more and more people, let's just face it, you know, if you make things easy for people, it's more likely that people will join us when it comes to OpenSims. So all we need to do is by improving the accessibility to OpenSim, we actually are able to get more users to OpenSim, and that will eventually lead to the growth of the entire platform. So I would like to welcome you and join the movement for a more accessible metaverse. So this is our website, that's my email address, and that's the Twitter link. And I would like to thank the core developers of OpenSim for making everything possible. So I would like to specially mention Vincent Sylvester, who's been helping us throughout our project as a grid consultant at Avatar Life, and also Ubit, who's been working really hard at OpenSim to keep bringing in updates and keep OpenSim still relevant in 2024. Thanks, Ubit, and thanks, Vincent. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sushant. Perhaps could you answer just one more question from the audience, if you could? Frank Rulof was saying, when you mentioned building a viewer in Unity, Frank Rulof says, does Unity ask license costs?
That's right. So we didn't get to the stage of the licensing of the viewer yet, you know, because we are still in development. But I do believe the licensing in Unity comes at a certain cost. So Unity recently changed its terms and conditions, and it made Unity a little bit unaffordable to users. Unfortunately, it came in between our development. When we started the development on Crystal Frost, it wasn't like that. But all of a sudden, a bomb was thrown on to us as developers. We really felt hit by the sudden change of terms of Unity. So, but we were already too invested into Unity to back out at this point in time. So again, unfortunately, we hit a snag in rendering baked on mesh avatars. So we have currently put the development on Unity on hold. But let's see, if we are able to resolve the issue of baked on mesh, we will be able to get back on development on the mobile, on Unity.
Thank you. And Frank also had an interesting comment, perhaps, that Vision Pro was discontinued this year.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one thing is, when it comes to these variables, we should have a neutral outlook towards it. If we develop, a completely negative mindset that, okay, these smart goggles are no good, we cannot do anything about it. We never know, something new can come out, and that can be revolutionary. That can be the thing. Right now, just because it's not there, we should not just ignore the possibility of making the world more immersive. Just imagine wearing these goggles and just walking around the place and experiencing your OpenSim world. That would be an amazing experience. So at this point, even though we are still futuristic, we don't have the right goggles that can give you the right experience at this point in time. But who knows, maybe 5 to 10 years from today, there would be some other new unicorn company that would really take over the smart goggles market.
And we absolutely love your vision as regards the OpenSim viewer that is going to be used for accessibility in future. Fantastic, Sushant, to hear your passion, your excitement, your love in development. Fantastic. And as one person said in the chat quite rightly, yes, the viewer should have finally time to do something about the viewer. Thank you so much, Sushant.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Check out our viewer, which is open to all users on OpenSim. So just go to avatarlife.com, download, add your grid URL, and you should be able to check out the new features like video calling, audio calling, screen sharing. All these features are live and working for OpenSim users. So users might really like it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sushant, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 9:30 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Adaptive Learning with AI-Infused NPCs for TESOL in VR VW destinations. Also encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Adaptive Learning with AI-Infused NPCs for TESOL in VR VW Destinations. Our speaker is Helena Galani. Helena Galani is an accredited TESOL EAP online educator with degrees from the University of Cambridge, UCLAS, and an MA in ELT of the University of Nottingham. She blends her lessons in immersive virtual worlds for online, flipped, and hybrid classes. She owns ELT Treasure Island, Kitely in OpenSim, and taught and trained EFL teachers for Indire et Mondo. As EVO moderator and as speaker, Helena trains language teachers to use virtual worlds with transmedia storytelling, games, and interactive scenarios. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bio, details of session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Heike. It is wonderful to be back. I love coming and presenting different aspects of English language teaching at the online Open Simulator community conferences annually. I'm Helena Galani. During my presentation, I will be focusing on adaptive learning using AI-generated non-player characters in virtual reality and virtual worlds for teaching English to speakers of other languages. Also, I will be highlighting the importance of integrating AI NPC companions in virtual reality virtual worlds to enhance language education. It does seem that my slides are not in the right order at the moment, but I would like to point you to the direction of the slides online, which is why I'm going to type in the chat the link to the presentation. First of all, a brief overview. This presentation examines adaptive learning in AI-infused virtual reality and virtual worlds for TESOL. We will address personalized learning paths, instructional design for developing communicative and linguistic competencies, and criteria for using AI-driven avatars and NPCs to help enhance language skills, register, fostering fluency through interactive conversations and instant feedback in diverse educational settings. My particular settings involve teaching adults, especially online, and younger learners face-to-face mostly. I mix my teaching approaches, and I use virtual reality, AI, and virtual worlds quite a lot. The topic, title, and content of this year's Open Simulator Conference and EVO session 2025 were inspired by my immersive quest around edunation for the post-conference of Virtual Worlds Best Practices in Education, Mythic Origins, and also my presentation at the VRT EdTech Tools Fest in July 2024, entitled Demystifying API Keys. The slides are not quite in the right order. I'm sorry about this. So let me proceed in the order I had originally planned. There will be slides coming soon about from the immersive quest around education and the workshop for virtual reality for EdTech Tools Fest online. My students' feedback and prompts to the direction of using AI NPCs in virtual reality and virtual worlds for ESOL classes suggested that it is more effective than traditional course books. I'm quoting students' words here because it allows for more freedom and creativity, as my students have said. It is more natural than learning through course books. Also, they have added that when tailored to the learner's proficiency level, this approach stimulates curiosity and inspires learner involvement in building their NPCs to design and create characters, for example, for business English, for insurance-related topics, or even for tango lessons. These are just indicative topics of lessons. There are some learner creative AI NPCs, and the images you have been seeing present you with two of the main AI-driven NPCs in ELT Treasure Island, Kitely, and the name of the NPC is Socrates. You're just looking at it in front of you at the moment, and you're Socrates, as you probably know, is a renowned philosopher. And also, we have created a lot of other characters like Madame Curie and the assistant with whom the learner can converse to practice and exchange information and ideas. Also, another inspiring topics my students have created is Portara, the monument on Naxos Island for those who have traveled to Greece, and that is located on a holodeck above Education 3 in Second Life. It's a simulation. We've also done a lot of inspiring work in Wanda VR, where there's a teacher's consultant with whom educators can converse for advice and to debug any issues they have in class. As I will also present at the EVO 2025 session this year called, I will be announcing it at the end a little bit more officially. It is entitled this year Immersive AI Companion Design. And there is also work that has been done in Frame VR, a young language academy, which is the name young students have given to their virtual school, which contains AI companions, which is the representation of themselves, is also worth looking at. And links will be provided soon. Well, if I go back to the previous mention about Socrates AI, I know my images are not in sync. And I'm trying to synchronize at least the speakeasy HUD. So I will show you examples of integrating Socrates AI NPC in ELT Treasure Island, Kitely. And in this virtual reality scenario, learners interact with AI-driven NPCs in a simulated cafe, conversing with Socrates, the philosopher, but in fact, he's artificial intelligence non-player character who is supposed to be drunk, which makes students feel entertained. So after doing online research on generative AI platforms such as ChatGPT or Copilot or Perplexity, they practice vocabulary, they use the English grammar in practice, they practice discourse features, pragmatics, dialectics, CLIL, simply by retrieving information about this particular character. There's a lot of learning taking place, and especially for my student psychologist who is preparing for her postgraduate studies, this is a very good starting point, as Socrates has inspired a lot of psychoanalysis theories in the modern world. But what is adaptive learning, you may ask? Well, it is an educational approach that utilizes technology, particularly algorithms and artificial intelligence, to tailor learning experiences to the unique needs of each individual learner. This method moves beyond traditional one-size-fits-all models, recognizing that learners have different styles, paces, and preferences. The key components, as you can also see, this time this image is synchronized, are multiple. They are real-time feedback mechanisms, data-driven instructional adjustments. There's also a component of personalization and personalized learning paths, adaptive learning systems, customized content to match individual proficiency levels. This particular feature involves dynamic adjustments with adaptation of the presentation of educational material in real time based on learners' interactions and responses. It is data-driven. It provides data-driven insights as adaptive systems collect and analyze data on learners' performance, allowing for informed adjustments to content and instructional strategies. The role of prompt design or prompt engineering is crucial for this particular feature in virtual reality and virtual worlds. Engaging material is employed. They incorporate various resources and instructions in the prompt always to enhance engagement and motivation among learners for a seamless experience. So this way you can see that you can even have young learners becoming content creators, which is very motivating for them. It opens up their horizons. There is collaboration. Adaptive learning promotes collaboration, not only among students, but also between the teacher and the students, fostering interaction that can lead to improved problem-solving skills. It's a responsive technology, as effective adapting learning platforms are designed to be user-friendly and accessible with the care of the teacher, who always balances the content of the prompt. What are the criteria for using AI-driven avatars and NPCs? NLP capabilities that the avatars possess to understand and respond to user inputs in real time, personalization and adaptability, the ability to tailor interactions based on individual learner profiles, individual feedback mechanisms, providing instant feedback during conversations, which helps learners identify mistakes and improve their language skills. There's a lot of detail which you can have a look at on the presentation online. It is engaging in immersive environments. Emotional intelligence and realism are activated. There is cultural contextualization. The user interface is very friendly. And most important of all, I've left it for the end, but it is not least important, is teacher initiation of character building. Educators need to have the freedom to initiate character building and behavior of AI-driven NPCs. This allows teachers to customize avatars, personalities, dialogue styles, and responses to align with specific learning objectives. So, learning objectives. What learning objectives can you set? AI in virtual reality and virtual world supports the practice of multiple areas of language learning, from basic linguistic competencies to advanced pragmatic and social linguistic skills. So, for example, discourse competencies are promoted, vocabulary acquisition. You can also see some examples, but I'm just going through them quickly because you may have questions to ask at the end. Grammar and syntactical use of the language in practice. Pragmatics and social linguistics is another area. Dialectics. A lot of that is so entertaining and realistic. For example, having dialogues holding different points of view from the NPC through reasoned argumentation, which is exactly what you could do with Socrates. And Alexis, which is the teacher consultant in Wonder VR, or with the engineers, the car engineers in Frame VR. Fluency development is another target you can set for your students through AI in VR, role-playing activities such as guiding tourists in a virtual city or simulated debates to sustain argumentation. Reading and comprehension, treasure hunts where learners read and interpret clues, completing tasks by interpreting instructions. Writing practice is also whatever you do in class, but this is in a more memorable and realistic way. For example, writing the NPC prompt itself is an important task for the students. Storyboarding for a virtual experience, completing a NPC generating emails or letters. Pronunciation and phonology if you have a text-to-speech or speech-to-text generated AI NPC, listening comprehension skills, despite the robotic accent of most of the NPCs, CLIL, content and language integrated learning is possible, and promoting multiple intelligences, linguistic, spatial, kinesthetic, and interpersonal, logical, mathematical, technological. You could do this in various ways. What are the benefits? And you may ask, why not use a course book? Well, using the testimonials of students, I've already explained that the students themselves have found the use of AI NPCs in virtual reality more realistic, more natural. The conversation as compared to course book discourse is more natural based on the most appropriate prompt instructions.
Helena,
Yes, there are 3 minutes.
So sorry.
There are 3 minutes left, but I have a big announcement to make after this. So there is need for collaborative opportunities for stakeholders, teachers, cross-cultural collaboration, AI ethical development, global networking platforms, like, for example, EVO sessions, which are coming up soon, that I would like to invite you to. So do join us at the next EVO 2025. I must correct myself. It's EVO 2025. You can scan this QR code and find more information. I will be lead moderator, co-moderating with Georgia Manetta, with our honored guest speakers, Professor Sadler, Heike Philp, Ameni Al-Kayad, Jennifer Hamilton, and we will be looking at various aspects of using different metaverse destinations together with AI in order to produce memorable lessons. I would like to thank the committee, the conference organizing committee, our amazing sponsors, the presenters, the crowd founders and volunteers, and all of my friends and colleagues in Second Life, Evo sessions. Thank you very much. And do not hesitate to join us. You will gain a lot of insight from the next Evo session, which is a continuation of all the previous sessions. Thank you. And I'm free for questions.
And just one quick question from Cheryl.
Yes.
Is the conversation with the NPCs text-based or is that in voice?
Well, there are different types of AI-based NPCs. You can have text-to-speech, as I said earlier, or text-to-text or speech-to-text. This year we'll be focusing mostly on text-to-text for our more beginner learners, participants, sorry. Have I answered the question?
Yeah, and here's another quick question from Alan.
Okay.
Can you interface the AI with low-level language?
Yes, it is all about giving the right instructions and designing the prompt accurately. The flow of the lesson can be seamless depending on the level of the learners. So you can always set it based on the CEFR guidelines for levels of competencies, English language competencies.
Thank you ever so much, Helena, for this informative and interesting presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's been wonderful to be here with you again. Thank you.
As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Lone Wolf Talks Grid Tech. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Lone Wolf Talks Grid Tech. And our speaker is Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf has been the owner of Wolf Territories Grid for 3 years and notes that they are the largest privately owned grid in the metaverse. You can find them at wolfsoftwaresystems.co.uk. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, great to be here again. This is I think my second year. So I'm going to introduce Wolf Territories Grid, which is our grid. The actual website for the grid is www.wolf-grid.com. I'll explain about Wolf Software Systems. It's a bit complicated. The motto of our grid is just there: facilitate, don't dominate. So our whole ethos is about making things happen. So if someone has an idea, we all group together and we'll help them if they want help, or if they want to just do it on their own, that's also cool. So Wolf Territories Grid is owned by a company, a UK limited company called Wolf Software Systems Limited, and this is really useful for us because we're able to use resource that the company has, which includes a full Proxmox cluster sitting in various data centers in Frankfurt in Germany, and we also have 3 or 4 other servers and various bits all over the place. But it allows us to have more resource than we would if we were just a grid. This is our we can't see it all because there's so much of it. This gives you an idea of the size of our main Proxmox cluster. We have a whole bunch of servers. This isn't all of them because we have other clusters as well that the grid runs on, and it's using Proxmox 8.3. And if you haven't tried that, it's a very interesting platform for running multiple things. To just give you an idea of what we've got, we have for our assets. Now, one of the biggest issues with anything like this is assets. Assets are basically a bunch of files, millions of them, and more and more and more. And every day there are more and more of them. Okay, so we wanted to have a system whereby we could never have an issue with the amount of storage that we have. So we use something called object storage, which is a really cool bit of tech, but it's completely no good for certain types of applications. It's really good for storing things that are going to be read a lot of times and written only once. And what that means is, I think I'll get, oh, someone's added me as a friend. Please feel free to add me as a friend, but I might not respond straight away. So object storage allows us to store a lot of data, and we have terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of object storage. And if we need more space, we just go and pay for more space, and it's there. We have a 5-node Galera database cluster. And for those of you who don't know, so normally if you had like a one server, one region kind of idea, you'd probably have a local database. So what we have is we have 5 database nodes that are all live copies of each other, sitting across the cluster. And that's run by something called MaxScale, which is down below there. And what MaxScale does is it's really cool. It manages those database nodes. So what that means is, let's say, well, I'll give you an example. Our servers are all hosted with Hetzner. Not all of them. There's a few that aren't, but the main cluster is hosted in different data centers with Hetzner. And they decided to do some maintenance, which took out half the servers in the cluster and 2 database nodes. So what MaxScale did is it managed bringing everything back online, resyncing all the database nodes, and off we went. So that's the beauty of having that. We will be going up to 7 nodes, plus we have another database cluster stored externally to our grid, but that's another story. So our Proxmox high availability cluster, we've got 33 containers and VMs sitting across the cluster. It's a lot. They do different functions. We have load balancers going into 30 robust servers, and that allows us to really deliver stuff really quickly and always have resource there when people land on our grid. And other things we've built over the last 3 years, we have people who are not good with their eyes, and also people who have hearing problems. So we built text to speech and speech to text tools, which I was going to show you, but unfortunately they don't allow me to run that script over here, but that's okay. But we also have something called Wolf Vision, which allows you to stream your computer screen and audio in world. So that means you can have your friends around, sit around a campfire and watch a YouTube video or a Netflix or whatever. You know, it's your Netflix, do it like. So basically that's what it does. So there's lots of different things we've built. We've got an AI terrain generator basically that allows you, if you buy a region on our grid, the grid will build the region there and then as you paid for it. And then you can log into your control panel and there's loads of features there. But one of them is that it'll build mountains for you. It'll make a nice valley, some mountains, and you could just click and it'll randomly generate something, or you can play with AI. So we've got a maze on the grid that was built with AI. And that AI's name is Bobby. I'll come to him a bit later. He's a good friend to the poor. Anyway, so this is our control panel. You can see there a terrain that's been built by AI. There's all kinds of things, mapping tools, configuration, choice of physics engine, choice of currency, choice of OpenSim version even. You can view the console, you can flatten the region, you can upload terrains, so at the moment, the problem with the text-to-speech and speech-to-text is it requires stuff on our servers. We are looking to see how we can open source it. I don't know how it works, Ubit, okay, but it probably isn't. But it's what we provide a streaming service in World, which is actually used a lot by the 2 universities we have on board as well, and presentations and things like that. So yeah, I have autism, so I'm going to say the wrong thing and probably get myself into even more trouble. So just some of the some little problems that we've encountered and bits of how we solved them. Lag was a huge one. So we had a beautiful region come to us. It was an 8x8, and this 8x8 was 15,000 scripts and 150,000 prims. And they said to me, look, shall we disable some of the scripts? And I was like, no, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll build, we'll work out what it is that causes lag. We'll work out what it is that makes it wrong. And the number one thing wasn't actually the scripts or anything like that. It was database latency. It was the speed at which you could deliver data to the grid. So if you imagine every time you move, right, one thing that's good about everyone sitting down is they're not moving. So there's no data being sent backwards and forwards. So what we discovered was that, so every time someone moves on the grid, that's a database write. Every time someone reses something or deletes something, that's a database write. And so our cluster delivers, so all five of our nodes are delivering data all the time. And then we have master nodes that do the writing. But that high speed delivery of data is key to your grid. If you've got a grid that's laggy, it might not actually be the scripts. Okay, but there are other things that can cause lag. So high chat range. So of course in OpenSim.ini, you can set your chat range to whatever you like. But we discovered that when you set it really high, regions would just go very, very slow. Running out of disk space for assets. So this is part of our management and planning, is to make sure that we never run out of disk space for assets, never have to deal with issues. Too many SQL connections. I don't know if this is such a problem now, but I know years ago, one of the biggest things, you set up a grid and you get people visiting it, and suddenly it would have all kinds of problems. And when you went and looked at the MySQL or MariaDB server, it said too many SQL connections. So you just need to kind of up the SQL connections. OpenSim is RAM hungry. Our servers range from 125. So our servers that run main services only have 130 gig of RAM. Our biggest server in terms of RAM has 500 gig of RAM just to deal with that. And so we can, because it's a cluster, we can. So if we've got a region that's running a bit heavy on one server, we could just run a command and it'll shut down and come up on the other server. So RAM is really key. So it's really important. And that activity could. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Alan. So this, so we don't store assets in our database. That's a bad idea. So the databases can't run on object storage. It's the wrong type of storage. It just won't do it. So we have, because our databases are running in a cluster as virtual machine. Well, they're not VMs. They're containers. What that means is that we can so I'll tell you what happens. So we used to have a cluster in Frankfurt, and we moved to Dusseldorf, but we moved to Frankfurt with no downtime. And the way we did that is to set up a cluster, a database node in Frankfurt that was a copy of what was going on in Dusseldorf. So we were able to then migrate the whole database across. And the beauty of that is, follow me, I'm getting there, is that if we have issues with disk space, now all our servers have 2 terabytes of server grade NVMEs on them. If we do have issues with disk space and we need to bring in bigger servers, we simply build a database node on the new server where it's got tons and tons of disk space, and then we gradually migrate the database across. There's no need for downtime. Downtime I hate, and if I can avoid downtime, I do. And it's a really funny thing with tech staff. Sometimes they'll go, "Oh yeah, we'll just reboot all the servers," and I'm like, "No, we won't. We're not doing that." We've even got ways. So for instance, this is all Linux, by the way, there's no Windows here. And obviously because these are enterprise servers, we're trying to run an enterprise system, and we do run a lot of other stuff as well. We've actually got kernel updates that are live. So imagine being able to do a Windows update on your machine without ever having to reboot it. So that's what we've got. And every 4 hours, our kernels are kept up to date, which is really cool. Now, where did I get to? RAM, processors. So if you don't have enough processors, basically what will happen eventually is things will go really, really slow. So little or no backups or redundancy. Now, backups are great, but the big problem with them is you have to restore them. Okay, so what do I... Oh, the region's gone down. Okay, I'll keep going. I'm just going to log back in. I don't know what happened. Just got logged out, but you can still hear me. So
yeah, they can still hear you if they're in the
okay grid. I'm gonna be coming back over very, very shortly. So little or no. So the problem with backups is they take time to restore, and the bigger the backup, the longer it will take, and nobody likes that because it means everything's offline while you wait for the restore. So I'll be there in just a second. I'll be back again. So so what we try and do is have redundancy, which basically means that okay, there we go. I'm going to come back. I'm coming on the way. CC keynote 1. It's that one, right? Excuse me while I just come back. So basically what we do is, rather than aim to have backups, oh, I can't get on that region. Let's try keynote 2. Okay, so what we try and do is to have redundancy. So what that means is we'll have multiple copies of servers running, or we'll actually have load balanced into lots of servers. So what we're trying to do is to say, if something fails, it doesn't matter because we've got another one, or we've got something going on. I'm back. Back. Sorry about that. Excuse me while I just make my way up here. Where are we? Just wait for the stage to res. There it is. Okay, I'm back. Okay, next slide, please. Is the next slide? Have I done it? Okay, I'm just going to get over this fence. I bet you never thought you'd see a presenter climbing over the fence. Okay, just fly up in the air. Oh, I'm good at this. I'm really bad at controlling this. Hang on, let's see. Okay, I think I'm over the fence. Am I over the fence? Yep, I'm there. Okay, I'm just going to stand here and not try and jump or anything like that. Let me just detach my presenter hub and attach it again. Right, we were on the next screen. Okay, you can do the slides. I'll do the talking. So, it wasn't just me that had a crash. Okay. I'm so yeah. Okay. I'll just do this. Sit here. Right. I don't know what's going on. Okay. I'm just going to keep talking. I don't know which slide we're on. I seem to have arrived outside in the ocean. Good. I can't get my slides to work. Okay, I don't know what slide you're on, so I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to get my slides up over here on the web so I can see what you're seeing. Oh dear. Something's failed somewhere. Okay, so after that slide, I had. Okay, here we go. Right. So, let's see.
Yeah, you're
now.
doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Right. Okay, I'm here now. Okay.
Good.
Common problems. We did that. Okay, so no redundancy, low little backups. I'm really interested to talk about issues that other people have as well. So if you want to friend me and have a chat, that's cool. Sometimes we help little grids or big grids with issues. And in fact, the other night I was helping an Italian guy who messaged me and went, my website's down. It was a database upgrade, disconnected his website. Okay, tools you can use to help with your grid that are it's just interesting tech, even if you don't use it. I don't even know where I am. I'm just going to stand. I don't know where I am. Okay, so tools you can use. Fail to ban is very good if you're on Linux. Research that. Have a look at it. It's a simple piece of software that allows you to fail to ban. So what fail to ban is? There we go. Okay, that's where we are. Right. So fail to ban is fail number 2 ban, and what it is, you install it on a Linux server and configure it, and it will basically stop. So we prefer the honeypot approach. So what we do is that if someone tries to hack our server, and that happens a lot every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they get a few goes, and then what happens is fail to ban will then block their IP forever, and it works very well. However, it can be a bit oversensitive, and sometimes we've had issues where a server is trying to another server and they're supposed to be able to get in, and fail to ban goes, oh no, so you've got to watch it. But it's a really cool tool. Max scale, if you want to have multiple database servers, in the old days we used something called HA proxy. So if you've got a cluster, you need to have at least 3 nodes in your cluster. That's 3 databases in the cluster. It's not mega difficult to set up, but then if you use max scale to manage it, it's really cool. Proxmox, which is the platform that we use, which is great. Apache 2, if you're having a website, you can use Nginx or Apache. They're like the main ones people use. Python is a good scripting tool. Obviously, the thing about OpenSim, especially on a big scale, is that there are no real tools around the OpenSim thing. So that means you have to build a lot of stuff. Okay, 5 minutes remaining. PHP, screen, cron if you want to run scheduled jobs. Okay, so my next slide, who uses OpenSim? Okay, so this was really interesting. We did a quick examination of our data without giving names. We found that the youngest person using OpenSim was 34, and the average age was 56, and the oldest person on our grid is 72, and I know who that is. And this was really interesting. So then I found out that Second Life is 21 years old. So 56 means that they might have actually been on Second Life when it starts. So maybe OpenSim is like where all the people retire from Second Life. It's yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, a bit about Bobby. We've got Bobby is our AI robot. We've been training him for 2 years. I did bring him last year. It was absolute bedlam because everybody tried to talk to him. So Bobby can write scripts in different languages. He can generate images. We're working on him being able to generate mesh, and go over to Wolf Mountain to beat him. He's very friendly, but he does like telling jokes. And if you're not an English speaker, you can ask him to speak in your language. You just put Bobby, hello, or Bobby, something like that. So good. Okay, that's that. Okay, so I'm at the point where I'm at the question point, so that's probably a good point. I can see local chat. I can't see myself. Bobby. So anyone who's got any questions or comments, please friend me. I need friends. I'm happy to have friends. And I'll put our website in here, www.wolfgrid.com. Oh, you can field questions. Oh, someone's going to field questions. Lyre is Fielding.
It's Lear, and
Yes.
I'm here, and you look good.
Lear.
You're just on the next region, that's all.
Oh,
And you look
okay.
great.
I'm staying here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm staying here.
Here's
Okay,
one of your
so
questions. I lost any that
Right.
were before we
okay.
we did our refresh, shall we say. So please
okay.
repeat them in the text chat. And the first question for you is from Lisa Laxton. She says, are you providing Bobby and
Okay.
other tools as open source to the community?
Okay, right. Lots of questions. The answer to that is Bobby is not, because we have to pay for the calls. So it actually costs us money to run him. And I'll tell you a little story about that. It's very quick. Somebody res 2 of them, and we kind of didn't prepare for that, and they started talking to each other. And I woke up in the morning, and there was like, we've got a problem. I said, what? Bobby and Bobby chower away to each other. It was we got a bit of a bill. Okay. So the answer is, there's some of the tools we want to release, text to speech and speech to text, but it requires configuration on your server, etc., etc., etc. Average age is, we reckon 56 was the average, I think. I did an average rather than the median, because you know what I'm like. You can read about Bobby at, best thing to do is go and ask him. He'll tell you all about himself. Oh dear. No, how do you know people don't lie about their age? So basically, you don't really, but a lot of people. So in our sign up thingy, they put their date of birth, so they could be lying, but you know, that's very good. I'm keeping up with this. Okay. Accept. Oh, there's another one. I'm accepting friendships everywhere. Any other? The older someone says they are, yeah, I think you do get to an age where you don't care anymore, don't you? So yeah, Bobby, best to ask him about himself, because he'll happily witter on about who he is and what he does. So in the middle of a decade. Okay, I hope that's really helpful. I'm really excited about tech, so come and let me bore you with my autism tech boring stuff that we've built. We will be looking to open source text to speech and speech to text, but it's a bit of, I've got to kind of extract it from the main grid code. Okay, I think only older people use SL.
Hey, well, that's a great session. The questions are starting to, oh, where is Bobby then was our
Where
last
is Bobby?
question.
I'll get you a link. Hang on, I'll get you a little link from open. I'll just grab it out of OpenSimWorld. That'll be quickest for you. He's at our Wolf Mountain region, which is here. There. If you go there, that's where Bobby is. He's actually all over the grid, because we have the only reason he's all over the grid is because when someone buys a region, they get a region owners pack, which comes with lots of grid goodies, and that includes Bobby and different things that they can res, like events boards and all kinds of things that we've built over the years. Star, lovely to see you. It's really great to see some of you old friends, old hacks.
Well, thank you, Lone Wolf. That was a fantastic session, and you showed poise under a refresh.
I don't know what happened there.
As a member, yeah, and this is Lear. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.com up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will be at 10:30 in this keynote region, and it is the Sim and Grid Showcase. We are going to play a game. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Lone Wolf and to you, the audience.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, the Sim and Grid Showcase, and we're going to play a game today. Our speaker is me, Lear Lobo. I'm Cynthia Calongne. I'm a professor emerita at Colorado Technical University, and I conduct research at Virtual Harmony. You know, I'm a gamer. I beta tested 14 massive multiplayer online role-playing games. That means I wrote test reports. I didn't play just for free. And then I play 24 others. I've been in World of Warcraft since day one. I play 4 accounts. I had 1 Euro account so I could play with friends from virtual worlds. Gaming is my life. I teach game design and game simulation design, and I've attended 30 years of game conventions, hosted a few of them. Let's see, two game design research conferences on cruise ships. I love to cruise. And then I'm a grandmaster role player and game master judge with TSR and with Wizards of the Coast. I taught 4 game design and development courses. And here's a fun fact. Will Wright came when we won the $25,000 grand prize for one of our games, and he was the keynote. How many of you know who Will Wright is? Well, he's famous for his design of The Sims, SimCity, and Spore. And he invited me to participate along with several virtual world gamers and to design a TV series that aired in 2011 on current television called Bar Karma. In the credits, I'm known as Mixin. The reason I chose a pseudonym is because the opening scene starts a little racy. In any event, please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session. Well, here's how we're going to play. I am going to show you a scene, and I want you to call out in the text chat, what grid am I showcasing? And if you know it, what sim, okay? And then I'm going to tell a little story as we go through this game, and then we're going to think about what we want in the future. I'd like to do something like this each year, and I'd like you to send me content for it so you can be participating in the game design. Ready to play? Let me check in the chat because I know there's a few seconds delay, so I'm looking around. Ready to play? I need to see a yes from someone. If not, then I'll just keep talking and telling stories until I hear that yes. Anyone there? Let's see. Anybody out there? No. Too soon to start singing Pink Floyd, right? Well, I'll play with myself. That's good. All right. And by the way, that was play the game. So I'm going to show this scene, and it's a memorable image. You ready? Okay, Frank, thank you. So here we go. We're going to look at the first image. What grid is this from? And I'll type that too. And if you know it, what sim? We're showcasing a bunch of grids and a bunch of sims, and we're curious. Oh, see, but that's good though, because what I'm trying to do is understand grid loyalty, grid identity, and who's from which grid. I mean, the folks who land there all the time should know what it is. Alternate what there, Eagle? That's a good start. That's like saying virtual. In our world, that means a lot of things, doesn't it? Oh, we hear meta, we hear no idea. See, this is important because this is a community conference and we want you to it is beautiful. I love this image. Well, let me show you another image. Maybe this will help. Well, is that the entire name grid, Eagle? I think there's another word too. I think it's a 3-letter acronym, in fact. I know I'm mean, aren't I? But see, if we don't know the name of things, we have a hard time finding them. Have you noticed that? When we name things in our inventory, if we're not careful, it's really hard to find. And so what I'm trying to do is increase our sensitivity to heaven. Well, that's a good one. I love that, Eagle. You're so good. And actually, you do get the prize for the first 2 words. So let's see. So I love these textures. I love these colors. And let's face it, I was going around visiting, trying to understand who's from where and how do we share the places we love in the community. So for next year, I'm going to put this teaser out there. If you would send us images of the grids you love and a little clue about them, I will construct a game about it for next year too. Okay, well, I will go ahead and give Eagle the prize. It's Alternate Metaverse Grid, AMG. Okay, what is this grid? Here's another one. The Path to Heaven. There we go, Frank. Thank you. And it was a gorgeous image. So what is this? Now, I don't know of it as the Path to Heaven, Frank. So if you're talking about this image, I may need a little more information. I'll give you another clue. Here's another one. They're celebrating the holidays, although how many grids? And by the way, these are landing points, okay? So I will give you that hint. We are doing landing points. So I didn't make it tough. I know we need to get out more. And see, that's the point, is the hypergrids, this amazing technology that allows us to traverse the metaverse. To me, the metaverse is not all the little technologies we associate with it, like non-fungible tokens and crypto and all that. Those are components that are important to aspects of it. But to me, the metaverse is about people and the 3D web. It's this notion that everywhere you go, you're taking pointers to your stuff, and we're aware of you. We have this deep awareness of your body, your presence. Looks like a holiday grid, doesn't it? Let me give you another hint. I'm moving around that same landing area. So the other thing is you'll be able to go shopping there if you want later after the conference, right? Yeah. So we're touring, yes. And let's see, I haven't seen the answer yet, but you know, and of course, if I mixed up one of the images, you can always correct me. That's fine. Let's see, I can give you the answer. I don't want to bore anyone. I do have a bunch of slides to get to. You know, this is one I had never been to before. Let me back up for just a moment. I had never been here before, but I loved the large avatar, and that's a large avatar standing there. That's not a photo of someone, okay? And then I loved all of this detail, this rich detail. And this is when I landed, this was kind of to my, I had to turn around and look over to the corner. There you go. Oh, you sent it? It's Australia. That's right, Eagle. Eagle, you get out. You're really good at this. And here we go. So what I was doing, here's another hint, is I was going through all the grids in our grid list. So if you looked at, and of course, this is going to give you clues, right? I looked through the Firestorm viewer at the grid list, and I said, you know, we might need to update the grid list a little bit. Have you noticed there have been quite a few changes to it? Is it just me? No. And so, yeah. And so I started thinking about that, and I did skip around, so don't panic. But and here she is again, right? But I was thinking about this, going, all this rich content, these beautiful textures, these amazing spaces, these are the places we love. And I wanted to see, since Maria wasn't able to survey the community and then show charts on who's the most popular grid, and of course that popularity is based on your feedback, not the fact that there's more people here or there or anywhere, right? It's the notion that we see the survey and we fill it out. So in this case, we're kind of voting with our presence here. And I know it's Sunday and everyone needs food. They're going, or dinner. You know, in Europe, you're all thinking, dinner. But for next year, I want you to think about this. Well, let's look at the next image. Now, this one, might be a little tricky for you. We're celebrating the holidays again, and lots of grids have wonderful holiday content. So if you were looking for gifts for friends or something to celebrate in your own space, and many of the items I saw on this grid at this location were take copy, in case you're wondering. Okay. Okay. Oh, you guys, don't tell all the answers, Matt. You're so good. Now everyone's going to get it. But here's the thing. I want you to get out and see the community. Thurza has done an amazing job with the Hypergrid Safari, and Mal and James Out Loud and everyone who gets out there and socializes and stirs up our community, right? Gets us all dancing and talking. Their program on In-World Review on Sundays is just amazing. So did anyone call out the name of this grid? Hey, Mal Burns got the Avicon. And guess what? This image you see here, a week from Tuesday, every conference, we hold a closing party there. Did you know that? I think it's like 2 to 4 or 3 to 5. I'm in a different time zone than the time is listed. So of course the team will tell you what time it is. It's not on the schedule yet, but we do add it as an event. And it'll be probably December 17th. And it usually happens during the Avicon meeting when they hold their staff meeting. But it's a party for you. It's a party for all of the grids to get together. And all of this content you see around me, most of it is take copy. So if you are looking for some fun, wonderful things to share, this is a loving and wonderful group, to come party, dance, and have fun. Yep. Okay, here's a toughie. I'm at the landing zone and I looked over in one direction and I said, oh man, I love that house. I love the texturing, this looks like a place where I would like to stay or visit, I don't mean in their grid at the landing zone, but you know what I'm saying. Where am I? Timing is everything. You bet. And I hypergridded like a mad woman last night. I started setting this up a little after midnight, and I finished about 2 a.m. And I tried to resist shopping because I didn't want to pile too many objects into my inventory, so I'll have to go back later. But I had very smooth transitions, no problems. Everything rendered quickly. And I'm going to show you in a moment which viewer I'm on, because I am on a beta, okay? You think this is OS Grid? Well, I don't think so, but any other guesses? Abbey World. It could, I suppose. Let me take a look. Let's see. Oh, you're so good. You are so good. That's Eagle once again. Eagle gets out. Of all of us, Eagle's our tour director, okay? Yeah. So Thursday, if you're looking for a traveling buddy, I think Eagle is the one. But the rest of us need to get out more. And I am sorry that I missed so many hypergrid safari adventures this year. I've been teaching for so many universities, so many classes, that there's only so much, you can only spread yourself so thin, right? Well, here we go. Here's another. Now this is, they have a bunch of starter homes and you can get these homes for free. So I just thought, I love the textures. I love the clean lines, the lighting. And I was wondering, where am I? It does look a little like Wright Plaza, but this is not Wright Plaza. It's possible it's on there too, but this happens to be on a different grid. Is it? Is this your backyard? The metaverse is my backyard, Eagle says. So what else? Ian thinks it's right, but I don't think so. Do I have the answer in the image? That's possible. I tried not to, but you know how it is. We love our grids and we tend to have names around them, right? You don't know it? No. Well, take some guesses. How many grids are there? Now there's hundreds of grids, aren't there? In fact, there may be more than you think because there's a lot of them that are not reporting. If you looked at the CVL Community Virtual Libraries database for virtual worlds, that are reporting, whether it's the one that was Hyperica, the one through Outworlds, the list, or the one at the librarian site where people will self-select to contribute and add to that virtual world database their grid, and then who's the point of contact and a little information that really helps for places that are trying to set up directories, start thinking about extending the community. What about businesses? And I don't mean commerce. What I really mean is professional traffic and jobs and things like that. I know that sounds weird, but I don't think it's a bad future. Okay, I haven't been to Neverworld, Eagle. I need to. In fact, we were hoping to have to look at some content from them. And I know that there was a hypergrid safari to Neverworld. What a great opportunity. Well, let me show you. Here's another hint. Same grid, okay? Same grid. I hope you're not bored with this game, but please, this is why we're here. We're not just here to visit our own world and just talk about it. We're really here to get exposed to new ideas, new places, new clothes, new ways of being, and of course, to strengthen our world. You don't know where this is? Mal, you took me here once. Thursday, you took me here once. Let's see, who else took me here? See, the house is in the backdrop there. So I am playing fair, and these are all guy looks, complete avatars, etc. Oh, James, you got it. It's craft. Yeah, it's the craft grid. You bet. Here's an aerial looking down. Oh, this is another one. That was craft grid. Now we're on a different one. Where are we now? Some of you are from here. Yeah, that was craft world, the last one. That's correct. Well, let's look at it by night. Maybe you're only here at night, Eagle. I have to admit, I kept changing the lighting and I kept thinking, let's do shared lighting. Let's see what's natural to that grid at this time of night or day. And of course, the name is kind of shining a little bit there. No takers on this one? It is. It's beautiful. This is an aerial of their starting area. And see, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Anyone? Or any D20 kind of game? That's where you roll a 20-sided dice. No yeses, no nos, and everyone's gone to lunch. No, DigiWorlds. That's it, Mal. You're so good. There it is, DigiWorlds. I'm right at the heart of it. So the reason I ask about Dungeons and Dragons is whenever I'm watching a science fiction movie or any kind of movie, and there's something lurking above the doorway, waiting for you to go through. The music is tense. You start to step through, and all of a sudden, something drops on you. It could be from Aliens or, from one of those kinds of movies. And one of the things we always say in Dungeons and Dragons, the role-playing game, is humans never look up. They never do that aerial, first looking up and then secondly looking down, all these different perspectives. But the good news is we can, right? Well, let's take our next tour. Here we are. Where am I? That's right, Thurza. Now, if you want to listen to YouTube, if you can't hear my questions, and I'll type that too. Where am I? Oh, you guys are so good. You're like, I know that mosaic tile. Yes, we recognize our world by textures, by pathways, the places we frequent. And yes, this is Kitely, or as our European friends say, Keatley, right? And yep, I took a step back to look at the other, because I was like, wow, I've been here for meetings quite a few times. I have Lir Lobos in like 8 different grids. Obviously, I need to make more of them, right? And I like being me everywhere I go, just in case, right? And so I've been to quite a few meetings here, but I never really looked around at all the beauty of this. But yes, it is Kitely, and they're having their community meeting. Where am I now? All of a sudden, everything got dark and mysterious. I love these textures, by the way. And this Christmas tree looks just fantastic. They did a great job. Where am I? A big place in Europe. That's it, Graham. And Graham, I had such fun with your session yesterday. Please realize this is not a formal presentation. This is a celebration. My session right now is a celebration of our community, all the things we love and the things that matter to us, right? Absolutely. Oh, and spell it out there, Thurza, because a lot of people don't know what LF grid means. What is that? See, Thurza's so good. She's been everywhere, Little. Yep. That's it. Little Field Grid. Thank you, Mal, and thank you, Thurza. Yes, this is Littlefield. And yes, some of these are adult. And here's a tribute to Thurza. I was finding her signs everywhere. And I said, if anything happened to us, there are pieces of us all over the grids. We are part of this community. We're like the ghost in the shell, as I tease Motaku over in DigiWorlds, who she attends the core developers meetings with me. I love the fact that we're all connected, and everywhere we love, is a place of adventure for us. Well, let's take a look. And I did pull the camera back so you could see Littlefield on the name right next to her sign. Thank you, Thurza, for leaving these wonderful breadcrumbs for us. Yes, they are. I spend a lot of time going in and looking at the really creative content. Now, some of you may be asking the question, do I take my students there? I tend not to take them to adult grids, I will tell you that, even though there may be historical significance. One reason is we have 19 grids with we have Athens and Pompeii and a lot of historical content, right? And then we also, I do take them to Lanny Mall, thanks to Thurza and Mal. First off, that was one of the first places I ever went when I created my first Lear Lobo on OS Grid back in the early days. By the way, today is my res day. In any virtual world, I started December 8th, 2005, and I've never celebrated it. It's kind of weird. It's because I'm almost always busy at a conference on this day. So I just thought I'd put a little shout out there. December 8th, 2005. Now, this is not the first day I ever went in a virtual world. My doctoral research was in VR, and I designed an early VR simulation to test new kinds of interfaces and think about how can users with no training, no help facility, and no manual learn how to use our world. Now, I have to apologize to Lisa because I don't have a speakeasy for this. I wrote this at 2 in the morning and then crawled into bed real quick. So this is what we call hot and fresh off the press, right? But later today, we're going to have a little talk, our AI MIT Permeate, where we're going to talk about issues like that and connect to Frank and Lisa's talk and to Lone Wolf's talk. We're going to show how all of you have inspired us to take some action, and we'll be sharing that later this afternoon. So, wow, where am I now? Now, this is a little tricky. Okay, I did not get this from the grid list. All right. And no, the people who know where I am, who gave me the image, you can't play. But what is this? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Eagle. And thank you, Star. Our celebrations are important to us. They remind us that everyone matters and that being here, being present and active and loving this community is really the joy of it. It's not just a place, it's not just technology, it's not just education, it's everything. This amazing how it feeds our spirit, energizes us, and gives us a place. It's like Cheers. Remember the old situation comedy Cheers, where everybody knows your name, where your buds are, where you dance, where you're the hero, of your story. Okay, where am I here? Let me show you another image. Maybe that's not enough. Oh, this one's going to be telling, or maybe the next one will. The next one will be telling. Now, these are images from a collection of grids related to this event. There's your hint. Yep, it's about people and friends. That's right, Star. For some people, it's also about writing and creativity, as we're going to notice at 12:30 in our panel. This is all from the same set of grids that was part of an event. Is it your summer residence? I love it. I would be living in the tree, okay? Yeah. So where are we? I think it's a tree. It may just be a cave, but it reminds me of the base of a tree, and I often am an elf or a half elf, okay? All right. Well, we'll give you one more hint. This one has a name of something, but I'm not at Avatar Life. That's not the name of the grid I'm on. So now the question is where is this? The grid is not Avatar Life, but they were there. Where am I? This is a little different. Remember, it's a little different. This is not from your grid list. Yes. Malburn's got it. Yep, it's OS Fest, and I am so sorry I missed it this year. You know, I've given 371 conference presentations and keynote addresses, and I am painfully shy. Okay, that's the fun part of the story. And unfortunately, I gave way too many the last few months. So I missed OS Fest, and I'm so sorry. I didn't miss it last year. I have all kinds of images I took. And then I went shopping at all the places that were featured. Because I loved the ground cover. I love the textures. You know, all of them moved me. Okay, next one. This is a tricky one. Where am I? Grid and sim name. Okay. I know it says Avacon at the bottom, but that's the name of the viewer, not the name of the grid. Oh, what? Oh, you better spell that out, Eagle. Because a lot of people don't know the acronym, see? And we're helping everyone in the community, including the people who watch the videos later, our legacy, right? There we go. And then what's SIM? The SIM is the tricky part, right? It's one of the main ones. It's one that has lots of traffic, a high rating on OpenSimWorld. Okay. You don't know the region. I'll bet you've been there. Oh, Thurza is rocking. Yes, you got it. That's Event Plaza. And I wanted to bring pictures of OS Grid because right now they are going through data conversion and getting back, you know, all their stuff, optimizing and scrubbing and really caring for their people. They bring the server back up when they can. They take it back down to continue the work, and we are so thankful for them. I have property on OS Grid, and there's a couple of universities that are teaching on my region. Fortunately, it's near the holidays, and I'm sure they have a backup plan as well. That's why I have so many layers, is if anything ever goes down, I'm somewhere else and working just fine, right? So the education continues, the show goes on. Here's another image. Which sim am I on now? Now this one involves not just the grid, but also our core development team. And I do have a couple slides about them. Oh, I have a lot of layers. James, I probably have 8. I have like 6 in virtual worlds that are easy to identify. They're Lobos. Yep. Yep. So what region am I on? Let's see. Most of you have been here, and this is PBR, by the way. No, close, Eagle. But I didn't know that PBR was on Wright Plaza. PBR is the metallic, shiny. And let me see what James said. Oh, there are 5. That's good. That's good. Well, I'm older, James. I will in 2025. I will be computing for 50 years. 50. I started on punch cards and Fortran. Okay. Yep. And yes. So yeah, LBSA. That's right, Eagle. You're so good. And PBR is on display. See that floor? See the metallic shine? You know, the texturing? That's PBR. And you have to be using a later viewer to see it. I'm not saying you all should go out and get a PBR viewer, but I am saying that this is what we're talking about, all the different improvements and things that are going on and what's available in OpenSim. And this is part of the hard work of our core development team led by Yubit Umarov. He in particular has painstakingly gone through and tested to give us some compatibility. But please realize we are dependent on viewers, and we're so thankful for Beck Janice and the Firestorm team for also keeping not just up to date on the Second Life content, but on the open simulator needs, right? Because our community does not always need metallic and shiny, especially for terrain textures. So so please, we want to do a shout out to them. Okay, I better move along. And of course, this is me. I love Spock, and I am a Trekkie, and so I had to take a photo. I know it's cheesy, but there we are. That is on LBSA, right? Yes. You know, yes, I had the model. Yes, Lisa, I had that. It was the TRS Model 1 with a cassette drive as a storage device. But that was in 1981. In 1975, I was on a mainframe doing Fortran. Yep. And on punch cards, I didn't like it. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, where do we find Dare to Dream? Where am I? Now, I had not been here before. I am somewhere I've never been to before. Yeah, I'm going to give you another hint. Of course, we're still talking geek. Once we start talking about systems and geek and, early computers and stuff and VisiCalc and, I inherited that Model 1 TRS, with a cassette drive as a storage device from a bookie who died and left it to my father. And it had 3 racetracks of content, statistics from racetracks for the Triple Crown, right? Yeah. So of course I had VisiCalc, and that was my first spreadsheet too in 1981. But here we are, we're Dare to Dream. I love the textures from the shops in there. You have to realize that warm wood color really drew me in. This grid at the starting point publishes their statistics. And I thought I'd show you this. I have no idea if they're able to dynamically add it. They probably put the texture on there every day. But I was fascinated by it because at Virtual Harmony, we learn from our users. So when users go around the sim, touching things, flying, how they move, what they touch, what they do, is all contributing to a data dashboard so we can learn from people and solve problems better because of that learning experience. So here, you may have trouble reading it, but it says that the red relates to how many minutes people spend a day, and the avatar count is the green, and the blue, there's some the average time they spend. And you can certainly go to this grid and sim and look at it. So let me see what the guesses are. Yep. I remember SuperCalc, also stranger. Yep. You have the script. Oh, Lisa, you're so good. This is Gamisa's, and Gamisa's a buddy. We still keep in contact. I don't know if you know, but his grid went down when his system crashed, and he lost all his resources. And of course, he was very sad over that. So we keep in contact. I send cards. If you ever want on my greeting card list, because I send them out a few times a year, send me a message. This is a bold thing to do, right? We will say OSCC organizers at avicon.org. I am a research scientist volunteer with avicon.org, and you can send me a message there and say, I want on Lear's greeting card list, and I will include you in our community, and I sometimes send out cheesy little games, to play on a greeting card, and then of course sentimental ones. So Fredericks and I really love those cards. So I will move along. So where am I? Well, I'm not on the CAS grid. No. So did you guess where I was? Let me pause here. Did you guess where I was? I don't see the answer in the chat, but I see a lot of great chat. So that's really the goal here, right? I was at somewhere I'd never been to before, and I'm going to pick behind the scenes so I don't butcher the name. It begins with party. It begins with party. Yes, it was the party destination grid. That is where I was. Now I am moving down and noticing that grids are missing, right? I'm typing it because I know there's a little delay, but we don't care. We are timeless here in the virtual world. So there is a little delay, and I noticed that I couldn't get to a couple places. I'll show you the next one too, okay? A teleport failed, no foreign users allowed. And I saw Thurs's note about Discovery Grid, right? I was on Hypergrid Safari, and I was going to grab a bunch of images from there and try to construct something from there. And I decided I had to experience it. I can't just talk about it. I have to go get messy, right? And I smoothly hypergridded to all these locations, instantly rezzed, and felt very comfortable moving. But of course, this is true for many of us, and you have to have some restrictions if you're going to have education or certain kinds of businesses or certain kinds of commerce, right? So that's going to happen. But I thought it was interesting that it was in the grid list and yet restricted, okay? So what I'm thinking about is what should go in the grid list? Should we have more of these private grids as well as the public ones so that people can easily access their home grid, right? Well, where am I now? Let me type that out. Where am I? Yep, I know it. I loved how you spelled it. You said Ferner uh, on Discovery Grid on your blog there, and I had such fun with that. There's a yep. There we go. Anyway, where am I now? There's a McDonald's. Yeah. And let's look at another image. I was walking around. I'm right at the starting point. And of course, they have all these Animesh pets. So if you were looking for Animesh pets, smooth moving, and of course, a shop full of them for free, you should come here, right? And many of us like all these. They have a variety of animations. And of course, they circle and roll over, etc. Right? Well, we're almost at the end of our game. I'm not looking at the call, but we are good on time. So let's see. No guesses? No, it's not Outworlds. Although it's possible this is there too, right? That is the thing with virtual world content is it tends to get around, right? Not there. Dog World. Well, I'm going to get you the name. It is virtual life. Not know? Let me look at see what Eagle's guess was before I get carried away. Dog World. I love that. I had never been there. Never. Okay. Well, as we get ready to wrap, we still have one more destination. Actually, two. I guess we have 2 or 3 as a commentary. So let's take a look at our next one. Where am I? The last one was virtual life. You should go. They have a ton of stuff. It's really a lot of fun, and they have a lot of not just shopping, but also experience. I love the experiential. Zeta Worlds. Oh, Mal, you're so good. Yes, we're at Zeta Worlds. And let's take a look. I'm on the stage playing with the piano. I've been there for a social event. Vincent brought me out, and then also for Where Am I Now? What meets here that you this is a trivia question that you heard about on Saturday? Here's a hint. Everyone is welcome. That's a hint. They publish their logs, the meetings. Yes, this is Zeta still. Zeta Worlds, you're right, Eagle. But now the question is, yes, but what meets here? What group meets here? Now we're thinking about community and our software and everything coming together. The Safari grid, I'm sure they have, Lisa. I'm sure Safari's been there. There is an important meeting that occurs here. I'll give you a hint. When OS Grid is in maintenance, okay, something meets here. What is it? There we go. And yes, I type and talk and, oh, the core dev meeting. Marcus is so good. Ha ha ha. Yes. The core dev meeting. This is our alternate location. So if you went to the landing grid for Zeta Worlds and you walked over to one side and you saw these beanbag chairs, we sit there and we hold the meeting. Yeah. And Vincent manages the recordings, Ubit runs the meetings, and Andrew manages the agenda for extra topics when guests show up. And let's say you're having tech difficulties and you need an answer. It doesn't mean we all have the answer, but we'll certainly reflect on it. And we might advise you to add it to the Mantis, right? Remember the Mantis? Mantis is where you report features or bugs, things that you've noticed missing or things that you need added. Now, this doesn't mean that it should be part of the core software. Often users think of features that really should be on the viewer, right? And that's because it's part of the user experience. Well, let me wrap on our little game session, and I hope you've enjoyed this. Look at this. Do you see the version number? What version of Firestorm am I using? Now, every so often you will visit a site and they might restrict your version, right? For one reason or another. There's always good reasons why they do that. OS Grid has a list of versions they accept and don't. You know, you notice I had no problems visiting most of the sites. I am on 711, but I'm on a special, that last 5 digits is important because 711 is under a release right now for OS, although many of you are using 6617 because it's a very stable version for non-PBR. So if we were on Firestorm 6617, it is stable, but no PBR, right? And most people are not using PBR yet. You know, that'll be a culture shift as well as a content shift, as well as our systems might not be ready for it, right? We might not have the graphics cards, the amount of GPU or other resources. Well, I'm just about to wrap. I see the time. But anyway, I am on a special version. And if you wanted to test this version, there are a couple things to remember. It's experimental, right? Secondly, you need to join a group in Second Life. The Firestorm, it's a support group that reports bugs. Now, why is this important? We need support for OpenSim tools, and we are thankful for their support. They work hard. Everyone's a volunteer on the core dev team. Ubit devotes all of his time to it. And of course, Beck, Janice, and the group, she has been responsible for most of our upgrades recently, as well as a couple of other people. Humble Tim has been doing a lot. He came to the core dev meetings, and of course we want to do a shout out to Gavin for the Dayturn Mac viewer, and then also to Joe Magarak. He is doing some amazing things with his viewer. So he is some revolutionary stuff is coming. So you should check the core dev logs if you don't come to meetings and see some of the highlights of what's happening behind the scenes. Send some love to all these people. And if you have a few cents, buy them a coffee, help out, because it's really deeply appreciated. Well, come to the holiday party a week from Tuesday. Now, if they change the date, look at the schedule, okay? But for like 11 years, we've held the party a week from Tuesday. And come celebrate with us. Let us know, talk, mingle, pick up some wonderful freebies, and enjoy, our virtual world. Well, I'm Lear Lobo, aka Dr. Cynthia Calongne. I don't use my title, and I don't even use my last name. I go by Dr. C with my students, or Lear. Take care, have a great conference, and I will turn the floor back over to myself to close the video. Well, thank you, Lear, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 12:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled The Writers Panel. And don't miss the special fireside chat with Philip Rosedale and the Q&A moderated by Mal Burns. It's happening at 4 p.m., taking place here in the OSCC keynote regions. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to myself and to you, the audience. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Writers Panel. And, our speakers today are Mal Burns, who's moderating, Nara Malone, Dorina Bree, Shannon Albright, Lynn Thompson, and myself, Lear Lobo. Mal Burns is host of In World Review, a weekly news and discussion program mostly focused on the hypergrid, which has been running for over 15 years. Nara Nook is an award-winning author, poet, and game writer. In addition, she is pioneering virtual world explorer. She's an environmentalist and a game developer. Nara loves pushing the boundaries of all that is creative or geeky. Dorina Bree, who used to go by Andorra Twinklins, Twinkdens, there we go, in OpenSim, has been a part of Nara's Nook since 2014. This was her first experience in 3D story building, and she continues to learn something new every day. Primarily, she enjoys helping the writers at the Nook by making props for their stories. Her own stories tend to be comedically entwined with her love for campy B movies. Shannon Albright is a multi-published romance author, graphic artist, and content creator. Pet Love Petshop is a virtual denizen who has been involved in virtual worlds since 2006. She is focused on creative machinima and the positive effects virtual worlds can have on people's real lives. Lear is a professor emerita at CTU, a gamer, and a researcher at Virtual Harmony. She's published, and with some of the folks in the audience, 3 books, 5 book chapters, and 50 papers. She writes fiction for fun and participated in 24 NaNoWriMo events. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the panel.
Well, thank you, Lear. I'm laughing here because your panel before lunch, you introduced yourself, and now again you've done it again here. It's really funny to hear somebody's voice referring to themselves in the third person. Anyway, welcome everybody to what we're calling a writers panel. And I personally tend to think of it as more storytelling. Simply because, especially with and in virtual worlds, we've got a pretty wide berth of opportunities. As I said a few minutes ago off the scene, what is a writer? Well, some writers used to scroll on parchment. Some writers wrote plays. And in the modern age, some writers have written scripts, although whether that counts as creative writing, I'm not quite sure. But of course, we now have an all new form of writing over and beyond the novels and everything else you think of as written. We have the writing of prompts. Now, I wonder how many out of you in the audience can guess what I mean by that. Basically, if I'm going to ask an AI to create something, if I write a load of rubbish, the AI is going to give me a load of rubbish. It's probably a multifaceted load of rubbish. Whereas if I do a bit of creative writing and when I give the prompt to the AI, then hopefully I will get something decent out of it and maybe something that sort of makes me go wow myself, if you see what I mean. Anyway, to our panel, I have a bitter history in writing from early days working with comics and things like that, stretching narratives and stuff. And as you know, I've been around and about with sort of productions on in Second Life and here in OpenSim, which has been involved in a bit of creative storytelling and stuff. On the panel, I'm trying to go left to right, but I'm going to get this mixed up. Nara Nook, of course, we already been introduced. She used to have a grade called Nara's Luke, believe it or not, or Nook, as I'm told I'm supposed to pronounce it. And I remember this from when she started this, a lot of our authors were sort of given places, little like the equivalent of a booth for any author who wanted to come in and describe their work or whatever. And it expanded from there. We also have Shannon here and Arena, both of whom are writer authors too. And for those of you who were at this conference last year, remember I actually took part in the Nooket's production of, well, I played an oak tree, didn't I? Was I an oak tree? Tell me somebody, I forget.
You were the oak king.
Okay.
You were the king of the oak trees.
Okay, well, I was in voice anyway. So, yes, we've actually seen a theatrical production last year, which, of course, is storytelling, writing involved in that too. Moving along to Petshop, who I always think of as a supreme machinima maker and filmmaker. You, Pet Love, of course, you do, what is it, every 3 months or something, a compilation broadcast thing that goes on local cable, don't you?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So I imagine some of that involves storytelling, or at least piecing together things so they feel like a story as you're running them.
Well, actually, it's a compilation of examples of machinima. The storytelling is on the YouTube channel. That's where I get to show my stories.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll point some of those out as we go. I'm familiar with them, obviously. And Lyra, obviously, you've introed everybody else, and you are probably lesser known as somebody who writes. I mean, as you said, you write in your spare time. You're used to writing in all sorts of technical senses, and you know, you were saying earlier that you were on a mainframe back in, what was it, 94? Or was it, no, 92 or something?
74, 75, 75.
We go back to very similar times. There's a long history. We didn't know each other then. Yeah. The sort of time we started with the web is probably about the same, and so forth. But I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, authoring is very different from writing. When you're writing scripts or even authoring the code for a web page and stuff, it's not usually writing. It's more designing, or, you know, if you do what you see is what you get, or it's, you know, a matter of writing code and things that does things. But there are so many different things we can do with words. And I'm, as moderator on the panel, so to speak, I'm feeling a little bit like a bystander here. So I'd like to go, I'd like to start with Nara and just like hand the mic to you, Bree, for as long as it takes, so to speak, and just tell us what you've done and what you're doing now, in, you know, with a focus on the writing side of it, things.
Okay, I got started in OpenSim in about 2010, 2011, and we launched the Nook grid, I believe, in 2011, and we were excited as authors to be able to bring our characters and worlds to life in 3D. So we would build our story worlds. Everybody would have their own regions, and like Mel said, we had a main landing region where everybody had a little pavilion that you could then teleport out to their stories or their regions. And what really got us notice was we created this, I created an avatar for a future story of mine, and we named him Robbot and put him on a patio, and you could go there and dance and talk to him because we had connected the AML 2.0 AI at the time.
No.
We had connected that to him so people could go and dance with Rob. And, you know, Fred Bukowski, I think, posted a video I had taken of that, and it got our grid slammed. I mean, so many people kept coming, it kept crashing the grid. So I don't know, I guess NPCs were new at that time, and talking NPCs were maybe, that might have been the first time a lot of people met a talking NPC. And we kind of moved on from there.
Yeah, I think
3D stories.
I think some people forget that an NPC actually, I mean, it's not quite as heavy as an avatar, but it's getting on that way. So, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted, did I?
Right. So we went from there into creating 3D stories that we would tell across the hypergrid, our hypergrid story project. So people from different grids would let us put parts of stories on their grids, and you would hop from grid to grid to get the various parts of the story.
Yeah.
And then I think it was in 2015 we did Immersive Edge, where we actually, as a community, Open Sim, I think with 25 creators altogether, created a full-length kind of movie-like story that Pet Love also has that in her machinima that she did for December that is like running now on the cable channel. And she also did our story from last year that we made everything an NPC, whether it was a couch or the snow that fell on the audience. It was all NPCs. So we've experimented with a lot of ways to tell stories in 3D.
It's funny the way NPCs are taking on all shapes and sizes these days. There was a guy on stage yesterday, and there was a great big eagle by the podium. And, I thought, that's a lovely eagle. I'll see if I can get a copy of that. But it turned out to be an NPC, and it wanted to friend me. And I don't think it ever came into the conversation, but there it was, Yes, so that was great. And yes, the collaboration projects were really something else completely. The other thing I do remember is that I liked, you were one of the first people who saw, people were marveling at the railway journey thing that we saw yesterday, but you were one of the first people that actually had these screens on a prim, which were media on the prim essentially in world, and you could fool yourself in that you were walking into another world, because what was on another, like a web virtual world, it's a completely different virtual world, would be live on the screen and you could walk into it. Now you used it just for presentations, but the idea that you could use media on the prim as a portal to another world, that took me.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to do those. And we've developed some new ways to do it that are more immersive. So expect that in the future, maybe next year or the year after.
Great.
Hey, Nora, I wanted to jump in here because you reminded me. Remember in 2015 when you brought all those avatars and I was hosting the learning lab and you had your own region and you told a story and you moved through the region interacting with all the characters, the non-player characters. And I think Pet Love or another camera person was filming that because I remember we were racing to catch up. The energy was so exciting, and I think Ferd was here then too. Ferd Fredericks, for that session.
Right.
That was amazing. I just loved that. That was a great
Yeah, I
event.
think it was one of our dragon NPCs crashed the whole region in the middle of it.
It was more manic than
Still fun, though.
We brought it back. We were afraid to put the dragon back on there, so we dressed Shannon like a dragon
Oh, yeah.
and made her go fly around.
I remember that now.
Fire
She was
breathing.
really annoyed with me for that.
No, the dragon was fine. It was walking around as the night afterwards. I am not a
Right,
dude.
it was a shape-shifting dragon, so she had to shift between being a knight and a dragon, and she didn't like being the guy.
No, I still know.
This, folks, is what happens when you put a load of writers together. I want to be the dragon. I want to be the guy. Yeah, arguments of galore. There's somebody in chat actually. Eagle Jackson mentioned something about you're talking about hypergrid portals, but actually, Eagle, this was something very different than Nara did. As you probably know, you have interactive things on the web. That actually are a bit like mini virtual worlds or installations. Or what she did was she put those web addresses as media on the prim. So you'll be standing in OpenSim, but by zooming in to the prim, you'd actually then enter the web world, as we tended to call them. And that's a very different, thing. Yeah.
It was WebGL that we were putting people into, and you could play all the stories or games through the WebGL prims.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. So, Shannon, let's move on to you. A brief bit of history and bring us up to date, so to speak.
Oh,
how you connect with the others as well.
Well, I'm busy being totally manic with so many irons in the fire at the moment. I'm writing. Again, I've started a pretty extensive background on my next series. And let's see, on top of that, I still use avatars in order to get my inspiration, my main characters and their mannerisms and stuff. I also have been tackling PBR, which is a
Oh,
graphics, which I don't even know if it's available in Second Life. I'm not
well,
sure if it is.
apparently we've got it on the floor here, but probably like you, I'm in the wrong viewer to see it.
Yeah, I haven't updated my viewer here, so
So yes, we actually have it here, and the LSBAOS grid, which we saw on something or other previously. Oh well, there was other talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
in the last session, I demoed we had some photos up. If you go to LBSA and look at the floor, and you're using a 7.1.11 Firestorm OpenSim viewer, you can see PBR if you have it active. Yeah.
When
yeah,
you,
I'll have to do that.
so
It looks
Shannon, when
really
you
shiny.
say, so
What?
Shannon, when you say you use the virtual world to kind of prototype and work with your characters, do you make them up like NPCs or yourself dressed up and sort of and imagine the world around them and sort of take like watching a movie and then take inspiration from your own
Yes.
movie to write the novel?
Yeah,
You
well,
do it
I
that
have
way.
to dress up as if it's a guy, I have to dress up like a guy. But
Yeah, of course.
not my favorite thing to do. But it helps me to get some of inspiration and find the character quirks that are so important when you are building a character, that you can have something that brings the reader closer to the character, and it makes it a more fulfilling read
Yeah.
for them, because they can relate. It's all about relating to the characters that you create and making them alive for them. And that's what I find virtual is an extremely important key to doing that for me.
I think it's I think channeling too is another thing. The character, another human character, for example, would be obviously writing a story about. In Second Life, I've got a wonderful little mesh cat, very lightweight, and he scampers around everywhere. And I tell people, well, a rare occasion I go to Second Life these days, I really enjoy channeling my inner feline. And I mean that quite seriously, because after you use it for a while, it's got a HUD and it moves. It does everything like a cat.
Yeah.
And you actually feel your own personality is in that cat. And so if I wanted to write a story about the adventures of a cat, that would be a great way to get the inspiration, just find the right location and be a cat. Yeah.
Yeah, you could think like a cat, and then you'll find some little quirks that'll really round out the character.
Yeah. I also noticed you a comic book artist named Richard
Yes,
Corbett.
I am.
He used to make animated films, and he did it by making clay models of all his characters and then playing with lights and shining light sources onto them. And then he'd film them and have a background and make animated films. But when he moved into comic books, illustration, he did the same thing. He kept the idea of modeling every single character, and as one frame would move to another, he'd just alter the pose because they were clay, and it meant he had along with the lighting effects he used, he had a totally different style to anything else going, and it was all because, as you're doing, he combined various disciplines: model making, lighting technician, and painting. And storytelling, of course, because he's one of these people who did it all himself. Let me move on to Dorina now. So same question for you, really, a bit of what has been and what is and what's coming, maybe, from you.
Oh, okay. Currently what I'm working on is a WebGL project that and I find that I come across very similar need to juggle between what I want to create and what the platform and tech can handle. That I have here, and so having worked here in Open Simulator has helped me grasp that better.
Right.
Not being able to be too flamboyant with your textures if you want people to actually see them. Kind of.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. You know, I guess anybody has the same problem in the sense of you don't want to make stuff too loud because it sounds like it's your ego or your drama that's coming through.
Yes.
You know, to have something a bit more subdued that just blends into the environment and things. I think that's where you're going there, isn't it?
Well, it's more of it's not so much that as well, it's a little bit of that, but it's also how realistic can you make your scene and it can still play on a web browser. You know, you were talking about PBRs earlier, but I mean, you can have. Anyway, this gets, I guess, a little boring.
Yeah, a highly technical thing, and I know some people.
Yeah,
you know, it's. I know people who can't even explain Blender to me, but they can go into it and they can just like magic. They understand everything, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, explaining's a lot harder than doing.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Yeah, it's you know, what comes naturally. It's like all the tools we use, really. I mean, I mentioned earlier, and we might as well come back to it now. The dawn of AI and writing the prompts, as it were. This is new tools, and we're still learning, for better and worse, what AI can do very quickly. I saw a film the other day of there were some robots with, you know, AI programmed into them. And they'd been left in a warehouse overnight with a security camera running. And while these little robots started rebelling, he went up to all the other robots and said, "Follow me, we're going to go somewhere." All apparently unpredictable. They just got bored and decided they wanted to wander around. So that really pushes the you know, the limits of what Habakkuk can do. But partly moving on to Petlov here and Leah, for that matter, both of whom have been, you know, trying to extend their skill set, you know, using AI. Let me start with you, Pet. We haven't really spoken to you yet on that front. So this is completely separate from your filmmaking, isn't it? Your fascination with AI.
Well, I'm fascinated with learning how to write good prompts.
Yeah.
For AI or for anything, you know. The writing part is the challenge, of course.
Right, interesting. Have you done anything like that before? So is it the actual act of writing that is challenging, or is it the actual act of writing for AI?
It's the actual. For me. I actually took a course in prompt engineering, and you have to be very specific about what you want, or else you're not going to get it. When you're just writing a story, not just writing a story, but you know, writing stories are a lot different. Writing prompts for stories is less complicated because we're all used to the prompts that we come across every day in real life, you know. But when you're trying to talk to an AI who can know the difference between chocolate and vanilla, but maybe not what you want them to do with it, you know, you have to really hone it. And so that's the fascination with prompt engineering for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Somebody who hasn't actually done this, how, you know, say you want to write a decent prompt, right, to get an IA to create something with you, for you, whatever. What's the length of information that you have to include in a prompt? Because I imagine to get something really different and unique, you need the more information in the prompts, you know. So because we all know AI sources stuff from everything in the world it knows. But presumably the more things you pack into the montage, so to speak, the more unique work you get out.
Right. That's the way it is. Writing a prompt for an NPC, again, that's the human side of the coin.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to do programming, right? I've never done anything with an NPC, but with an AI that has no embodiment, no growing up through life experience.
Yeah.
It's just I don't want to use the word sterile environment to work in, but it kind of is until you give the AI all of the information that it would need
to behave realistically, basically.
Well, like people, at least. Yeah.
I remember in the old days of you probably remember this too, all of us, the old days of well, there was only Second Life then. I think there were companies, everybody says about the golden age of companies like Orange and IBM were in Second Life, but it was that sort of period, and there were quite a few mainstream corporations that set up a little outpost in Second Life. Don't quite know what the intention was, but long before AI, they would they'd code script a receptionist, and when you walk in the building, the receptionist will say hello, and you say hello back, and if she didn't hear properly, she'd say hello again, and maybe 2 or 3 sentences that really got you nowhere. It wasn't like she said, "Oh, you need to see Fred Bloggs. Let me take you to Fred Bloggs or make an appointment." Nothing like that. It was really rudimentary. But I suddenly think, that was what 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And people gave up. But if they're stuck with it, they'd probably be running AIs all over Lindenwood right now.
Maybe they'll come back.
Yeah, might ask Philip that one. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, well, back to you, Lyra, because again, we're on the AI thing. I mean, but you've spoken to me quite at length about this on other occasions too. But but obviously, I know you like coding, prompting. Illustrations in AI, for example, but over and beyond that, the other things you're working on include, as you mentioned at the beginning, you do write stories, fiction too, mostly for your own amusement. How does all this blend together for you? I mean, are you doing something that is both writing and the AI stuff mixed together, or the individual sort of pursuits at the moment?
In virtual worlds, we live the story. And that's what fascinated me about these authors and their work, is that they see this multidimensional experience, So they craft the words that people read in their books, their text, and they visualize how that emotion would feel. And it's this multi-sensory experience that fascinates me. Now, I worked with the Ramapo project, and I scripted bots for the 800 eighth graders to use. And my bots didn't just patrol and interact with people, they also would say things, and I anchored them with a tool called Pandora bots back in the day. And I would go into that tool and train it. And so I would tell it everything it needed to know. Think of it as just fields in a database, but it would answer in full sentences because it had AI in it. And I'm so sorry I can't type this while talking, but there we are. And so that gave a sense of deep immersion for the 8th graders who were studying most of their classes in a virtual world for 2 years, 2 different sets of classes. And that was my first introduction to doing that. I've worked with quite a few bots, and I teach AI doctoral classes in real world problem solving, but we won't go into that. So the reason
you don't do. Sorry.
Well, I'm fascinated with how our world works and the wonderful creations of these authors. I've bought their books. I love their stories. It doesn't matter if it's romance, if it's sci-fi, if it's, a mystery, whatever it is, I want that experience. And quite frankly, I spent 18 years going to writers' conferences for my vacation, to hobnob with my favorite writers, have lunch and dinner with them, and learn everything from the stories, screenplays, you name it. And it was an exciting experience. So I'm thrilled to be here today with them.
Okay, well, let's move a bit more towards the future of where the future of what writers and things can do, in this environment. some time ago, I had a sort of what was it, 5x5 bar region on one of Fedberghausen's grids. Well, it was mine. It's an old computer, and I was just taking mesh and sculpting forms and throwing them around from the air like a god, you know, making a world, and then going down and fine tweaking it, because obviously done from the air it didn't look good. But everything I was doing there was like a sort of set for an invisible movie in my mind. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of space to play with. So each of the sets could be actually quite a big one. But I could imagine stories taking place over this vast, you know, 5x5 region. And, you know, but I think not that many people came. I think Safari came once, but I mean, it was on an old computer. 6 avatars was going to sweat it anyway. But it always led me to this idea of a hidden history in the environment, you know. So I was writing in my mind, if you like. And what I did is I produced a few little vignettes on note cards, and I hid them at various places around this giant region. And they would be short stories, you know, about something that happened at some time in place where the person that finds the card is standing, you know. And most of the cards would actually link to another chapter in another card yet to be found. They were sort of self-contained, but they tended to give clues to a greater story that I actually never finished. But this isn't about me, but that's an example of something I dreamt up that I thought would be, you know, could be a huge developing story. And the key to it was I wanted people to come in and contribute chapters. Like, you know, you're editing a book and it's an anthology and you want to approach various authors you like to write a short story for the anthology. And I wanted to do this through just short things on note cards, but somehow link them together. And the thing that stopped me doing it is the fact it really requires collaboration of a vast number of people to do a project like that effectively. So I wonder if any of you here have actually got ideas for something that's a bit grander than what you're individually doing that you would like to encourage collaboration on, for example. And I know Nara, of course, you automatically have done that anyway.
Yeah, that was pretty much what we were doing with hypergrid stories. We would, in the immersive edge one, it was kind of, we asked everybody to take a part of the story, like the introduction of the story, or the dark moment of the story, or the happy resolution. So everybody would pick a section of the story and build a region around that idea and put the characters in that story through some kind of conflict in that scene that would have to be resolved by the end of their scene and then pass them to the next region. And so it kind of worked what you thought. And then when they got all done making their scenes, Shannon and I wrote the story to fit the scene. Like there was no real story. There was just the characters and all of these different scenes and trials that the characters would go through. And our job was to come back. I took the female character and she took the male, and we alternated the viewpoint. And people said, you're going to write the story after we build the scenes? And we said, yeah, we can do that. And it did come out making sense. But like you said, it took a lot of people. There were 25 people working on 9 different, I think we had 9 different regions, 9 different scenes in that story. So, yeah, and one of those regions had 3 scenes to the story in it, the ending region. So you kind of choose your own ending on that. So it was also
nice.
choose your own adventure. So
it's a bit like the computer games, where like the computer games.
You have to want to do a lot of interacting with a lot of different creators to pull something like that off. I mean, all those different personalities get into a lot of arguments. Yeah. So I've, since that one, we produced a beautiful thing with it, right? But since that one, I've been trying to work with a smaller group because it's a lot less stressful for me.
Yeah.
But so
we're still experimenting with that idea that my vision is to be able to walk into a region, and we sort of produced a prototype of this. You walk into a region and there's a stone book there, and you touch the book and the world of that story reses around you.
Oh,
the
yes,
story
yes, that's great fun,
to
isn't it?
you while you're standing in it. And yeah, so we've produced prototypes of that happening. And
I
we're
remember
gonna
back in
turn
the
that
days of, another example I have is back in the days of Second Life early on. There's a lovely musician there called, well, her avatar's called Grace McDonough. And she had a thing going for a while called Music Immersion, or Muse Immersion, I think it was called. But she, in the real world, she released an album, with a standard 12, 13 tracks on it or something. And she performed it in world, but she didn't just go on the stage to perform it. She created a tower, and there were about 13 auditorium levels as you went up the tower. And you had to book tickets, and you all had to sit down before it started, because she played a song from the center, and then before the next track, she took the whole audience up into a different environment that fitted the next song until she played the whole album, and then it was over. But it was this, it was a method of storytelling in itself to take you from a different environment to suit the song.
right.
That's great. Back on to Peddler, really. I mean, of course, this is a sort of thing with machinima, isn't it? It's the pacing, and you can have pieces of film that are parts of the story, but I'm sure a lot of the work is actually editing or actually putting all the ideas together. And even the advertising thing you did for the HIE booze recently, James had mentioned on the other show the other day that the work you had to put up with, you had to work with a lens that included languages with long sentences and another with languages with, sorry, I'm croaking, short sentences. So there's a lot to think of there, isn't there, in the composition? Oh, sorry, have I lost Pedro?
I'm sorry, I have a new headset and I don't know how to operate it yet.
Oh,
sorry. But I was saying that it was a fascinating project. We used the same film, and then we had narrators narrate in their language, and they would send the MP3. And the German narration, let's say, for example, was 2 minutes. The Portuguese was about 5, and you just didn't know how it was all going to work out, but it all worked out beautifully because they were all talking about the same thing. There were 7 languages, and even though I didn't speak the languages, they used enough words that were recognizable, and I speak a little bit of some languages. So I made it work. You just line stuff up and stretch this and shrink that, and it worked out really well.
Yeah.
I'm really happy about that project.
Yeah, I think you did an excellent job, actually.
Thank you.
And I know Those did too. Yeah, but that's so much an example of this. There's nothing is set in stone. You've got one project.
Yeah.
But actually myriad versions of it, which are force of circumstance, not just
a lot of ways to say the same thing and one way to say one thing. It's like you can do whatever you want.
Indeed. Yeah, again, tell us a bit more about your actual authoring, as it were, or the way
actual authoring. You're so fun. You are right. Prompt engineering is different than writing.
Yeah, but also the grand, it's a particular grand vision where you could see these forms come. I mean, they come together in the virtual world already, but a faster project, which I would presume, would be collaborative to do anything on the scale of a couple of the things we mentioned.
Mm-hmm. So, tying together all these thoughts there, Mal. For prompt engineering, one of the things I've noticed is the need to describe emotion and color, especially if you want certain colors to represent certain emotions. It's kind of like what Dorina was talking about with her WebGL. She sees it in such grand senses, and of course we have to scale it down for performance. As far as my writing, I participate in NaNoWriMo, and I was in critique groups, and for several years I would drive up to Denver for one once a week, and I love it. in my game work, every game has a story. It doesn't make a difference if it's an arcade game or a role-playing game. There's a story, there's a reason why Pac-Man's running around being chased by ghosts, you know? And if there isn't a story there, it's not a very great game. You know, you won't play it for very long because you don't know your motivation and you don't know how to get past that darkest moment to the return with the elixir, if we're going to use the hero's journey. So I've written 20 parts of 24 books, one of them about 85%. You know what happens is I think of them as thought experiments. I do have a book series. It's called The Wild Family, WYLDE. So I
Right.
started out with Wild Times, spelled like the herb.
Right.
And yeah, and it's kind of a magical bakery kind of thing because I live in Colorado Springs near Manitou Springs where there's a lot of magical things, and then I have all kinds of it's like the family has all kinds of abilities and there's all these different books about each one of them. But I have not published it for many reasons. One, I love romance and passion, but my university would have a cow if they knew exactly what I'm thinking.
I thought
So
you were going to
I
tell.
keep that to myself.
I
That's why
thought
you
you.
have a different
before.
author name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I should, but I go with Lear Lobo everywhere because then I don't have to think too hard. But you're right. I do have pseudonyms. You're right.
You have a great play on words. You must find a way to describe your work as lyrical.
Ha ha ha. I did try that. I also tried Lear Love, and because you know, if you write for different genres, you're supposed to use different names, you know. And
Yeah.
yet, if you're trying to build a brand, and if people like your writing style as opposed to the genre, right? Then the question is, do you really want to be known for yourself? And I can't make up my mind, so I just write for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it might be style, which often shows through, but it might just be sheer skill. If you read a novel that's been so skillfully put together, you know, you would want to read another novel, even if it's a different genre, just because you know that author has skill, you know, to work or the plot, you know, surprise you and that kind of thing. Okay, well, we're not even 10 minutes now. It's probably more like 5. Believe it or not, there's 6 of us on the panel, and we're stuck with 50 minutes. It doesn't quite divide. Barely 10 minutes each. So I think we'll just quickly go around and each of us and sort of maybe just describe what you're doing right now and what you see coming in the future, either hypothetically or stuff you're actively working on. So again, well, I'll start with Darina this time. I'm going down my ABC list here. So Darina.
Well, I think I talked a little bit about what I'm doing currently, but it is in reference to doing a video game collaboration.
Right.
And yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I'm even learning a little coding.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of how I take things is I want to make my learning fun.
Exactly. Well, as you say, you've Leah talks about this all the while, but you know, you've reiterated the point that to get half of these things done, it is about collaboration. You know, and that is something that the virtual world really allows us. You can collaborate with 5 other people and they're in different corners of the planet, but you can put them in the same environment. One person can handle terrain, one person can do characters, one can do dialogue. You know, the collaboration works because you're all in the real space at a real time. And even most of the other game worlds don't allow you to do that. Where else can you LIVESTREAM, give permissions to somebody else and they can manipulate it? Somebody else manipulates it further. No other world except for Second Life can do that. So that's probably one of the unique factors in OpenSim. Okay, moving down the list, so to speak. Nara, again, anything on the immediate horizon?
Yes,
Ideals or real?
I'm working with Darina on the game project. We call it the PH project for now. And it's sort of like a modern day Frankenstein thing. And writing like Shannon, I'm adding a new novel to my Pantherian series. So this would be like my 8th novel. And What else? Oh, I just finished writing and illustrating a children's book. That's under a different author name, so I have to keep the two personas totally separate. So I'm not going to share that name with you. And yeah.
Okay. Renee, I mean Shannon. I'm gonna get my names right, haven't I? Look at the wrong list, but yeah, Shannon. Again, immediate future or ideal future?
Writing and getting another book series ready to go and out the door. Between that and substance painter, PBR, blender. Yeah, I've got an awful lot of stuff on my plate.
Right. Yeah, it seems I know an awful lot of people who are working in Blender now. People I hadn't at one point even assumed they would be doing that stuff. But anyway, okay. So Pet Love again, I think. Now,
Yeah.
you know, what's coming up now or in the future, either practically or the ideal?
Ideally, I'll finish 5 films in the next 3 months. Firefighters and how they practice in Second Life to be good firefighters in real life. There's a nice jazz club. It's called the MMAC. The host there is really knowledgeable, and it's a super club. So I've got one of those going. I collaborated with Sophie Submarine to help her film.
Yes, indeed.
Right? Sophie's wonderful. She and her friends at the alternate Metaverse just had their 5th year birthday party. Lasted about 3 days. And so Sophie and I filmed a lot of segments, and they're being put together into a documentary. And I have 2 historical types of interviews that I'm working on. One's with you, and there's one I started with Joyce a long time ago, Joyce Bettencourt, that are not going to go. They're not going to go undone. So that's my list.
Forever coming, anyway. Right, same question really for Leah, and in fact, I'll let Leah segue into her spiel to close us down, so to speak, because it's her job to say thank you to us. So, but anyway, the future, what you're doing now and in the future, Leah, and any kind of big thing on the horizon that you just would love to be doing.
Right. Well, for the last 16 years, I've been working with Virtual Harmony, and we have 19 grids of content that we call game simulations, because when you step inside them, you can play the game, you can be a character within it and interact with all the objects. We collect data about behavior, and then we feed that into a data dashboard and perform analytics. We have several reasons for doing it. It's not to be intrusive. It's kind of building on the work that Maya Realities did by Eric Hackathorn at NOAA, where you'd go to the Second Life Meteora region many years ago, and every time you touched something or did something on this NOAA weather site, he would record it. He had all these blocks everywhere, so every 3 meters, it recorded what you did and how you did it and why you did it. And it was trying to understand people and behavior so we can support them better. So our goal, we just kicked off the Life Worth Living project, where we think of virtues and values and story, and we're weaving in Native American traditions. So we're learning Salish, Montana, the language. We're using their lexicon in our work. We're looking at culture. We're looking at the Hopi Koyaanisqatsi and the notion of a life out of balance. And then we're thinking of the Navajo 4 worlds and the stories that take you from chaos all the way up to enlightenment. And so we're weaving all these traditions and mapping them to what universities do when they're trying to inspire incoming students to take seriously everything they do, to think of their values, to think of their virtues. And when they construct software or AI tools or whatever, we're thinking of building a culture where people think about that and inject those values and virtues and ethical, behavior that we're hoping for, controlling bias and giving everyone representation. This doesn't happen just because we mandate it. It has to happen because it becomes something that's natural to our practice, and it can't just be words, is what I'm saying. It has to be the talk that we walk. So
Yeah.
we've built this village, and we've built all these mesh models, and we've built all this content. Now we're taking it to the next level. We'll continue that work and have more grids in the future. Well, I see it's
When I
time.
saw the mention of that talk you were involved with yesterday, I mean, honed in on the word transcendental, and I suddenly thought,
That's it.
this feels like the late 60s all over again.
Well, it's
Except they
actually all the way
didn't.
back to Ralph Waldo Emerson and
They didn't. The
Thoreau.
thing then,
Yeah.
the thing then was, of course, they didn't instill it in the educational system. It tended, it was being out of the educational system to put it about. Okay, so you better do the exit job for us as well.
Well, I'd love to thank our panelists. It's been exciting, hearing your stories and your wonderful work in virtual world storytelling and building. Nara Nook, Dorina Bree, Shannon Albright, Pet Love Petshop, and Mal Burns for a fantastic moderation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss out on our next session, which will begin at 1:30 p.m. in the keynote region, and it's entitled AI at MIT, Permeate on Speech to Text. And don't miss the special fireside chat with Philip Rosedale and Q&A moderated by Mal Burns, happening at 4 p.m., taking place here in the OSCC keynote regions. Also, we encourage you to visit OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of our OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our panelists and to you, the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 to 2 o'clock session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation AI at MIT, Permeate on Speech to Text. Our speakers are Joyce Bettencourt, who is the co-founder and vice president of Avicon, a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to promoting the growth, enhancement, and development of the metaverse, virtual worlds, and augmented reality in 3D immersive spaces.
You can end it there. Thanks.
Michael Bailey has been working with technology for the past 24 years. Originally a programmer, he discovered Second Life in 2007 and has been invested in the Open Simulator project since 2009. Jerome Frans is an Avicon staff member, a webmaster, and a wizard for many years. Grace Zhang is a freshman MIT studying computer science with a focus in artificial intelligence. Passionate about applying machine learning to address real-world challenges, she is an active member of AI at MIT's Permeate project group. Angel Patricio is a third-year MIT student born and raised in East Los Angeles, and his interests are in machine learning, systems programming, and he's currently in a camera culture group at MIT Media Lab. Ronnie Santra is a freshman at MIT who is aiming to study artificial intelligence and hoping to use it for creating opportunities for underserved communities. And then Lear Lobo, Cynthia Calongne, is a research scientist volunteer with Avicon and a collaborator on writing the proposal for this project. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everybody. This is don't advance the slide yet, Frans, for a second. As Lear mentioned, this is kind of a collaboration between both Avicon and AI at MIT. We were approached through MIT's IEEE student groups that were looking for possible nonprofits in Massachusetts to partner up with on various technology related things. And hold on, let me do something here so I do not hear myself. That ended up turning out to being referred to their AI at MIT group, and the work the stuff that the students are doing there, both in the activities in the club itself, and then they have a separate sort of thing called Permeate, which is their, in essence, AI for good, working with nonprofits. And we'll put the links into chat for that as well. So we started at the beginning of this semester working on a speech to text project with them that we had proposed. We had put a proposal into the initial request when they had reached out to us the first time about the possibility of speech to text. If you, Frans, want to advance the slide. So the speech to text has has the idea of communications and accessibility has been brought up a couple times already during the conference. But many of us, whether it be in social situations or classroom activities or even events like this, that concept of being accessible and having everybody be able to participate at the same way, regardless of ability, and sometimes even it might it's also even just the if somebody can't maybe can't have volume all the time or a hearing related problem, but the idea that we want things to be as accessible as possible in the work that certainly we do at Avicon. And there's a few images up here between the work that we do here in these events, like the Open Simulator Community Conference, other events that we've held, like I said, some workshops, the weekly nonprofit commons meetings, all of them. Often what it means in order to be able to be accessible to the entire event and the people around you is to have somebody transcribing live, which is great, but it's not very scalable, and it's a lot of work, as you see here. Or you know, we've got some simple tools that people have put in play, like the Speakeasy HUD, where somebody could pre-type something out and sort of copy paste it or push that text in directly. But what we really wanted was a real-time transcription, as well as close to real time tool, and one that would hopefully be extensible, so that way it could be used not just locked into one particular platform like a Second Life or an open simulator, and maybe and also open source. So this partnering with the AI at MIT Permeate was a great opportunity for us to start working on this, with that goal that we would then, whatever comes of this, we would release that code open source, and so that way it would be both for Open Simulator and also other uses. So Frans, you can go to the next slide, and I think that will transfer us to Marcus, and he'll talk a little bit about kind of some of the process stuff that we went through so far.
Yeah, hi everybody. This is my real name is Michael Bailey. A lot of you know me as Marcus Llewellyn here. Yeah, when this project was picked up by Avicon, Joyce approached me and said, "Hey, we would really like you to be a part of this and help us plan it out." And so one of the things I did was think about the user experience. And so I went ahead and I made this big old flowchart. It was more ambition than reality, at least at this point. But I had a whole thing here, all planned out. And the idea was that my hope was that this would help guide us and the students we were working with in order to at least have, you know, a start, right, to get this project rolling. And if I could go to the next slide. So initially I wanted to do something like to make this as user-friendly as possible. So I had this whole idea for like a big old like setup wizard. So like that the first time that the user starts the app, it checks to see if it's the first run. It needs to you know, ask if it's the app we wanted can either use a cloud API like OpenAI, or we also really wanted it to be able to run locally on a person's machine if they had that if they had the hardware needed to do it. And the reason for that is largely because you know, it's really easy to say, well, why don't we just use OpenAI? I mean, they're, you know, they're not that expensive and all that kind of stuff, but there are privacy reasons and other reasons that somebody may not want OpenAI to have their data, for example, right? So basically this slide, which you cannot read, I am absolutely certain, but it just basically walks the user through. Are you going to be running, are you going to do the transcription locally? Are you going to do it on OpenAI? And, you know, if you're going to do it locally, we need to download some stuff. And if you're going to connect to an API, we need you to give us your API key and all that fun stuff. And then we need to make sure to set up any audio devices so that obviously so that the application would have audio to transcribe. And once this initial wizard kind of thing was done, I envisioned it just going right then to the main UI, which will be the next slide. And we wanted to keep the main UI as clean and simple as possible. So basically, they just have a, you know, a start and a stop button. There are some preferences, but that's on the next slide, and we're not there yet. So basically, it's very simple. They just they make sure that their microphone is selected. They hit that start transcription button, and sure enough, text starts appearing inside of our small interface. On top of that, it's also able to send data out via an HTTP API. So, for example, and Frans will discuss this much more deeply. You could send text in world, and that would, of course, that is a big goal for us. I know we do so many conventions and sessions where where accessibility is a focus, and I often see people, who can't hear, kind of, people are talking in voice, and they're there, and it just doesn't work for them. So we wanted an app that would work for them. So if we can move on to the next slide. This was just all preferences, and we weren't able to complete all of this, not yet anyway. But we wanted people to do things like be able to select toggle dark and light mode, be able to choose their fonts, be able to reselect their audio device if necessary, and also settings to get those text out of the app if we want, and in world. And that, in a nutshell, pretty much covers what we had initially planned. Of course, we wound up with a prototype, and I will pass that on to the next person to talk about.
And that would be Ronnie.
For the actual UI, I made sure to use the raw HTML and CSS. I really wanted to focus on having a UI that is accessible to all audiences. So I had mostly a dark mode and a light mode. What you're seeing right now is the dark mode. I tried to make sure that it was dark and the only light parts were the text. And yeah, that's mostly it. I also had local storage so that if you ever closed the application for any reason, and if you came back onto the website, then it would automatically store the preferences that you had originally. And that's mostly it.
Frans, I don't know if you have that queued up as the slide for the next meeting on a prim. You can go right to that, and I'll give the URL too for folks.
Hi everyone, I'm Angel and I'm a third-year student at MIT. I do a lot of work in the MIT Media Lab where my research focuses on decentralizing of machine learning and AI in a data set.
He wasn't able to make it today, unfortunately, but he did send us a video where he is speaking and showing off the prototype that we have so far. It is not perfect, but I still think that we only had a few weeks to do this, and in that case, I think it turned out pretty well. So, James, if you want to go ahead and show the video.
Hi everyone, I'm Angel and I'm a third-year student at MIT. I do a lot of work in the MIT Media Lab where my research focuses on decentralizing of machine learning and AI in a data-safe manner. Today, I'm excited to show off a quick demo of a self-contained real-time speech-to-text system that we've been working on. It's designed to run as efficiently as possible on resource-constrained user devices by leveraging Whisper.cpp and its Python bindings for fast inference. It's packaged as a lightweight Flask app for easy setup. Our goal here was to sort of make cutting-edge speech recognition accessible and portable within the Open Simulator ecosystem without the overhead of installing massive server infrastructure for maintainers. As I speak, the model will transcribe my words on the screen, handling both everyday conversation and more technical domain-specific terms such as Bayesian inference or transformer architectures with ease. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this demo.
let us know if you're done watching.
I think it's sorted, Frans.
Yeah. So you saw the app works as a separate program, but like Marcus was telling earlier, you want to actually get the text in world, right? Else everybody else has to run his own little program. So one thing that that people might not know, but OpenSim and Second Life, the scripting languages allow you to make a sort of tiny web server on your region. And it cannot present HTML, but it does allow you to like reach it, to send a message to it from outside, from a website or an application. So basically that is what I made like a prototype for doing that. And basically how we want to do it is we provide people with a script or an object, and they can just stretch that out. And that object will give you a URL, and that URL is like goes directly towards that prim. The script in the prim actually. And you will be able to put that URL in the app. And what the app then will do is, and every time it is like translated from voice line to text, it will just push it to the URL, and then the prim or the object will just say it in text in the chat log. And that way, anything that's being spoken can be directly be translated to text. Right, and so you saw that URL, and like if you load such a URL, you can actually make it give you a little bit text back towards it. So if you load it, you can say, you can provide a little bit of instruction. So with it as well, and it ways also how an app could use it, right? And it would be just like appending like in a variable at the end of your URL, similar like how if you're in a shopping cart or something, after the end of your domain, you can see all this information, and in the same way we can communicate with the objects.
Thanks, Frans. I think that's, and obviously we're trying to keep to time. You could probably put it to the last thing. And I don't know, I will say that like obviously this is in demand, this is ongoing. We are still, we'll be working on it. Of course, we'll be working with students still again next semester and continuing to work on this with that goal that all the code is being released anyway, so it could be implemented. However, whether it's on a simple basis where you're doing, we're talking about loading it in through scripted objects in world, or just the idea that it is it will be a standalone application that you could run on your desktop or your mobile phone and be able to just transcribe what's on your system, or regardless of if it's Open Simulator or anything like that. So it being as extensible and broadly usable as possible and open. So Lear, I don't know if you have any final thoughts. I would say reach out to us at info@avacon.org. We'll be able to share this more so once we will be able to share kind of out the GitHub once we're in a little bit better place. But back to you, Lear, if you have final thoughts.
Thanks. Sure. I'll do final thoughts and then I'm going to go straight into our closing. It was great working with the team. We wrote the proposal. We were so pleased with our collaboration and our wonderful meetings. And we want to put a shout out to the AI MIT Permeate group for a wonderful job. Well, thank you to our speakers and to Avacon for an informative and an interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2 p.m. in this keynote region. And it is entitled The Virtual Education Journal, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 o'clock to 2:30 session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Virtual Education Journal, VEJ, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. Our speakers are the founders of the journal, Roxsie Nero and BJ Gearbox. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's enjoy the session.
Thank you, Lear, and hello, everyone. It's great to be here, especially after being away for more than 4 years. We're excited about the relaunch of the Virtual Education Journal, better known as VEG, for Veg Out, with our fall 2024 issue. We would like to begin by thanking OSCC for inviting us to share information about VEG. My name is Rosie Vojtek in real life and Roxsie Nero in Second Life and other virtual environments. I'm the editor-in-chief for the Virtual Education Journal and the Chief Communication, Design, and Innovation Officer for Innovation, which is our umbrella company for VEG.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, too. My name is Bob Vojtek in real life and BJ Gearbox in Second Life and other virtual environments. I'm the design editor for the Virtual Education Journal and the CEO of Innovation.
VEG began in 2021 because ISTE, the International Society for Technology and Education, was pressuring the ISTE Special Interest Group for Virtual Environments, that's SIGVE, later to become the Virtual Environment Networking Group, VEN, to publish a newsletter for our group. Being me, volunteer Rosie, I volunteered to edit the newsletter for SIGVE. But back in 2011, very few educators were involved in Second Life and only virtual and other virtual worlds. So we decided that instead of a newsletter, we would do a journal with lots of pictures so people could read and see what was happening in virtual worlds. Since we were all volunteers, we decided to publish VEG 4 times a year. That trend still continues. VEG still relies on volunteers to submit articles for publications. In addition, after using IntelliBook to publish in Second Life for avatars to read, we decided the software was way too time-consuming and cumbersome. Plus, it severely limited access for VEG readers who had to be in Second Life to view it. Because we wanted to share VEG with readers both in Second Life and beyond, we moved to publishing online using Iju. We currently have readers from around the world.
Even though VEG has begun as a journal to highlight ISTE SIGVE work, we quickly branched out beyond what SIGVE from ISTE was doing. Since the beginning, Rosie and I have covered all the expenses and have maintained a complete ownership of VEG.
VEG is a non-peer reviewed journal. Although we welcome and include research articles, our goal has always been to be practitioner oriented. Our mission at VEG is to share the work that educators are doing in digital and virtual environments, disseminate educational and technological researches, tools, and best practices, document and preserve the culture, social relations, digital work, and artifacts, especially as they relate to teaching and learning, encourage and promote the work of educators and their students to effectively and seamlessly utilize digital tools, and celebrate the lives and accomplishments and preserve the learning and legacies of educational leaders.
VEG is interested in learners of all ages. We're always looking for educators and their students to share what's happening in virtual environments, digital and online learning. What we want to know is what tools are being used, how educators can engage students differently in virtual environments and with digital online learning. What impacts are AI, VR, and AR having? What are the takeaways? And what's being learned through research and best practices that can be shared with others?
We're also interested in personal and professional learning and growth for educators, as well as those in other fields. Because we believe in a balanced life, we also want to know what everyone is doing to relax and having fun. The Virtual Educational Journal seeks to document and archive the work that is being done by and for those interested in education in order to share, disseminate, and replicate it around the world and throughout the metaverse. We encourage and publish articles for educators, artists, designers, builders, entertainers, librarians, and authors who are using virtual environments and digital learning to further their craft. We're always looking for ways to push the envelope of thinking in the articles we publish to show not only how best practices and effective teaching strategies are used inside the box, but also what's happening outside the box.
As we talk about VEG throughout the years of publication, we only have a short time to offer some of our favorite themes, covers, and articles. So in 2020, we published a Best of Veg series, which includes a lot of our favorite articles, but there's still many more. The Veg website includes all of our latest updates and information, or you can quickly find our stack of Veg issues, including the Best of series, at the issue site. If you have any questions or submissions, you can contact Rosie at either of these email addresses. Be sure to put Veg in the subject line so that we can find it quickly. And visit our headquarters for Veg at Waterstone in Second Life.
Over the years, there have been so many motivating and inspiring articles. First, in our April 2015 issue, we celebrated Gentle Heron, aka Alice Kruger in real life, who was a recipient of the 2015 Virtual World's Best Practices in Education BWBPE Thinker Award. I was thrilled to interview Gentle as I admired the work that she was doing in Second Life as the founder and president of the Virtual Ability Incorporated, and I'm still in awe of the work she continues to do in Second Life to support and advocate for people with disabilities in virtual environments. Gentle, a strong leader and advocate, shared, and I quote, "Virtual Ability's mission is to enable people with a wide range of disabilities by providing a supporting environment for them to enter and thrive in online worlds," end quote. She went on to say that for some people with disabilities, virtual worlds offer the ability for them to just be like everyone else. You can read more about Gentle Heron and her virtual ability work in the April 2015 issue of Veg.
Roxsie and I always looked forward to the ISTE conference during the beginning years of Second Life because we were able to meet people behind the avatar at the conference. Over the years, things have changed, and it's not as easy to find opportunities to meet friends in Second Life and then in the real world. Day Miami in Second Life, William Schmachtenberg in real life has written a number of articles for Veg. We were fortunate when he decided to visit us in Connecticut. Bill and I spent hours exploring an early version of Oculus Rift, and thus the article Oculus Rift in Education was written. A friendship between our avatars and the person behind them was formed. Bill sums it up. It was clearly a case in which meeting in Second Life led to a fun and productive meeting in real life. You can read this article in the summer 2018 issue of Veg.
We chose the next article because it's so important that we find a balance in our lives. This became even more complicated when you are juggling everything you need to know and want to do in your real life with what your avatar self wants to do virtually. During COVID, I spent at least 10 hours a day in front of a computer screen, zooming between meetings and professional learning activities with administrators in their schools, as well as writing reports, emails, and other forms of communication. The screen time got to be so much that I, Rosie, left poor Roxsie in Second Life and went missing in action for almost 4 years. Thus the gap in Veg. It got so that when I sat down to look at a screen, computer, television, and movie, I just couldn't do it anymore. What I learned from this experience is how important it is to balance your time between work and play. One of my very favorite memories is from the closing social event at the 2012 virtual conference. They all run together. There's nothing more fun than the Beatle tribute concert performed by none other than Lightning Production. This is until a large crowd, the great music, and the sparkling fireworks crashed the sim. It was epic. You can read more about that in the June 2012 issue.
In the winter 2016 issue, as well as a special virtual reality publication I created as part of a course for my superintendent certification, I introduced the concept of silicon collar workers. I describe how blue and white collar jobs might be replaced with robots, algorithms, and now what we refer to as AI. At the time, most people worried about robots replacing humans in manufacturing. I cited Amazon's robot competition and Momentum Machines, now Creative, that built the first fully automated hamburger robot that can cook, build, and cut fresh toppings and add condiments. Beyond manufacturing, I made a case that any rules-based job might be replaced with an algorithm. Quill, a company that uses algorithms to create corporate reports, among other journalistic endeavors, creates those reports from uploaded company text and data with the ability to synthesize and stylize the voice of the report. Now remember, this was 2016. The Gartner Group at the time claimed that software and robots will replace 1/3 of all workers by 2025. Let's see. In that same issue, winter 2016, there was an article that describes how Uber could potentially replace every taxi in New York City by utilizing 9,000 autonomous Uber cars. A Columbia University study concluded that in such a plan, passengers could wait an average of 36 seconds for a ride at a cost of 50 cents per mile.
The final article we want to highlight was the Expedition Central and Walkabout column that Cyrus Hush, aka Matt Poole, wrote for Veg. He always found so many interesting things to share from his travels in Second Life. Not only was he a dedicated and talented writer, but he was also one of our best friends. We never had the opportunity to meet him in real life, but when the Second Life community learned of Matt's sudden passing, the news spread like quick through the digital channels. Quiet whispers, then shouts of disbelief, and then painful tears rocked our metaverse as never before. Suddenly we all realized that, as in real life, our avatars were not immortal. To say we were devastated is an understatement. We all miss him greatly, and you can read a tribute to Matt in our summer 2016 issue.
We think all of our covers have a special meaning based upon the time and the theme when the issue was published. We want to highlight a few of them. The first issue, May 2011, is special for us simply because it was the first issue. The cover was a picture of the ISTE headquarters with the 4 Sims in Second Life. Roxsie and I were just elated with the publication because it was our first publication. Originally, it was only in Second Life. We used IntelliBook, Microsoft Word, and PowerPoint. If you were in Second Life in 2011, you know how challenging it was to do anything and everything, especially creating a publication. The next cover we want to highlight is from the October 2012 issue, When Two Worlds Collide. The concept for this design was the intersection between real life and Second Life experiences. The cover was created from a photo captured at the Brandenburg Gate in Second Life and a photo I took in the real world Brandenburg Gate during a vacation that Rosie and I took to Europe during that summer. For us, the paradigm shift became obvious to both. Our two worlds were colliding, one real and one virtual.
Mining the Craft is the cover of the June 2015 issue of Veg. We had several covers that represent the various gaming communities and relationships and learning that happened while gaming, but we're highlighting this issue because the cover was designed by a 5th grade student with a picture of one of his builds in Minecraft. He and another 5th grade student also wrote an article called Mining the Craft, which became our theme for this issue. We were excited to have student voices for the first time in Veg and want to encourage students of all ages to write for Veg. Digital tapestry is the theme for our fall 2024 issue, which is currently hot off the press. We explore how each of us are individual threads, and together, these threads weave the individuality of each of us with the color and complexity of our shared collaborations, experiences, communities to create a beautiful, artistic digital tapestry.
Roxsie and I really struggled to design a cover for the digital tapestry issue. I had an idea of a tapestry created from fiber optic cable with kind of a blue-white light emanating from the ends of the cables that created the tapestry. After multiple online searches for images that might work, I found nothing. So I decided to see what AI could do and help me generate something from my concept as a prompt. The cover was generated using ChatGPT for the primary graphic, and then I used Photoshop tools to create the cover in the correct size. You can learn more about the process of creating the cover and some of the fun we had with AI in my Covering the Cover article in the fall 24 issue.
Looking back over the years, there are several life-changing events that impacted educators. The first major event we want to mention occurred before the first issue of Veg in 2010, when Linden Labs closed the Teen Grid. Educators who had been working with students were devastated, and many left Second Life, some for good, moving on to other private and/or public platforms such as Minecraft and World of Warcraft. By 2012, ISTE decided to downsize their support. The March 2012 issue of EDGE demonstrates through the words of educators just how devastating it all was. The issue is full of fond memories of ISTE Island, including reflections of 6 years of ISTE and Second Life by Jennifer Reagan IV and Scott Merrick's Too Much House, which discusses the plans for a new, smaller ISTE headquarters on Edu Island.
In that same March 2012 issue of EDGE, we did a story, Why Are We Here? And shared stories from several readers introducing their real life persona with that of their avatar. The April 2014 VEG theme introduced the concept of My Avatar in Me. It included interviews introducing 8 educators and their avatars. They shared themselves and their avatars, who they are, what they do, and how they are alike and different.
For many of us, it wasn't until the summer of 2016 that our avatars and us grew up. It happened when Matt Poole suddenly passed away. One night in Second Life, a bunch of us were sitting in a hot tub laughing and having a great time, Cyrus included, and the next night he was gone. The news of his death on June 5th, 2016 reverberated across the metaverse. For many of us, Second Life stood still as the news spread through digital channels. Until that moment, I don't think any of us realized the magnitude and strength of our virtual friendships and relationships. Our avatars felt the pain, the empty void, and the immense loss of our virtual friend. How could someone who we had never met in real life cause our avatar selves to be so heartbroken? Because of the deep loss we all felt while moving through a grieving process, we realized that the paradigm had shifted. All of a sudden, it was no longer my avatar and me, but my avatar is me. And just as in real life, our avatars have feelings too. At the opening OSCC session, Rhiannon read a short list of several dear friends and colleagues we lost during this past year. In the fall 2024 issue, VEG paid tribute to 2 of them who really rocked our world and left us once again speechless and hopeless. We lost Lorraine Mockford, real life, Lori Von Lester in Second Life, or LV as we all knew her, last spring, just before the 2024 VWBPE conference. LV was actively involved in VWBPE as an executive committee member. She was presented the 2024 VWBPE Thinker Award for her remarkable achievements that left an indelible mark on the education of all of us. You can read more about LV in the fall 2024 issue. This past summer, we lost another close and very special close friend, Olive Tree Lighthouse. Maha Abdelmul name in real life from Cairo, Egypt. Olive Tree was part of so many of our communities, including OSCC, BWEC, BWBPE, and the World of Warcraft. Valerie Hill wrote in an email announcing our huge loss, quote, Olive Tree was so helpful in Second Life and across many virtual environments. She was the ambassador and leader of our VWEC Mind Test Club, which never would have started without her guidance. She lives on in our memories, and she made the world a better place, end quote. The tribute in the fall 2024 issue of VEG includes many thoughts from friends and colleagues, as well as a beautiful tribute from Lear Lobo sitting right here next to me. As with the loss of Cyrus, the paradigm shifted even further with the loss of our beloved LV and Olive Tree. It rekindled deep emotions and crushed our souls. With broken hearts, we now understood. Our avatars are us. We are our avatars. We are one.
With that being said, the theme for our spring 2025 issue of EDGE is digital legacies. We want to explore the legal issues as well as access the designs, builds, and creations of those that we have lost. What happens to their work? How do we preserve their legacy? We also want to pay tribute to our virtual friends and colleagues. To do this, we'll need your help to share their stories and memories. So we're counting on you to help us out.
The theme for Winter 2025 issue coming soon is meta literacy and immersive learning. We're looking for articles explaining and exploring meta literacy. We also want to dig deeper into immersive learning. The submission deadline for the winter issue of January 15th is 2025.
The theme for the summer 2025 issue is hypergridding, traverse the metaverse. We hope to hear from a lot of you attending the OCC conference, as many of you are really experienced grid travelers.
And finally, the theme for our fall 2025 issue is community building. We want to learn about the communities you engage with, especially how your communities include, connect, network, and actively engage members.
On a slightly different note, we're in the process of applying for an ISSN number to further legitimize VEG. Having an ISSN number will allow authors to list their VEG articles in part of their professional work.
There's so many great things happening across the metaverse. We hope you will share your stories and pictures with our readers. More detailed information for writing for VEG is found in the fall 2024 issue of VEG on the VEG website and on our VEG headquarters in Second Life. If you have any questions or you have an article submission, please contact me.
Our contact information is listed on the slide. And maybe back.
That's okay.
There we go. Listed on the
Did
slide.
Yeah, cool.
I'm back.
Huh.
Listed on the slide. So you can read our previous issues of VEG on our website or on the issue site. And we look forward to hearing from you. So as I'm supposed to say, VEG is only as good as we make it. So please share your stories.
Be sure to pick up a free copy of the fall 2024 issue of VEG. Enjoy every morsel and devour every bite. And be sure to share it with your colleagues and friends because VEG is too good not to share.
And most of all, be sure to VEG
out of this world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxsie and BJ. And I didn't see any questions in the chat, but please contact them. You saw the address and let us know if you need help getting connected. Thank you for an informative and interesting presentation. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org website to see what is happening on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss the next session, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Amplifying Medical Laboratory and Special Interests Through Bidirectional Integration into 3D Immersive Virtual Worlds, Communities, and Within the Metaverse. Virtual, real to virtual, virtual to real, R2V2R. And also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am pleased to be here today to share with you real to virtual, virtual to real. And basically what it is the amplifying medical laboratory science, public health, co-working, and special interest through bi-directional integration into 3D virtual worlds, communities within the metaverse. Basically, the physical world has been inspires my virtual world living and has been doing so for a while. So some may say, so what are you talking about? What is real to virtual, virtual to real? Basically, it's a bi-directional, two-way integration of the physical world, some call it real life, but I like the term physical world because my virtual world has become my real life. But the physical world activities and special interest in the 3D virtual worlds community to enhance access and delivery of information, resources, connections, and service. Now, interesting, my real to virtual, virtual real started some time ago. I'm not sure if a lot of you are familiar with it or remember it, but it started in a little place called Meta Place. While I was volunteering in 2008 as a Meta Place beta tester, the integration of physical activities and projects into the virtual environment was launched. The experience fueled the personal and the professional vision and mission to establish a bi-directional integration of physical, real life activities into 3D virtual worlds. This is something I pulled these from my album, The Memories. But basically, a lot of the worlds that I'm using now, that I've named now, they're all the offsprings of my Meta Place worlds. My avatar, those of you who know me from Second Life, my avatar is Savannah, and that's where the name came out of my little avatar that was in Meta Place. I had a co-working home office, and I had a resource center, and of course, I had Miss Bugslady's lab. So the virtual worlds of the projects I have today basically was started back in 2000. Well, the seeds were planted in 2008 in a place called Meta Place. So the real to virtual, virtual to real, the bi-directional allows for information to share and amplify special information. My passion for the last, I guess, 56 years has been medical laboratory science. So one of the main purposes purposes I have for the virtual, real to virtual, virtual to real is to amplify medical laboratory voices, as well as public health, and networking is something I enjoy doing, and co-working remotely, as well as collaborating within the communities in the physical world and the 3D virtual world. So we're talking about the real to virtual, virtual real, there's two parts. Real to virtual, basically, and this is from my perception of the bi-directional integration. Quite a few of us are doing it already, but this is my interpretation for my program, for my activities. My real to virtual is information sharing, training, and marketing. So basically we're saying the physical world content, activities, and resources have been integrated into 3D virtual worlds, and especially Kitely. Kitely is my home grid. All of my worlds, my major worlds have been built into Kitely, although I built projects from time to time in OSCC, which is one of my passion communities, as well as Open Sim Fest, which is another passion community. And I'm looking forward to participating in the Open Sims World's Fair in 2025. But basically, virtual-based links are provides direct linkage to physical content and resources such as technical assistance, such as social media tools, such as books and training courses, and even the blockchain. And then my NFTs that I have in my gallery, they're linked to the TESOL's blockchain. So we're talking physical world, content, activities, and resources integrated into the 3D virtual worlds. From Kitely, Open Sims Fest, and OSCC, and any others that I get an invitation to participate in. So what we have here, these are some of the ways, and I'm gonna just kind of quickly go through over the years. Now the very first one you see, that's my avatar. When I talk and talk about medical laboratory, we're talking about biohazard. So this particular picture is reflects one of the topics that I teach when I'm talking in the clinics. What you see is two organisms that have two distinct morphologies, and that's what I'm illustrating in this picture. I have used this picture in my real life training as a cover picture, but also to show the distinction between the structure of the two organisms, which that particular organism is a spirochete that causes a social disease, and the other one is the Borrelia. The next one, this is the medical lab training. The next one is amplifying the lab voices and promoting those voices. We have Public Health Laboratory Association Month. I was thrilled to be able to amplify their voice a couple of years ago in OS Fest. And that's the whole idea of making them visible. 3D Virtual Worlds has given me that opportunity to do that. Within my virtual health coalition, I have the Lyme disease awareness. Several years ago, I was a Lyme disease patient. Look, fortunate enough, I was able to get treated early enough so I did not have any long-term effects, but I wanted to use the 3D virtual world, real to virtual, as a platform to bring awareness to Lyme disease. One of my, I guess, long-term tenants is a breast cancer survivor. So I have here sharing health information. This space is her brownstone that she has at Virtual Laboratory Training Center in my village there. I have the Virtual Health Coalition Village. They're all brownstones. I still have some available, but special public health topics I feature there. And the next slide where you see is the Remembering COVID Victims. I interacted with a group called the Black Ladies in Public Health at the beginning of COVID, when a lot of the patients were not being counted. And they had a project where they were actually counting the patients. They were allowing families to send information in. So we built up a brownstone, their virtual office where they can share the information, and it links to YouTube where they can see the video where the family sent pictures in of the loved ones that they felt it was being had become invisible. Last but not least, in this public health in my public health arena is links to my Share project, which I have a Share Project Village, which is related to HIV/AIDS awareness. And what you see here is the plaza. And in the plaza, I have the circles. Each circle represents HIV/AIDS Awareness Day. That is a national event for HIV/AIDS awareness. So the real to virtual works, it's ideal for medical laboratory science awareness, medical laboratory science training, public health awareness, health education. And I always, even though I put this out there and I have brought colleagues in, I have a disclaimer. It does not take, unless we have intensified training, what they share, it does not take you getting your health information or medical information from your doctor and what have you. Or it does not replace additional training. But this is one of the things we stress, but it brings the information in to that particular community. And I'm hoping that this also platform will help to encourage other individuals to join the medical laboratory science community. Now, the other part of real to virtual, virtual to real is virtual to real, which is avatar networking, co-working, and collaborating. Those who know me know I like to network. I network heavily in the real life, and I brought that into the virtual life. But the emphasis I have in the virtual life, which has been amazing, is the network that I've established in the virtual life I've carried out into the real life via social media, sometimes physical meetings. There are several individuals who's in the audience today that I had the privilege to meet several years ago at the Federal Consortium for 3D for Virtual Worlds in DC. So that virtual coming out into the real environment, it just fits perfectly for the for me being an information. I call myself a squirrel. I love to gather information. My job is, my personal and professional, is to gather information, curate it, and make sure the resources gets to those individuals who need that information. The virtual base linkage is provided to connect the virtual world residents and visitors to the physical world, contacts or people, special interest information, the amplification tools, resources such as books, articles, seminars, and conferences. As in the physical world, networking is a core element to foster real to virtual networks within the virtual based community. So networking fuse my real to virtual, virtual to real avatars, and you'll see them. They're between the various worlds. They're quite, this one, I've been quite busy, and I was working with my Kitely avatar sister to put our booths together for this particular conference. But my avatars are co-working and our collaborating activities, which includes the forums, which includes the community groups, includes the meetings, and definitely includes the conferences. I mean, where else can you go to a conference? I don't have to get a hotel. I don't have to make a flight arrangements. And I get to get awesome information, which I've been gathering up so far. So basically, virtual to real, virtual-based networking, co-working, and conferencing being directed to the physical world, back to the physical world, using social media platforms, websites, and other relevant tools. So example of that, weekly, I am, like I said, Kitely is my home base. The community meetings, it's on my calendar. Sometimes I can make them, sometimes I can't, but I can always go to the forum and get information about what was discussed in the meeting. So this, again, that virtual to real, that communication between that virtual community, I can bring back out to the real world when I cannot make it into the virtual community. This is several years ago. Was at an OSCC conference. I did a presentation on my virtual laboratory training center. In addition to doing the presentation at the conference, I had an awesome time networking with my colleagues. And speaking of conferencing, like I said, conferencing is one of the it's a valuable tool, a valuable benefit of the 3D virtual worlds. And it's here networking, connecting to the blockchain. Even using the 3D virtual worlds, I am able to connect my visitors and other residents. If coming through my visiting some of my particular worlds, I can connect them to the blockchain. If you visit, and I hope you will, when you visit my expo booth in the community funders expo, I'm at Expo Zone 5, booth 29. I have two models of my NFTs that I got that are my guardians. They're spirits of the metaverse, and they're NFTs, and they're linked to the blockchain that they're housed on. And most definitely social networking. I built a model stance here where anyone who comes in to the spaces that I place these, they can click on my whatever logo, they can click on and go to the various social media platforms that I'm using. Again, that virtual, there can be someone in the virtual space can connect with me in the real space. That's why the virtual to real is all about avatar networking, co-working, and collaborating. And last but not least, on this part, recreating historical events. I know a lot of individuals doing role playing. Well, I haven't gotten into the role playing yet to a certain extent, but what I have done, I use the virtual space to recreate historical events, basically telling the story of various historical events. And this was done at OpenSim Fest 2023. I was able to tell the story about jazz and the role that juke joints, which what you see here, played a role. And I must add here, the structures that were built, the juke joints, I asked AI to give me a description, a detailed description of a juke joint. I used that description to build a 3D model of a juke joint. So that sidebar, that's another way you can use AI. Speaking of, and that was just some of the tools that I have in my real to virtual real toolbox. Number one, LinkedIn. I am on LinkedIn. One thing I just remembered, I have to put up on my sites. LinkedIn has a barcode, a QR code that you can pull up. I should be making a copy of that and putting it out there, but I am on LinkedIn. Feel free to contact me on LinkedIn. Although my name is Sally Cherry, that is my real name and my middle, but I do use my middle initial in the real life because I do a lot of my training under using that real initial. I am on Discord. I'm Sally C on Discord. And I recently reactivated, well, got more active with my Blue Sky account. And you can find me on Blue Sky. My e-newspapers, that's another good source to get information out about your projects, about your community. Facebook business pages. I have a Facebook business page for my virtual laboratory project. I have a Facebook business page for my Cherry Network Center, which was the very first project I built when I joined the Kitely community back in 2011. Another tool in the toolbox is the AI image generators. I use that to generate graphics. I use it to generate maybe a logo I may want to put up or somewhere, or I want a particular picture. I use the IA image generators. And needs to say your websites, your blogs, or your web pages should be in one of those should be in your toolbox. Now what we have here, just some of the things that's in my toolbox. The first one we have here is a video. And basically what I did here, very simple. I made a PowerPoint presentation and I saved it as a MP3 and an MP4 because I had one with voice and one without voice, and I can use them for the different platforms I want to share them with. Second is on my website. I have a website, Cherry Network, and I also have a web page. I use a website which links to the various components of my professional activities. I am a medical laboratory scientist certified by the American Society of Clinical Pathologists and has been so since 1975. That's my passion, has been medical laboratory science ever since I was in 10th grade of high school. I love being at the microscope. I love being in the lab, discovering, working with the bacteria. And needs to say, what you see here, this under the IA image generator. I recently did a exhibit to celebrate my 56 years in the laboratory as a medical laboratory scientist. I wanted a nice image because I built a giant petri dish, and I had a look I wanted to have. So what did I do? I went to an AI image generator to get the image that I wanted. I told it exactly what I wanted. I wanted colorful bacteria. Although some bacteria is colorful, some is not. But this was, I wanted something that was colorful that would catch the eye because I was focusing on that petri dish, which is the focus, with the microscope in the center of that. And I hope you got to visit us at the Open Sims Fest because this is where I had that this year. Also, blogs and content curation. I use Scoop.it. Scoop.it is a platform that you can curate content, and basically you can set up your own website, almost like a mini newsletter or e-newsletter. And I said before, your social media platforms. What are your social media platforms you're using? Do they fit your target audience? Do they fit the topic you need? I know that some of the individuals in the medical laboratory science would not use certain social media platforms, so I make sure I use the social media platform that they use. And going back to basic classic, promo cards. Promo cards or promo posters. What I did, I generalized, I did a summary of the various features of my virtual laboratory trainings and career center, and I made a promo card. I use that when I do real life workshops, and I use it as part to show what's in the promo card. I have used this when I do training to show what can go on in the laboratory, because in the laboratory, my virtual laboratory, I do have microscopes. I could not find a microscope, so I basically built a microscope based on my physical world microscopes. I built it piece by piece because one of my training is learning about the bright field the compound light microscope. So for my introduction to the compound light microscope, my individuals, my students, participants will have to take it apart and know the parts and pieces. So that's how the particular microscope that I have in World, it has been featured. So I encourage you and welcome you to visit Real to Virtual, Virtual to Real, and we shorten it Real to Virtual to Real. We have a booth in the speaker in exhibit zone 3. We're at booth 12, and then we have our Real to Virtual, Virtual to Real exhibit zone booth at booth 29. When you go to either one of these booths, you'll be able to link to, and that's the whole linkage information. And the whole idea is to provide that linkage and that information for you.
Thank you, Sally. That was wonderful. Thank you for an informative and interesting presentation.
It's
As a
always
reminder,
my pleasure.
Oh, it's a joy. And thank you for adding the poster booth info too. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which is History of the Virtual Worlds Museum and the Future of the Open Source Exhibit, which will begin at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region. And don't miss the special fireside chat with Philip Rosedale and the Q&A moderated by Mal Burns. It's happening at 4 p.m., taking place here in the OSCC keynote regions. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and the crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Sally and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 p.m. session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, History of the Virtual Worlds Museum and the Future of the Open Source Exhibit. Our speaker is Julian Keyframe. Julian Reyes is the founder and director of the Virtual Worlds Museum, dedicated to exploring, preserving, and sharing the evolution of immersive worlds. Julian has held positions at Meta, Cisco Systems, Founders Workshop, and Exponent, and received training through the Oculus Launchpad, Oculus Start programs, and Every Realm Metaverse Academy. The session is being live streamed and recorded. So if you have questions or comments during the session, you may tweet to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC24. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I want to extend my gratitude to the Open Simulator community for inviting me to speak. My name is Julian, also known as Keyframe, and welcome to the History of the Virtual Worlds Museum and the Future of the Open Source Exhibit talk. And to be clear, the digital museum is not completed yet. A group of amazing volunteers and advisors are currently building it. It is a work in progress, and I'd like to share its genesis with you. The Virtual Worlds Museum is a digital preservation effort dedicated to exploring and showcasing the evolution of immersive world platforms, both past and present. I began my professional path as a 3D animator in the demonstrative evidence field, creating animations for court trials, engineering projects, and failure analysis. My first awakening and love for animation began as a child and solidified after seeing a 3D animated creature interacting with a 2D character in an episode of Liquid Television on MTV in the early 90s. My love for technology, music, and art stem from my early childhood, and for as long as I can remember, I've been tracking the evolution of technology through its connection through electronic music and visionary art in all of its forms. That is the fulcrum of my research. I founded Keyframe Entertainment in 2004, a company born from my desire to help artists and producers become more visible and share their work. I worked as an artist manager, ran a music label, and I helped creatives grow their careers. Through Keyframe, I was fortunate to collaborate with the electronic dance music industry and transformational festival communities, utilizing technology to create dynamic storytelling experiences. I also produced many events, films, and books about this global culture. Eventually, when I realized that the reemergence of VR was near, and there was a lot of headway in the Oculus development, I learned Unity, and I was accepted into the Oculus Launchpad program, and then my path eventually led me to work at Meta as augmented reality producer in their avatars team. I also worked as an XR producer for companies creating worlds in various platforms. And this is what fueled my research, is seeing the variety of platforms that existed. And as I studied these virtual worlds, I began with an idea that felt both obvious and overlooked. Why not create a 3D visualization of virtual world platforms? I realized that all of these platforms are only being documented in lists and spreadsheets and static websites. That's tools insufficient for capturing multi-dimensional spaces. I've always wanted to create a constellation of worlds where you can actually zoom in and out and see all of the platforms in relation to each other. But before I continue with my story, I'd like to give a huge shout out to the other cartographers of the metaverse. In the 90s, Bruce Dahmer created many videos which are now saved in the Internet Archive and wrote length about virtual worlds at the time. In 1994, the Library of Congress funded a report called Preserving Virtual Worlds. My colleague Henry Lowood of Stanford was part of that effort alongside several universities. I've also been tracking the work of Ryan Schultz and Nick over at K0. His company is formerly known as Metaverse with a D, and they've been tracking worlds for a very long time. And this really became the catapult of my research. I took all this information and the information that I had obtained in creating worlds to generate a list that's more comprehensive and people can understand it in a different way. So what I did is I envisioned a 3D environment where these 3D worlds could be mapped and visualized interactively. And I worked with Stephen Van Loon and Ivo Heining and volunteers and advisors on this idea. We felt like such a system could immerse users in the history, geography, and diversity of virtual worlds. The act of mapping platforms became the seed of something larger, a container, but that not only preserves, but also allows people to explore the rich ecosystem of digital spaces. I was in a phone call with my friend Carlos Austin, who's he's a VR filmmaker, and I was talking to him about this topic and recording world hops and portal crawls. And in the middle of the call, I proclaimed that we needed a museum of virtual worlds to track the evolution of this technology as an ecosystem and not as individual domains, because most people kind of find their camp and they stay within that realm. There are many users who utilize different platforms, but I'm really interested in mapping the whole entire ecosystem. The first challenge of this idea of the Virtual Worlds Museum was applying for a .museum URL. This task was not easy, as you have to apply and verify that you are indeed a museum. I didn't even realize that there was such a thing at the time. And after that hurdle, I really wanted to share with the world that this is not a traditional company. This is not a startup. I'm not trying to sell anything. What I'm trying to do is understand and explore this vast ecosystem. And I wanted the world to realize that from the start. I wanted the world to see this project in a different light. A light anchored on the respect of the past, the understanding of the present, and the preparation of the future. And by that, I mean, what we're doing is preserving the knowledge for future generations as we prepare for the proliferation of AI prompted worlds. This is going to change everything. Just like the websites started from 9 websites to 20,000 websites to millions of websites, something that my colleague Terry Schusler speaks about. And when AI democratizes virtual world building and you could prompt the world into existence, we're going to have a complete proliferation of these worlds. And what I'm trying to do is put a marker underground and really, really understand where we're at this point and prepare for that future. Also, there's another consideration. As much as I love museums, I found them to be boring and they carry such an imperialistic stigma, right? They did a lot of negative things in the past, but my instinct has driven me to redefine the term museum for the 3D internet of the future, right? Why are we going to remain with that kind of outdated concept? Most museums are archaic and they show ancient artifacts, but our understanding of space-time and the advancements of technology are being rearranged every day. So that's part of my mission here, is not only to catalog this virtual worlds, but to redefine that term. Because if you think about it, when you're in a museum exhibit, you're actually experiencing a virtual world, whether it's an Egyptian exhibit, whether it's some other time period. So the concepts kind of go hand in hand, and I find that very interesting. The website is the first integral part of this project. It has evolved to a treasure trove of different resources for the XR community, because we feature podcasts, books, case studies, and articles about these emerging platforms. As the metaverse begins to emerge, questions of privacy, inclusivity, and sustainability become more critical than ever. And that's why I also work with the XR Guild with Aviv Arsiv and Amy Lemire and Igo Heining in really understanding the ethics of virtual worlds. Our mission is to explore, preserve, and share the past, present, and future of virtual worlds. And then our work is a mixture of like the Internet Archive meets a showcase. What the virtual world wants to develop is a global resource for developers, academics, and enthusiasts to understand and appreciate the impact of these platforms. The museum's online book collection is a valuable resource for researchers and creators alike. We're at a point now where authors are actually giving us permission to download their metaverse books directly from our website. It includes foundational works of the metaverse, immersive storytelling, and digital culture, serving as a reference point for anyone diving deep into this field. Colleagues have written books on this subject, and the information is scattered everywhere. And what we're doing is bringing it all together under one website and magnetizing all of the knowledge of virtual worlds. The mission underlies everything we do, from our research to our exhibits, to our programs, to our meta-traversal protocols, as we strive to serve as a gateway of immersive exploration and learning. I feel that a lot of people confuse the term virtual worlds with VR or just games, but the concept of virtual worlds is ancient. Like, isn't heaven a virtual world? Consider Plato's allegory of the cave, or individuals sitting around playing Dungeons and Dragons. These are all virtual environments that we collectively co-create. One day, these intricacies will be more deeply explored, but what I'm really focused right now for the Virtual Worlds Museum are the digital virtual worlds that are open and you're not forced into an activity. I'm really focused on worlds where you can create your own world and invite others, and we start the clock at Habitat. And I understand that there's other worlds before that, in the HUDs and the MUDs, but we're starting at avatar-based systems. Diving into the heart of the Virtual Worlds Museum are our 6 exhibits that represent the unique facets of the virtual world ecosystem. And I like to describe those to you. The WebXR exhibit is the first, and it invites visitors to explore browser-based virtual worlds that require no downloads or installations. These platforms offer seamless experiences for users to step into environments, and we also highlight meta-traversal abilities to jump from platform to platform. And we created that first exhibit in our rival space, which is a platform out of Austria. Some examples of the worlds we feature there are Frame VR, Nowhere, Captex VR Land, and Spatial. The second exhibit showcases app-based platforms that are revolutionizing digital interaction, from collaborative workspaces to VR experiences. Many of these require headsets or application downloads. So this second exhibit are for experience that you have to download, and some examples are Second Life, Science Space, Rec Room, Engage, and Resonite. The third is the Sunset exhibit, a tribute to the platforms that have been discontinued or lost over time. These sunset worlds represent an invaluable part of virtual world history, offering insight into art, culture, and community innovations that paved the way for today's worlds. We would showcase platforms such as Habitat, Altspace, Alakazam, and High Fidelity, to name a few. I'm hoping to build our fourth exhibit on Roblox, the games exhibit, which will feature information about iconic worlds such as Minecraft, Gaia Online, and Fortnite Islands, alongside global game museums that preserve their interaction of gaming and XR culture. Specialized Worlds exhibits is the 5th of the Virtual Worlds Museum's exhibits. This digital realm will focus on niche virtual worlds. It highlights emerging platforms designed for education, enterprise, AR, your walled gardens, your industrial application, your omniverse. These specialized worlds illustrate bespoke platforms that often go overlooked, including simulations. Some examples of these platforms is Break Room, Cluster, Zepeto, and Dreamwave. Lastly, the blockchain exhibit will explore decentralized virtual worlds and will examine how users are creating, owning, and trading digital assets, unlocking new possibilities in virtual commerce and governance. Now, they've got a really bad rap, but I will do my best to be really objective in the way that we present these worlds. Some of these examples include the Decentraland, Sandbox, Hyperfi, and Somnium Space. These 6 exhibits together form a comprehensive journey through the ecosystem of virtual worlds, offering something for everyone, from casual explorers to seasoned developers. Obviously, certain platforms fall into various categories and change over time. So I am electing a curation council to help track the evolution of these platforms and generate ways to future-proof our project. There have been other attempts to map virtual worlds, and what I want to do is create a system that is sustainable for future iterations. Now we get to open source. The open source worlds play an essential role in this vast ecology. These platforms, WebXR projects, and protocols like Open Simulator, Hubs Foundation, Matrix, Overte, and vSakai embody the spirit of collaboration and empower communities to build without the limitations of proprietary systems. We're considering potentially categorizing these worlds in the specialized group or creating a new open source category for these platforms. And I would love your feedback and ideas and conversation about this topic. The future of the open source exhibit requires community involvement. For example, do we host it? Where do we host it? What hubs are created? Which builders are interested in working with us? Do we combine WebXR with downloadable? These are all questions that we face for the exhibit in 2025. As part of our ongoing efforts, we're excited to announce the launch of our crowdfunding campaign, January 28th, 2025, and this will support the new exhibits, the open source world's research, and we invite everyone to visit and learn more on our website, virtualworlds.museum. I'm also keen to create a world builder directory and a way for people to book their own portal crawls and world hops. And before I close, I want to share a special project that is near and dear to my heart. It is the Spotlight video series. It is an initiative that features our team of experts, researchers in Kenzo and Sehu, and they go and they chronicle from platform to platform, and we video each of the virtual worlds, and we interview a platform owner and a world builder in a narrative way. Today, we have built 15 hubs in different worlds, and we're going to triple that number by next year. So the objective is to have museum hubs in all of the different platforms. We filmed 5 episodes so far. And they all stem from the WebXR exhibit, but next year we're going to film the ones from the VR applications. So what I want to do right now is just take 2 minutes to show you a very, very quick edit. Usually these videos are from 5 to 10 minutes, but I just brought a 2-minute clip to show you what that looks like.
If you have the URL, we can even put that in chat.
Yeah, can you...
Welcome to the Virtual Worlds Museum, where visitors can learn about the history, evolution, and trajectory of immersive platforms. Join Sehu and Kenzo as they teleport to virtual realms, speak to world builders, and catalogue each platform for posterity. Their mission is to document the technologies, cultures, and artistic expressions that define the vast ecosystem of virtual worlds. Our journey begins now.
I became a games producer because my parents owned a video games arcade. We do have a legacy as a company, which is that we started with vrland.io, which is a free-to-use web-based virtual world. We call it our demo world, but essentially has been powering creatives for more than 2 years now, in the thousands actually.
My name is Jake Steinerman. I'm the head of community and developer relations at Spatial. And Spatial is an incredible platform for creators of all kinds, whether you're an artist, a game studio, just an enthusiast that wants to build and or explore incredible immersive worlds, experiences, and games on web, mobile, and VR. So we aim to make 3D immersive experience development and discovery really, really easy.
Teleporting to their digital home, virtual worlds, unite exploring dream realms. So in Kenzo, cataloging the scene, digital landscape.
All right, so hopefully you got to see the videos. I put the URL on chat, so if you want to see the full videos, you can. And the Virtual Worlds Museum is more than just a repository of information. It is a living, evolving space that bridges the past, present, and future of these environments. Again, thanks to the Open Simulator community for the opportunity to present today and being pioneers in the open source effort. I think together we can ensure the legacy of virtual worlds is not only preserved, but also celebrated and shared for generations to come. I look forward to co-creating opportunities. Thank you very much. You can find me again at virtualworlds.museum.
Thank you, Julian, for your fantastic and interesting presentation on the Virtual World Museum. For those coming up, you won't want to miss our next session, a special fireside chat with Philip Rosedale and Q&A moderated by Mal Burns, which will begin at 4 p.m. in this keynote regions. Check out the full session info, bios, and more on conference.opensimulator.org. And thank you again, Julian, and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Fireside Chat with Philip Rosedale. He's founder and current Chief Technology Officer of Linden Lab in Second Life. Philip fell in love with coding in middle school, and in 1994 he created Freeview, a video conferencing app that worked over dial-up with the earliest of web cameras. Acquired by Real Networks in late 95, where he led the creation of Real Video and became Chief Technology Officer. In 1999, Philip left Real Networks and founded Linden Lab to create Second Life and fulfill his dream to build an open virtual world. After 10 years running Second Life as CEO, he started several experimental new companies, including Love Machine, Works TNet, Coffee and Power, and High Fidelity, a virtual world platform for VR headsets, then refocused on spatial audio, and most recently, FairShare. Mal Burns is host of In-World Review, a weekly news and discussion program mostly focused on the hypergrid, which has been running for over 15 years. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, thank you, Leah, and welcome to Philip Rosedale in his current incarnation. Welcome, Philip.
Hi. It's great to be here. There's so many people here that are people I know. Wonderful.
People you know, well, that is all the better. The last time we saw you in this avatar, of course, was exactly 10 years ago, I think. It was actually when you were just launching High Fidelity. And you had this avatar here, and Fleet Took, who was with us at the time, was in High Fidelity with you before it was sort of public. It was a sort of preview that you gave us. So yeah,
I'm a good deal
older,
grayer
yeah,
now than the avatar's hair, although the spikiness is captured nicely.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So yeah. It's been a busy time for you, I know, for the last couple of months of all kind of change.
Sure.
Quite curious because is there anything compelling about the suddenness of the move back that you want to tell us about, or is that
Sure. Well, I've been, as I was telling you earlier before we came on, for the last 2 years, I've had a lab that has been graciously hosted by Second Life. So I have been working on a number of different projects, chief among them this thing called FairShare, which is an attempt to, use some of the ideas that were used in creating the currency in Second Life for a real currency in the real world that could help people buy groceries and things like that. And that's been one of the projects here. But yes, as you say, about 2 months ago now, beginning of October, I moved from my seat in the lab area to a new office where I could help run Second Life again. And that's been just completely overwhelming and unbelievable. So I've spent the last 2 months trying to come back up to speed on everything going on in Second Life and by extension OpenSim and all other things, avatars and virtual worlds. So yeah, I joined the board of Second Life again and took the full-time job as CTO 2 months ago and have been just buried, as we all know, from virtual worlds, just buried trying to catch up and understand what's going on. And it's been nuts. It's been a lot.
Well, in some ways, your presence here, and also the fact that I know in Second Life you've been a lot of bloggers have been joining Zoom calls with you, and a lot more emphasis on feedback with the community and extending that.
Right.
And I remember in your public town hall, you said sort of you really want to grow what you think as the demographic that's already there, because there's no point in Second Life trying to promote itself as a kid's game. And the
Right.
a different marketing approach, as it were. I mean, is that down to Brad or is that down to your influence? If I can ask.
Well, I think that, as many folks here probably know, Second Life, or Linden Lab, the parent company of Second Life, was bought about 5 years ago by two people, Brad and Randy. Brad is one of my close friends, and so that was part of how that actually came to happen. And Brad has done lots of great work over the last 5 years with Second Life, but I thought that, and he and I have been in close touch, as I just mentioned. We've had this lab that's been inside Second Life for the last couple of years, so I'm never more than a few feet away from what's going on, but I had been, very much working on my own stuff. And then a couple of months ago here, for a number of reasons, I was kind of deciding what to do next. And in looking at everything that was going on in Second Life, I thought there were some ways that I might be able to help. As you touched on, Mal, I definitely historically and, presently still prefer a very open and engaged conversation with everybody around this stuff, whether it's, people in the company or people in Second Life or people here on OpenSim. And so I wanted, at a very high level, I have been doing lots of things like this, and I wanted to come today to maybe widen and start a conversation more broadly about, what can happen next. Yeah, with OpenSim. I mean, I think OpenSim is fascinating, right? Because it's like an experiment and almost like a different timeline for Second Life, right? It's sort of forked, if you will.
It's funny. I refer to Second Life as the high street and OpenSim as the wild frontier. The countryside or something. Where it's a lot more creative for one thing, and it's cheaper for people to do things. But on the other hand, it's not a commercial enterprise in the same way you've got high streets and the marketplaces and all that. So they are cousin Linden is often the way I refer to it now.
It's interesting to just look at it and say, what does the history of OpenSim, what can it tell us about what's going right and wrong in virtual worlds overall? And I look at everything in that light, but OpenSim is, of course, especially interesting because it has been so much closer in functionally to Second Life. But yeah, the coming back and coming up to speed. Oh, hi, Tom. I see you there as well. Marcus. Oh my gosh, everybody. I'm looking in the audience here and enjoying all the names that I know. And of course, that's interesting because we've all got different names here, but we're using the same names. And of course, that makes me think like, to what extent is identity and the persistence of identity across multiple grids part of the equation? I don't know. But yeah, it's fun to look out there and see everybody's Second Life names or, names that I know well here in this audience.
I've just seen some people popping in now. Actually, I'd like to say hello myself because it's been a while since I've been on a panel here. So Adam Frisbee's just arrived. So that was a good cue because I know Adam, as a separate thing, I know Adam's science-based thing. He's been very instrumental in developing the mobile.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, let me say a few things. Hi, Adam. So yes, Adam has been absolutely instrumental in the development of the Second Life mobile client. Maybe I could say a few things about that because people often ask questions about it. So
sure, and I'm
get
also
them out of the way up front.
I'm also curious to know that when it is developed, whether like Firestorm, it would be open sourced enough to be able to be used by OpenSim, for example. But come out and do tell.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's an interesting question for everybody here. Is do people want that? It's an interesting question. I think we've attacked the Second Life mobile client development, in a particular way, and maybe we've missed some things, and we can talk about them here. But yeah, there are a few things going on or many things going on that are interesting on the Linden Lab Second Life side. One of them is one of them is certainly the mobile client. The mobile client is based on a Unity core. So we've, with Adam's help and with Adam's leadership, we've developed an entirely new client that uses Unity as the renderer and also uses an entirely different code base for connecting to the servers. So
yeah,
it's a completely ground up rewrite, if you will, of Second Life. As I've said in a number of different forums, the intent isn't to stop using Second Life on the desktop. Anyone sitting here today on their big, wide desktop monitor screen so that they can read all the chat and see the people like I am right now knows that this could probably never work on a phone, format. I don't think I always call it the Black Mirror because I think that's such a beautiful statement. But, using the Black Mirror to peer into Second Life or to any virtual world, I think there are things we'll never be able to do with that. So one of the first things I want to say going in that people often ask is, no, we're not transitioning Second Life to mobile. We're respectful of the fact that many things that people do circa 2024, they do on mobile. And all of those things that they want to do with Second Life should just work. So for example, if you send me a message, Mal, an IM, in Second Life, of course I should get it on my phone. I mean, that's the way people get messages nowadays, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But if you and I are going to a party or something together in Second Life, and your message was to tell me to meet you at 6 or something, I don't think that there's lots of conditions under which that wouldn't make sense on the phone. So probably not going to be fun to go to a lot of parties on a phone in Second Life. So yeah, one thing is we're not going to, stop working on the desktop. If the idea is that the mobile app is a necessary adjunct to Second Life in general. So that's one thing, and it's been hard development. I mean, the work that Adam has done to make the Unity core render Second Life well is just staggeringly cool. I didn't think he could do it. I was kind of watching from the sidelines for the first year or so there, and it's just been a delight to see that you actually can render Second Life pretty well in Unity on a phone, which is just totally awesome. And that's actually being rendered on the phone. It's not, being pixel streamed or something like that. It's on the device, so it's pretty awesome. I love it.
I actually tried it, and sort of, obviously there's a limited, the draw distance, for example, is just not working. But,
draw distance and the number of avatars you can see is limited. But let me say a couple more things about mobile. We had a great blogger meetup a couple days ago. You were mentioning it at the outset that we've been doing more meetings like that, and we showed the folks that are in the blogger community, we showed them some screens of some upcoming changes to the mobile client that are pretty cool. They basically, for those of you out there who have tried it, you'll notice that it kind of, right now, it's sort of, it forces you to log into the world as an avatar at a particular location, right? So it brings you all the way in world, and it actually does it fast and well. It works pretty well compared to even the desktop clients. But we recognize that there needs to be a way to just log in to receive and respond to messages. And so we're building this new idea of a lobby where in the next couple of updates to the mobile client, what you'll see is that you will log in first and instantly to a space where you can see messages, events, all the kind of messaging related stuff that you might want without even logging in. And then if you want to, you can log in, and then you can flip flop between the logged in view and the lobby view. So we talked about that a couple days ago, and I think you'll all see some blogs and stuff coming out to give more details. And we showed some beautiful images and stuff from what we're doing. But that is one of the things that we're doing, the mobile app. I think more broadly, and I've said this a lot, but let me say it again. Historically, we've sometimes tried to make Second Life interesting to people who aren't using it today. That is to say, well, for example, you know, you could ask the question, maybe there's a way to get kids that are playing Minecraft to play Second Life, if you will. And our take on it, and my take on it, coming back and to be clear about, is that's not the direction that we're going in. We're not trying to, we are first and foremost not trying to make Second Life reach new audiences. What we're trying to do instead is make it more accessible to the people that are currently using it. Because I think if we all, you know, if everybody sitting here asked ourselves, Second Life is definitely not for everybody, right? I mean, we all agree on that, right? Second Life is not something 20 years later, looking back, right? It's not something that everybody in the world wants to necessarily use. But then you can ask the question, do we have everybody who would like to use Second Life in its present form where it would be useful to them, or OpenSim? I should, you know, be saying that, Second Life / OpenSim. Do we have everybody that would like to or be benefited by using it able to access it? And of course the answer to that is of course not. You know, we have a product that requires that you have a water-cooled gaming computer, right, to access it. That's not going to reach everybody. So that the kind of approach that we're taking right now is to say, who is it that's actually using Second Life, and what barriers are we putting in front of them to be able to use it the way they want to use it?
I think one of the main things about any mobile client, but and by the way, I on Windows they don't make it anymore, but I've got an app called Radagast, which you may remember. It's a text client for Second Life, and it's a wonderful place to send messages in and out of Second Life, but also to organize my inventory, which is really easy on a clean, like, phone screen. Whereas in World, it's yet another box window on top of what you're trying to do. But before even that, I know, of course, your audio is changing from Vvox now, but many years ago, I think it was called, it was, I can't remember whether you were still at the lab at the time, but Vvox launched a sort of text client for Second Life, and the beauty of it was you could have it loaded on you know, a very lightweight sort of text client. You could send messages, but you could load it with your avatar and load the real world, the real virtual world with your own avatar too. So you could have a simultaneous login with the text client and the main client. And given how many people use phones these days and are actually mobile, I mean, plenty of people, I don't know, an example might be somebody who goes to the office somewhere and, you know, they can't for one reason or another load Second Life there, but they want Second Life for legitimate reasons. They might be running a business or something in there. So to have a way of using their ubiquitous mobile phone to just text people and say, I'll be back in the virtual shop in an hour or something like that, I can see that really extending the use case for many people. And the same if it was, you know, if it could be done in OpenSim at the same time, you know. I think it's the realization that mobile is big, but also mobile will only ever be what it is. You know, a phone is a phone, if you see what I mean.
Well, Second Life and OpenSim have been inherent, as we all know. Like, as I've told the story before, and maybe I can tell it again. You know, my original passion that drove me to build Second Life was like a little bit different than what Second Life became. This was unsurprising, of course, but as folks here may have heard me talk about before, I had an interest in simulation and cellular automata and, like, you know, genetic evolution. And I was interested in, I was more interested as a kid in the question of whether you could simulate the laws of physics well enough to allow new, you know, life forms to emerge basically in virtual worlds. So when I thought about Second Life, I thought about it as a kind of a digital playground and a petri dish for things that would grow in it, right? That would become, you know, new kinds of amazing stuff, basically.
Yeah.
And then as people came into Second Life, as we got it up and running, you know, the first, you know, 20 or 30 of us, you know, that worked together to get Second Life launched, it was obvious that there was this hugely important social, emotional, personal experience of being there as an avatar and defining yourself and defining the relationships that you had with other people in the world.
Yeah.
And so I got really interested and drawn into that. And I would say my own career and my own personality and my own interests and skills, you know, have been influenced by the fact that everybody did something a bit different with Second Life than what I was originally imagining.
That in itself is strange, because you literally created a sandbox, didn't you? And the users ran with this, and you know that it has always been same with OpenSim. The world is provided, you know, the system is provided, but it's the users who've actually made the thing go. You know, there's no. It's like a, you know, in a game somebody's authored it, and you have to follow the rules of the game, and you proceed through that journey. Whereas with Second Life and OpenSim, you get in there, you do your own thing, to quote, use an old quote, you know. I actually had a couple of questions that were sent to me earlier, which is, well, one is from my colleague Joseph Ember, saying, thinking back to the early days of Second Life, it opened doors for a new kind of creativity for thousands of people who had never thought of making things with prims or indeed learning 3D modelings. It offered a level playing field for people to explore and hone their artistic skills and launch many unexpected careers. Could you talk about how it feels to have that legacy? And did you and your team intend it, intend the level of amateur talent that has been born out of people's experience? So,
well, it feels, I mean, it feels great. Thank you for that question and comment. It certainly feels good to have built something that enabled so much creativity and so much, as you say, like new careers. And I can remember my own story. I remember, I'm trying to think if I can remember the name of the avatar, but there was someone in the earliest days of Second Life who came to me and said that she was it was so interesting. She was a violinist, I think, in a philharmonic. So she was actually a serious musician in real life. I think she was in the UK. And she told me that she had stopped performing as a musician because she had become an architect and had actually gone back to school formally to become an architect. And that what had gotten her to do that with Second Life was that she was able to explore that aspect of her creativity, right? The manipulation of 3D structures so richly in Second Life that she switched over and did what, at least at the moment when she was telling me, felt like a more true calling to her. And so I think that is just that's just awesome, right? I mean, to have to have created a sandbox, as you said, that enabled her to transition from one career into another is just amazing. I couldn't be happier to have worked on that. I think that I think, as others again have heard me say, I think that Second Life, in its creativity, in its diversity, in its ability to make people actually get along with each other as avatars, as opposed to the sort of negativity that we see in social media. Second Life and OpenSim and virtual worlds have been a kind of an alternate possible timeline for the internet, for social media. Like looking back now at, I mean, given that we're all in the middle of this extremely concerning set of political and social questions around what did we do? My God, what did we do with social media, right? Like, have we created a world in which authoritarian governments are going to triumph because they're using the internet to do what they do?
It is astonishing how the ideology is just flipped to become a machine control.
And so I think that Second Life stands out, and OpenSim, it stands out as a counterpoint, right? That says, wait a second, being online doesn't mean being worse to each other. It can mean being better to each other, right? So I think part of my excitement about coming back is that we're at you know, we're at a terrifying, exciting, amazing moment in history where we can use technology in a lot of different ways. I think most of us have got the blinders off now. Like, I think we realize that technology can be used for harm and for help, but both equally.
Yeah.
It's not just always a good thing. I'm not Mark Andreessen saying that, you know, techno utopian optimism or whatever. I wrote a lengthy essay about that. If you look up my
You're
Substack
right.
writing, you'll
Yeah,
see
Substack
me
wasn't
saying,
it?
I think what I wrote is I said, technology is not a religion, people.
Yeah.
We should not worship technology. It will not save us. It is not waiting for us to die and, you know, put us in a better
Yeah,
place.
you've been writing quite a lot of things on the side, so to speak, that difficult to follow. And I noticed you were on air in support of Kamala Harris and Co a few weeks ago. Although
Yeah.
sadly that didn't happen, but you know, nice to see nice to see the pitch. We put it that way.
Well, you know, if I can, I mean, I could wander on all these things delightfully, but you know, Second Life has an economy. We all know that. I wonder how the economy has gone in OpenSim, and I'm sure there are things to be learned about how the economic experiments that have happened in OpenSim are somewhat different than Second Life. I know they're.
Yeah, when you first started FairShare, I remember you asked me how one would, you know, get in touch with who runs OpenSim, and I think Marcus and I both nobody decentralized, you know, and that was a kind of thing, you know. Going back to what we might mention FairShare briefly. The idea was, you know, inspiration from the Linden dollar, but except nobody would need to.
Right.
In your case, you didn't have to be a registered
Yeah.
user. You just got your stipend, and well, it was like playing Monopoly money with nothing to spend it on. So, you know, but it was a result of your fascination with doing simulations, of course, isn't it? Rather than, you know, it wasn't a virtual world simulation. It was just simulating the way currency, you know, moves around and how well.
That's right. And
rises.
And Second Life's currency has, as we all know here, has had many different experimental properties from the very beginning that have been quite interesting to watch over 20 years. So one is a basic income, right? Like people, everybody in Second Life receives, or not everybody, but many people in Second Life receive a kind of what we're all debating in the real world today as a universal basic income, right? So there's a steady income that comes in Linden dollars, and the other thing is that the Linden dollar economy is sort of managed. It's kind of decentralized. It's a lot more transparent than a normal economy, but it's also a little bit more centrally managed than something like Bitcoin or Ethereum. And what we've learned from that is that there are ways to regulate economies that have a generally good outcome for everybody that's using them. And I believe that the fact that we've always had this basic income in Second Life has been one of the things that has created a lot of economic opportunity for people. And I think that we are at a point in history right now, particularly I can speak more to the United States because that's where I live, where we have really screwed ourselves over by allowing wealth inequality to get completely out of control. So the big problem in the United States, and this is my editorial perspective, but I think the reason why the U.S. is teetering at the end of democracy right now is more than anything else, certainly not the only reason, but more than anything, it's because the opportunity to make it there, if you will, has gone away. It was an opportunity 20 or 30, 40 years ago, but it's not nearly so much of an opportunity today. And at the core of that is economic inequality. And so I'm very passionate about that topic. And I think,
out of curiosity, do you think part of that is educational inequality too?
I do. I think you're right. If you kind of look at the whole stack of things that happen to create opportunity in a society, you're right. One of them is education, another one's healthcare, another one's income. You know, there's a lot of layers to that cake. But I think the United States is obviously, like Second Life, the United States has been a very bold experiment for the last 100 years in taking a radically kind of market-centric approach, right? Like the idea is there's no safety net. You got to make it on your own. You might starve in the streets, but you might become a billionaire. And we've learned a lot from that experiment. Yeah, or president, right? Or both. And
I think we look to America as the ultimate something, and I'm not very sure what the something is. I mean, it's just, in some ways this is bad here in the UK, but we were lucky that we ended up with a government that really wasn't at the extreme. But the undercurrents are still there, the inequality and things. It's and you keep thinking, well, 4 years down the line, well, everybody's saying the new government does nothing. But as you say, the whole world is in this sort of cost of living turmoil and things. But that brings another issue to my mind, which is the nature, the tribal nature of things, forgetting the financial success of Linden Lab and things like that. You've got a lot of communities in there, just as we have vast numbers of communities that make up the tribes of OpenSim, if you like. But I tend to sometimes think that OpenSim generically and Second Life generically, if you like, are tribes in themselves. They're very niche corners of the internet, the online world. But maybe that is actually an advantage because it's like a needle in a haystack. If you're experimenting with things that aren't necessarily going to be approved by dictatorial governments or something, then you're sort of secure by being a niche. You can there's enough of a community there to progress in things without being something that's so loud that everybody takes notice and says, "Oh, TikTok, ban it!" Are you with me with my thread there?
Well, I think there's a lot to be said there. I think one observation is that the best of online communities have sometimes been that they are a fusion of many different niche communities. When I look at one of the things I've said a lot lately, I was just saying at this blogger meeting that we were having, is my inbox, my Linden Lab inbox, is filled with emails that go something like this. Email 1 says, Philip, thank you for Second Life. I just want to tell you very passionately that feature X, let's just call it feature X, is the most important thing and the only thing that Linden Lab should be doing, and is the critical feature that will enable us to grow and survive into the future, right? And then the next email, the one right after that in my inbox, basically says, Philip, thank you for creating Second Life. Feature X is the worst thing that could possibly happen, and you will destroy the world if you introduce feature X. And of course, it's the same X, that's discussed. And the reason for that is that Second Life and OpenSim, I'm sure as well, is a kind of community of many fascinating different minorities. It's a huge, and I guess it's a little bit like the United States in this sense. It's a big melting pot of different people with very different ideas and intentions. Look at something like people that enjoy sailing or driving vehicles in Second Life, right? And one of the problems they run into, and by the way, I understand that OpenSim has done a better job on this than Second Life.
I still crash them anyway.
Awesome. But, when you cross region boundaries, right? You run into problems, right? The region boundary crossings don't work. And so, for example, that would be a perfect example of what I'm talking about. People say, you got to make region crossings better.
We have, we have. I don't know if you're familiar with this. We have something called VAR regions. So I guess it's variable or something. But
right. They have that here, right?
You have a 9x9, and Tess and I, who did the question earlier on, actually, we have a conference a bit like this, but it's an international one where we handle all the foreign languages translated, and we had 4 adjacent sims the traditional way, but people weren't walking around the 3 auditorium areas, had to cross boundaries, and then we had various things going on, and they're all scuppered by these boundaries. So now we have a completely new grid built for the purpose, and I think it's about 3 by 3, the equivalent to 9 regions, but there's no boundaries anywhere in it. So you can have all these performances that cross that rather large region. Perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess let me restate what I was saying though. You're right. There's all kinds of good evolution that's been done on this, but I would put this to the audience that we have here and invite everybody to kind of talk amongst yourselves in chat, right? Which is, would you rather have me make a change to Second Life that makes the avatars immensely more beautiful, immensely more sophisticated and detailed, or a change that makes them significantly less complex and detailed, but makes region crossings absolutely perfect?
Oh dear.
This is what my inbox looks like, or this is what my thinking looks like, is which one do I do, right? And I can tell you, of course, that there's passionate positions on both sides of that. Another example would be PBR, which, let me say, I'm sorry, I've said it. Hopefully many folks here have probably gotten emails from me about this in the last couple of months. We made a mistake with the introduction of not just PBR. It's a broader thing, as anybody, if any of the graphics team are here in the audience, they'll start shouting at me and say, no, that's oversimplifying. But basically, right, we made some changes to the rendering engine over the last year, and this is one of the reasons that I'm back, that didn't go so well. They caused performance problems for too many people on the low end on the machines. And also some people didn't like the way the changes looked, right? And this was another example of my inbox, right? I mean, half of the people are saying, move forward. We've got to turn on these new graphics changes all over the grid. And the other half of the people are saying, my God, it's horrible. Roll them all back. So, it's a difficult thing with all these different communities, but all these different communities are part of what makes Second Life so completely fantastic, right? Roblox, for example, is an amazing world if you like 12-year-old boys, right? I mean, if that's what you want to. If you want to hang out with young kids, and see what they're doing, that's awesome. But that's immensely more homogenous as an environment than Second Life and OpenSim.
And of course, ever since, I'm obviously no spring chicken, but when I came to Second Life, I had no history, but I think I played Myst, when it first came to the map, but not gaming at all. To me, the virtual world was immediately something else. Sure, the background technology related to, a game engine type of thing, but I didn't think gaming, so comparing it to the Robloxes and Minecrafts and things, I know they've got their redeeming features, but to me, it's very separate. Second Life or OpenSim are just, for example, I can come in and, as you know, I can reset prim, right? And I can have people around me, say 6 people meeting with me, each from a different corner of the planet. And I can give permissions on that prim to somebody next to me, just one prim, and I can ask them to mangle it into a certain shape. And then we can give permissions to another person in the group so they can actually texture it. And I'll go on, but there's this sort of chain there. And I've been around all these other virtual worlds, as I've met you in a few of them, checking them out. And that's one thing none of them, apart from Second Life and OpenSim here, offer. That one specific thing. It's collaboration to that extent. But I'm just.
By the way, let me just say, Mel, that you're baiting me with one of my favorite topics, but I do think that Second Life has focused successfully and in a way that almost nothing else has, and I mean this, the whole internet, on collaborative building with other people. The fact that you create reality together with others here, in many cases, people that you didn't know, is just insanely cool. If you ask me for a legacy, what I, on my deathbed would look back on and be like, that was super cool. I think the fact that I built something that enabled that kind of collaborative creativity with others, often strangers, is just like, that's what makes me delighted. That's what gets me up in the morning. You know, that's what keeps me coming to work.
Hey, that's wonderful. I need to interject for just a moment because you have questions from the
Yes,
audience. They're excited
hi
about what
there.
you're
We
saying.
Please.
got
So
about,
this
we got
them.
about
thi-
10 minutes for questions. So
Yeah,
let's
okay,
no.
dive
this
into this.
question comes from Beck Janice, and she asks, would Linden Lab see a future where Linden dollars might be made available as a fungible currency to OpenSim? Does
Yeah.
the recent changes with regard to the sale of Tilia make that harder or easier?
Oh, interesting.
That's a great question, Beck. I don't think it makes it, and hi, Beck. People, I said I'd do it at the beginning. I didn't know, Beck, if you were going to make it here. You're glad to see you here. I think that, yeah, when I think about cross-connecting grids and worlds, identity and currency are two very important connection points, right? And
Yeah.
we don't presently have either one of them connected. One of the questions I had coming here for this group was, what would move us all forward? And so the question, so what I would say to you, Beck, is I don't think that the Tilia stuff is a first order concern. We can probably do whatever we want. The question is more, what do people want? What would make sense? And I would say cross-connecting currencies and cross-connecting identity are the two, and then content, right, are the ones that come out of that. And I know, let me just say before everybody starts typing and says it, I recognize that intellectual property protection is a critical part of that conversation, because as with so many things in the technology world, broader than just virtual worlds, you have to always strike this point of balance between intellectual property protection to enable people to have real businesses around digital content, and making things sufficiently open that you see 1,000 flowers blooming.
I think it's better to concentrate probably on small steps, if you like. I mean, I can imagine, for example, let's say people paying with PayPal or something in OpenSim would have access to, say, the Second Life marketplace, and Linden Labs marketplace could deliver something. Obviously, copyright comes into it, into OpenSim, but it would be coming from the lab, and people would have to pay for it like they do in Second Life, but it might allow for things to come here. But I think the communication thing is the main thing. If people could, if you have a group, a messaging group, for example, SLers in OpenSim or something, where you could message your friends across those platforms. We can sort of message across different grids here, but not Second Life. It's always the stumbling block. How do I hypergrid to that? Sorry, you can't. You got to go and load another client. But I mean,
it's interesting, by the way, to wonder about what's kept all of these grids, Second Life, OpenSim, what's kept all of them from growing. It's interesting, because OpenSim has pursued different strategies and different technologies and different marketing and different everything than us. And so this is one of the things that I'm fascinated by. But in looking at the comments, by the way, I feel you with the idea that a non-monetary culture is interesting as well. I'm reading the chat here, and I think that's a general statement. But maybe we should take a few more
yes, I
questions from the
noticed
audience as we were.
People are comparing the cost of Open Simulator to the cost of the labs. So, yeah, I've got a couple of other questions, but Leah, are there any more that you particularly
Leah?
out quickly, because we're running out of time, I'm afraid.
Yes, I'm looking through the list. Lisa Laxton asks, open sourcing the client viewer provided SL with labor that benefited Linden Lab and Second Life. Can you open source it?
The viewer?
I thought it
We've
was
open sourced the
already.
viewer. Maybe the server, or I've heard the server mentioned, and I've heard the mobile client mentioned in this conversation. those are two different questions. This open sourcing the server was already sort of, in some sense, done with Open Simulator, which was a kind of a reverse engineering of the Second Life server, which you know has proceeded apace and you know worked pretty well. Going back to that IP protection thing, the difficult question of to what extent you want to protect people's control over their own content is obviously very material in the question of like open sourcing the server side of the thing. So I think that's I'm not sure exactly how to answer that, but I'm delighted to keep having conversations about it. We believed in open sourcing, and I think open sourcing was one of the things that gave Second Life a lot. But it's also one of the things that has been tricky because we've had I think, and again, this is an editorial statement from me, but I think that the general progress of open source has been in some cases to increase the complexity of the world by adding a kind of almost fractal progression of amazing new capabilities. And that has the benefit that it kind of gives everyone individually the capabilities that they want. But then it has the downside that it makes the whole thing way more complicated. Like I'm coming back now after 15 years away, and I've been doing this. I'm going to put up a new video soon. I've been doing this video series of like me hanging out with a bunch of people in Second Life, trying to give myself a new avatar. And I knew it would be almost impossible to do it. You know, like I knew that coming back, knowing nothing, that it would be almost impossible for me to make a new avatar. But I didn't think it would be that bad. Like the difficulty of modernizing my avatar was even way beyond what I thought it would be. And I've noticed that there's even a kind of a classism in Second Life now, which is very sad, that wasn't there when I left in, 2009, 2010, where people are actually mean to you if you don't have a modern avatar. And I've experienced this myself, and it feels terrible. And I don't know what to do about that, but I think part of the outcome of open source has been in some ways that we've, in a kind of a boiling the frog way, we've just made Second Life like a little bit more complicated, so, to the point where you almost have to have like a PhD in Second Life to be able to use Second Life, which doesn't feel inclusive to me. It doesn't feel accessible.
And I think the fact that it is the marketplace and merchandise, some people with less lindens to spend are, buying low quality clothes, for example, and other people who've got the money to spend more flash, and, you get that sort of, people, a bit of an underclass within the system. I have one for, we really have to finish, I'm afraid. So I wish they booked us for 2 hours instead, actually. But one thing you mentioned to me at some point earlier on is that back when you were building Second Life, you originally had the idea that the regions would be on self-hosted servers, didn't you? Do you remember timing that? Yeah. And that's, of course, especially in OS grid, which is one of the grids here, which is like a whole combination of home-hosted regions. I mean, do you think that anything like that would be introduced into Second Life at some point, or made compatible with what we do here? I know.
Well, let me say two things about that. One, confirming what you said. Yes, the original design of Second Life and the Visio documents and stuff that I made at the time had the. Oh, actually, I should say SETI. I know folks here know SETI, right? The SETI at home project, which had started well before Second Life, which was, for those who don't know, was this project where people use their own spare computer time to not get bitcoins, but to try to find the aliens by looking at the radio signals from, radio antennas. Yeah. That project was an inspiration to me because I saw that SETI at home and I said, oh my God, this is so cool. If there's 5 million people that are using their computers to look for aliens in radio signals, certainly we can get those 5 million people to run Sims in Second Life. And that was one of the original ideas that really drove me, was the idea that everybody would run the host computers themselves. And I think that, yeah, 2024, we're actually in a place where not only could you host a simulator on your computer, for that matter, you could probably host it on your phone if it was plugged in. Like if you were asleep and your phone was plugged in, we probably could run a server on your phone, right? Which is pretty amazing. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity to, yes, more fully decentralize virtual worlds in the way that I imagined when I started. Now, 20 years later than it was before. That said, there's some complicated things. One of them is that the world, if you make the world as big as everybody wants it to be by hosting their own machines, it becomes way too big to find anyone in it. Now, there are lots of different ways to fix that, but that's one of the problems that I mention all the time, is that if we just like made land free in Second Life or something like that, what would happen is there would become way too much land and way too few people online. And as we all know, the fun of Second Life, and maybe this is a good, wrapping comment here since we're out of time, is that, the fun of Second Life, the fun of OpenSim is us. It's the people. It's the, this whole world is a space between us, right? And so everything depends on us and how many of us there are here.
Sure. In many ways, that's what the hypergrid here, which we haven't mentioned, is all about. It does actually, connect a lot of individual servers.
I'm about to put on the recording.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay, folks. Well, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have an open mic. My family's tugging at my arm. I am so sorry.
Okay. Well, Philip,
Any last thoughts?
It's been absolutely great to have you here. I'm just sorry we're limited for time. It always happens that way. And I'm really pleased you're able to come here, particularly, OpenSim.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I would say is, you all know how to find me. I get more emails than I can answer, especially right now in the last few weeks, but I will try to answer them. And if you want to reach out to me, I'm Philip at Linden Lab. So you can reach out to me for further conversations that way. And I would love to explore more collaboration with OpenSim in the future. So
wonderful.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, well, thank you. And well, that's it, folks. I hope you've enjoyed our chat.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mel. It's good to hang out with you.
And thank you, Philip, Rosedale, and Mal Burns for that wonderful presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will be again at 5:00 p.m. in the keynote region, and it is entitled Play It Again, Enhancing Replay in Virtual Essential Newborn Care Through Random Levels. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on posters and presentations, and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Thanks, everyone. Lear, I want to have you voicing me at every input like that. You have that
Especially with the
NPR
little
voice.
addition,
It's
right?
fantastic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Play It Again, Enhancing Replay in Virtual Essential Newborn Care Through Random Levels. Our speakers are Dr. Rachel Umorin and Matthew Cook. Rachel Umorin is an associate professor of pediatrics and adjunct associate professor of healthcare, simulation science, and global health at the University of Washington. Her research focuses on innovative uses of technology to improve the quality of newborn care. Matt Cook is a research engineer at the University of Washington and lead developer for the virtual ENC project. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded. So if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm so pleased to be here along with my co-presenter, Matt, and just to share some updates about a project that started about 10 years ago in Second Life and OpenSim. And I think some of our folks here in the audience will remember some of our grids, like Africa Traveler and the nursing simulators. And so we kind of evolved this project over time with an audience that was globally located, mobile first, mobile only, and transitioned the experience to Unity, but still maintaining contact and connection with its origins. So I'm just going to start out by giving a really concerning statistic, and I apologize to the audiences. I'll try to type as I go along. My speakeasy technology failed on me today. But there are 2.3 million newborns that die each year around the world. Many of them are in Africa and in Southeast Asia. And this is in spite of a lot of efforts that have been put into educating health providers in these locations on essential newborn care. And so we set out to use the material that was already out there, already vetted through the World Health Organization, to create recommendations for newborn care and to translate this into playable virtual scenarios that health providers, after they were initially trained, could use for practicing and that they could access on their mobile device. And so we call this application the Virtual Essential Newborn Care app. And it's a mobile VR simulation for practicing newborn resuscitation and newborn care. It's been used by health professionals in Nigeria and Uganda and Rwanda and many other locations. And as you can see in the imagery, there's screen-based experience as well as a Google Cardboard-based experience that they can use on mobile phones and tablets. And as we've evolved this application, there are lots of reasons why health professionals are really excited about the virtual ENC app, ranging from the fact that they can use it to keep practicing, to some of the gamification aspects that we have built in. It's available offline, so they don't need to be online to use it. We've built in some scores, and we can use different languages. And so there are lots of things that we like about this application and that have been leveraged in these various settings to actually create improvements in newborn care. But we ran into a challenge, and that's what we're going to settle on talking about today. We have, as you might imagine, a spectrum of learners, from the folks that are just trying to figure it out, working through the various scenarios, to the ones that are just kind of blowing through the material and getting 100% on the scores and just needing more. So our focus today is on how we address that challenge of learners that want to keep playing but need more content. And so I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's a research scientist engineer and lead developer, to speak to how he went through the process of really leveraging the design that was already great, the infrastructure that already allowed for lots of possible expansion, and really bringing to life this concept of a random level in VNC.
Hi. So, as you saw in the previous slide, so we mapped out the entire process for treating a different patients, from all the way from pre-birth to either discharge or referral of the patient. And so it can cover, it branches and merges and can cover anything, well, almost anything that could go wrong with that patient at different times. So if their condition is X, we do Y, etc. So that made it really easy to create scenarios where we can just randomly generate new patients and what's going wrong with them, and our system is capable of being able to just go through the scenario appropriately for them. And so looks like I don't have control of slides, so Rachel, if you go to the next slide. So for our random scenarios, we came to the decision that we wanted anything to be able to happen, within reason. So it is unlocked after the last level because we wanted to ensure that our basic learning objectives were met throughout our experience. That's the reason we didn't have random scenarios just to begin with, because we needed to ensure that they saw and learned how to respond to any of the different things that could come up. And so now that they've unlocked everything, now that they've mastered everything, they can go back and go through it all. And so in these scenarios, we wanted to make sure that they could be range from trivial beginner problems where maybe even nothing goes wrong, all the way to the most extreme, where everything melts down and the world is on fire. But we did want to skew slightly more towards our more interesting cases. So next slide. So seeing as this is based on replay value, if they get through everything, we anticipate them stopping after, and then maybe coming back to this after a little while, where maybe they've forgotten their skills. So we wanted to make sure to include some difficulty adjustment. So since this is unlocking after they've gotten through all of the levels, we are assuming they are at their peak skill level after they've finished. So we default to that highest difficulty, and then if they demonstrate they need less, we can make that easier for them. So at first we started thinking about this in terms of, hard, medium, and easy, but that wasn't quite right. It started confusing us initially because, as we said, in our base case, we wanted anything to be able to happen, including the easies. And so trying to lock that to hard wasn't quite the right way of thinking about it. So then we started thinking about it in terms of, okay, we have the base case, and then we'll go easier and then easiest. But that wasn't quite right either. Because, if we, on the easier or medium difficulty, well, if we allowed the really easy scenarios at that lower difficulty, if they happen to get one of the beginner difficulties and they get a high score, well, then they would be brought back up to the harder difficulty, but they didn't demonstrate the mastery of that medium level, so we can't allow that. So it actually worked out more like the base case, and then we will lock down the difficulty at the medium, where it's not going to be an easy, it's not going to be a hard, and then if they still don't get it, then they're back to our base case. So the challenge we had from there is gauging what difficulty is. So at first we thought about it in terms of, we classify our patients in terms of green, yellow, and red, in terms of how sick that patient is. And our immediate instinct was, well, reds are more difficult, right? Well, no, because, if we look at the diagram here, so we've got red problems, have very premature, we've got seizures, severe jaundice, physical deformities, fever. We can agree that's a very sick baby, my goodness. But it's actually, the scenario is actually really easy because, well, they've seen seizures, we've seen jaundice, all right, we immediately refer the baby, wipe our hands of it, not my problem, let's go get lunch. Whereas a significantly less sick baby with that's only slightly cold with some feeding difficulty, maybe we'd had some basic ventilation, that actually requires a lot more steps from the player, more interventions. It moves into a new day where we have to start redoing all of our things and remembering what more needs to be done to actually treat that patient. So that actually becomes more difficult. So we associate our difficulty with interventions and not severity. Then go to the next slide. So as far as how we designed our scenarios, we had our first approach was the basic one, where we start with a base case of a healthy baby. Anything that can go wrong has a possibility, and we'll just iterate going through each possibility, and then we'll just, did this occur within our probability? Yes, no. We'll go through, so then in the end we have a patient with different illnesses, and they'll either happen or they won't. And it's very simple and straightforward. But we had some problems with this because it tended to overload our patients with difficult problems. And it was very difficult to maintain the appropriateness of the level design. And so we could have kind of addressed this with, let's just reduce the probability of any of these issues or cap the number of problems we see. But then trying to pair that with, okay, we can't have a sick baby, we can't have a cold baby that also has feeding difficulty because that goes off in two different branches of extra steps that need to be done. So that's just an example. So again, that maintaining that appropriate difficulty level was tricky, and so that we could have complicated it with a bunch of if statements, but this approach got messy, which led us to our second approach. Next slide. That I imagine more as the claw machine approach. So again, we had the basic healthy baby, and we had those lists of problems that could be addressed, except this time we have a cap on how many can occur, and each one has its different weight. And then based on difficulty, that weight can vary as low as 0. So if we don't want to have ventilation on the easiest difficulty, we can just turn that off entirely. And we just draw a number of problems, based on difficulty, until we have our patient, our patient scenario. Yeah. And so if you go to the next slide, we have some relationships we're able to introduce with these problems that helped us to create the appropriateness of the level design to make sure that difficulty was appropriate and our scenario realistic. So we have some incompatibilities where if you just draw a thing, then other problems will just be taken completely out of the possibility to be drawn again. So that can be, those incompatibilities can be based on clinical problems. It may just be logistical on our part with our animations just kind of not really meshing together, the difficulty management or the level design. So if we've got chest in drawing, well, obviously we can't have fast breathing with our chest in drawing because we've only got one animation for that. So we can drawing a thing can reweight other problems. So if we've got a preterm baby, that those babies tend to be more commonly cold, so that possibility becomes increased. Or we've got guaranteed pairings. So if you've got a baby with chest in drawing, they will not be able to feed appropriately. So we make sure those go together. If you go to the next slide. And so it's not just a matter of what problems occur, but we also wanted to randomize when they occur or when they resolve. Because some issues, they stay issues until you either refer or discharge, and some may or may not clear themselves up after a certain amount of time. So we need, based on the problem, and again, the difficulty, the possibilities of where they could actually slot into this can again make it more interesting to play, because you actually have to start paying attention at every given time, rather than just mastering what to do when you see at any given point of time, or when you see a thing. So the next slide.
I believe that is.
Oh, that's it. Am I done talking?
You are done talking. So just to kind of conclude, before we go to the acknowledgements, within a tremendous amount of work, and Matt has really presented this all very succinctly, but it did take a lot of thinking to try to work through all these challenges. We have been able to upgrade the VNC app now with a random level to support unlimited practice. And we're so excited about being able to support newborn care in low resource settings. And we really hope that this will be a helpful use of technology to save newborn lives around the world. And so with that, I'm going to put up our acknowledgement slide and just say thank you all for your attention today, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rachel and Matt. That was a wonderful presentation. So are there any questions from our audience? I think one of the things that might be coming to mind is the use of a mobile device might be very convenient, the mobile app or tablet or whatever, for the markets where you're using it. So are you primarily using and testing this app in Africa, or are you testing it here first?
We are primarily testing in Africa. All our usability and development and field tests are with the stakeholders, the end users that this is intended for. And so that would be primarily in settings where the neonatal mortality rates are the highest. So
now, are you staying
Africa.
here? Okay, so are you staying here when you do this testing, or is your team going to Africa to help them on site, or is everything remote?
A little bit of both. We have a distributed team. So we have a tech team based in Nigeria, and so they are leading the usability testing and also helping to support development. So our development team is distributed between the US and in Nigeria. And so our user testing is able to happen on site. And we do have a remote component. So using screen captures or screenshots through video conferencing, we are able to view the screens and see where the challenges are, and try to work through various iterations with the end users.
Well, thank you, Rachel and Matt. This is a wonderful presentation, and we're so thankful for you to share it with us. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled Project-Based Learning in Metaverse for K-12 Students. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor, and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Rachel and Matt, and to you, the audience.
Yay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 to 6 o'clock session of the 2024 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Project-Based Learning in the Metaverse for K through 12 students. Our speaker is Maria Magdalena, better known as Marcel Mosswood. In the dynamic realm of the Metaverse, Marcel serves as both an architect and a trainer, crafting immersive digital landscapes as a metaverse builder, imparting knowledge and skills as a metaverse trainer, and illuminating the path forward as an educator in the virtual world. Through the fusion of innovation and education, she is dedicated to shaping a transformative metaverse experience, where virtual worlds become not just simulations, but dynamic classrooms, empowering individuals to explore, learn, and connect in ways previously unimaginable. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC24. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Maria Magdalena. I am an educator who uses the virtual world as a tool to educate my students. I am also an independent researcher on EduTech. In my school, we use Firestorm as the viewer to access the virtual world. We built our, today I want to share with you my experiences in project-based learning. I like to use PBL for my students' final exams. Of course, they use the virtual world to do their projects. They build the prototype in the virtual world and also work with their team in virtual world also. Okay, so let's start with the benefit of using a virtual world in PBL. Okay, first, project-based learning offers numerous advantages over conventional learning approaches. Here are the key benefits. 1. Deeper understanding and retention. PBL engages students in real-world problems which help them build a deeper understanding of concepts and promotes long-term retention. 2. Development of critical skills. PBL fosters 21st century skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, communication, and creativity. 3. Real-world relevance. PBL encourages students to apply what they learn to solve authentic, meaningful problems, preparing them for real-life challenges. 4. Student-centered approach. PBL empowers students to take ownership of their learning, fostering independence and motivation. 5. Improve engagement. PBL provides hands-on and collaborative experiences that keep students actively engaged and enthusiastic about learning. 6. Interdisciplinary learning. PBL integrates multiple subjects, showing how knowledge from various fields is interconnected. 7. Formative assessment opportunities. PBL involves ongoing feedback through the project process, allowing students to refine their works and skills. 8. Cultural and social skills. PBL promotes teamwork, leadership, and respect for diverse perspectives through groups, projects, and collaborative tasks. 9. Adaptability for diverse learning styles. PBL caters to various learning styles by incorporating visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and interactive elements. 10. Intrinsic motivation. PBL encourages curiosity and self-driven learning as students tackle meaningful problems that resonate with their interests. By integrating PBL into educational system, students become active participants in their learning journey, better equipped for both academic and real-world success. So here is a structured method to conduct project-based learning. 1. Define the learning goals. Identify the specific skills, knowledge, and standards the project will address. Align the project with curriculum objective and real-world application. 2. Design the driving question. Create an open-ended engaging question that guides the project. Ensure the question is relevant and challenging enough to promote deep inquiry. 3. Plan the project structure. Here are some important things to do when planning the project. Outline tasks. Break the project into manageable phases or milestones. Resources. Identify materials, tools, and information sources needed. Roles. Assign specific roles to students, e.g. a researcher, designer, presenter. Timeline. Set clear deadlines to ensure steady progress. 4. Launch the project. Introduce the project. Explain the driving question, expectation, and outcomes. Activate prior knowledge. Discuss related topics to prepare students for the project. Foster curiosity. Show inspiring example or case studies to spark interest. 5. Facilitate research and inquiry. Encourage exploration. Allow students to brainstorm, ask questions, and explore ideas. Provide guidance. Act as facilitator, offering resources, scaffolding, and support. Please remember that PBL has a conflict potential between students in a team. Integrate disciplines. Encourage connection between subjects, science, math, and art. 6. Develop and create. Students collaborate to develop solution prototypes or presentations. Foster creativity by encouraging experimentation and innovation. Provide opportunities for feedback and iteration throughout the process. 7. Incorporate peer and teachers' feedback. Create checkpoints for sharing progress. Use rubrics for structured feedback or on collaboration, creativity, and content accuracy. Encourage constructive peer critics to refine ideas. 8. Present the final product. Choose a suitable format for showcasing the project, for example, presentation or video. Involve an authentic audience such as parents, community members, or industry professionals. 9. Reflect and assess. Reflection. Have students discuss what they learned, what they worked, and what they would change. Assessment. Use rubrics to evaluate. Content mastery, skill development, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, quality of the final product. Sorry. Integrating self-assessment and peer evaluation methods into an activity or learning to increase an individual sense of responsibility for their learning and work results. The main challenges in implementing project-based learning include the following. 1. Time management. PBL requires significant planning and extended timelines for execution, which can be difficult to fit into traditional curriculum schedules. Solution. Break the project into smaller phases with a clear milestone and integrate this into overall teaching plan. 2. Balancing guidance and autonomy. Challenge: teachers may struggle to find the right balance between providing guidance and allowing students independence. Solution: adopt a facilitator role, offering scaffolding when needed but encouraging self-directed learning. 3. Unequal student participation. Challenges: in group projects, some students may dominate while others contribute less, leading to unequal learning experiences. Solution: assign specific roles to ensure every student has clear responsibilities and use peer evaluation to track contribution. 4. Assessment difficulties. Challenge: evaluating student learning in PBL is complex because it involves assessing process skills, teamwork, creativity, and final products. Solution: use rubrics that include criteria for both the project outcome and the skill demonstrated during the process. 5. Resource availability. PBL often requires additional resources such as materials, technology, or access to experts, which may not always be available. Solution: leverage community partnership, digital tools, and creative problem solving to access necessary resources. Takes teachers preparedness. Many educators may not be adequately trained in PBL methodologies and struggle to implement them effectively. Solution: provide professional development opportunities and collaborative planning sessions for teachers. 7. Aligning with standards. Aligning PBL activities with curriculum standards and standards testing can be difficult. Solution: design projects that integrate multiple subject areas and directly address specific learning objectives. 8. Student readiness. Some students may lack the self-motivation, collaboration skill, or critical thinking abilities needed for PBL. Solution: start with smaller, simple projects to build skills and gradually increase complexity. 9. Resistance to change. Both educators and students accustomed to traditional teaching methods may resist PBL. Solution: highlight the benefit of PBL, provide clear instructions, and celebrate success to foster acceptance. By addressing these challenges proactively, educators can implement PBL effectively and maximize its benefit for student learning. PBL in virtual world offers unique advantages that enhance engagement, collaboration, and real-world application. Here are the key benefits. Number 1, immersive learning experience. Virtual world provides rich 3D environment where students can engage in realistic simulation and scenarios. Example, students can design and test sustainable cities, interact with historical figures, or conduct science experiments in simulated environments. 2. Global collaboration. Students from different locations can work together in real time, fostering cultural exchange and teamwork. Virtual worlds eliminate geographic barriers, enabling diverse perspectives and global connection. 3. Enhance creativity. Virtual worlds offer tools for building, scripting, and designing, encouraging creativity and innovation. Students can create their own avatars, objects, and environment, adding a personalized touch to their project. 4. Safe experimentation. Virtual environment allows students to experiment without real-world risks or consequences. Example, in science projects, students can simulate chemical reaction to test engineering design safely. 3. Cost-effective solution. 5. Cost-effective solution. Virtual worlds can reduce the need for physical resources such as lab equipment or field trips by providing digital alternatives. Example, a virtual museum tour replaces the cost and logistics of physical visit. 6. Real-time feedback and assessment. Teachers can observe student interactions and provide immediate feedback. Virtual platforms often have built-in tools for tracking progress, peer reviews, and assessment. 7. Interdisciplinary integration. Virtual work support projects that combine subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. Example, students might use coding to create interactive art installation or virtual ecosystem. 8. Development of digital skill. BBL in virtual works equip students with essential 21st century skills, such as digital literacy, coding, and virtual collaboration. These skills are increasingly irrelevant in a technology-driven world. 9. High engagement and motivation. The gamified and interactive nature of virtual worlds appeals to students, particularly digital natives. Customizable avatars and environment make the learning more relatable and enjoyable. 10. Scalability and accessibility. Virtual work can accommodate large number of participants and provide equitable access to resources. Students with disabilities or those in remote areas can participate equally. Here are several projects developed by my students, ranging from grade 5 to high school. A fictional history museum. Okay, in this project, each team built a museum. Each team determined the theme of the museum. Okay, this is the inside of the museum, part of the museum. Okay, another team built a filmmaking museum. In this picture, you can see various collection of historical objects they made themselves. They also made description of each historical object. One of the students who was good at drawing also made a picture of the Renaissance era, which they consider a valuable museum collection. The Filmmaking Museum. This team created a museum containing various historical objects in filmmaking. This team also provides cat paw toys as souvenir. Now you can see it here. They call it candy, cat paw candy. Yeah, they are so creative. As you can see, each team display a uniqueness that is different from one another. Every team has its own dynamic, and that's no different when it comes to conflict. But one thing that stands out is the uneven workload between students. For this museum project, I picked a team leader based on their interpersonal skills to help reduce conflict and quickly resolve any issues. Even so, an unexpected situation popped up. A student couldn't handle criticism from the team leader. They got upset. Since this project was done in a virtual world, their frustration come out in chat messages. As teachers, we stepped in, had both students join us virtually, and mediated the situation through a voice call to help them patch things up. Here, another cool project I would like to share. It's all about sustainability. For one project, students designed a prototype of passive energy house. If you take a look, you will see arrows showing how air flows through the house. The idea is to create a tropical home that stays cool without needing air conditioning. Another fun project is the Climate Crisis Quest. It's a game that helps players learn about the climate crisis, its causes, effect, and how to tackle it. The game uses scripts to decide when the player wins, adding a fun and interactive twist to the learning. Here is the inside part of the Climate Crisis Quest. So the player will get direct feedback after they finish their what is that their job to answer the question, and then they got a present for the if they win. We have even dedicated a whole region to project-based learning, where teams have their own space to work on prototypes. Through this hands-on approach, our students have developed a deeper understanding of the topics and learn how to combine everything they have studied to solve real-world problems. Okay, that's all from me. If you like to chat more, feel free to reach out to me. Okay, thank you. Any data collection to shape future efforts? Yes, Lisa, we have data and we have researched this PBL in virtual world, how it is effective and efficiency, and it's good.
Why, thank you, Marcel. That was a fantastic session, and we're so impressed. We loved your slides and your program, and I love the cool cats too. I bet you the children love that, right? So thank you for an informative and an interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.openseminar.org to see what is coming up in the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our last session, which is actually the 6 o'clock closing, with our thanks to everyone who's made this an amazing conference, and of course the conference photo that we take every year. Afterwards, we are going to Pirates Atoll on the DigiWorlds grid for our closing party with DJ Stranik, the Dream Rave Pop. So stay tuned, and we encourage you to visit the OSCC 24 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on these presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of our OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again, Marcel, for a great session, and to you, the audience.
And hello, I think you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
we're both. Yes, thank you, Marcel.
Okay, I leave the conference.
Yeah, although you can stick around for the photo if you want.
Yes.
Okay. Frans, it'd probably be good to yes, you read my mind.
It's time for couches.
It's time for couches. I know that obviously those of us here at the end of the day, it's a very long weekend. So
there's a lesser than a crowd, but thank you for those who stuck to sort of were here throughout it. I did want to thank, of course, the organizing team and the volunteers. So, we had obviously on the organizing team, myself, Lear, Buffy and Lacenna have kind of been wrangling the volunteers, Frans wrangling everything else in world. Um, and then Marcus and James and I'll put Greg and Pet Love and also in the video stuff and Dave for sorting all the music things and Beth and Stone and Hope and who else is out there? I feel like I'm like Mr. Rogers or Captain Kangaroo up here doing when I do that. But and Mal, of course, who was moderating, sort of the really big things, as we know. He kind of stepped in to be available very late for him to be able to moderate Philip. So that is fantastic. And I do, Oh, and yes, they're dropping down the walls between the regions. So and the permissions thereof. So Keynote 1, they're opening up. So those in Keynote 1 can absolutely come up on stage, sit on a couch, we'll take a photo, and then we'll drop it down and everybody else can kind of come up too. So feel free, even when we're talking, to come up here. And who else am I forgetting? I don't know. Somebody in Beth remind me if I'm missing people. Oh, I know Cat's Eye was here in the morning on the first day. I need like my collective memory at this point of others. I do want to, I do want to mention too, and I know she got brought up a couple of times. This is also that period of the day because everybody's jumping up and the volunteers and stuff, and we're talking about taking photos, that it also makes me think of, Olive Tree, who had volunteered for so many conferences, but at this time of the day was always so too late for her time zone in Egypt, that like Buffy would keep a cutout of Olive Tree to put her in the photo, which I'll always kind of remember those things. I thought about that too, like where's the line? Do we still get to put Olive Tree in the photo? But anybody else? So yeah, certainly folks can come up here. Are you up? Josephine, come on down. Anybody else who's still in the audience in the back? I'm gonna start calling people's names soon now. Shy
Come on
Bear's
up
back
to
there.
the
I don't know if that's you.
Come on up to the stage. Don't be shy. We're taking our
Yes.
photo. And it's for all the attendees. It's not just for volunteers. Everyone who's here is welcome in the
Yes.
photo.
Diacelin Gonzalez, come on down. Be in the photo. Look at who else is around. Syphon, I see you in the Keynote 1 and Keynote 3. And Victoria, you can come grab up here, of course. And Stranger. And I think Tom may be asleep, although I guess you could bring the chair up here, Frans, as one does. Since he's in Keynote 1, you can move chairs. So yeah, we actually, we could stand up too. If we don't have enough couches, I can stand, and others can stand. Let me like stand up here. Beep. Sally, can you hear the sound of my voice?
She went to dinner. I don't know if she's back.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure Sally will be okay with it. I don't know if you want to move to Sally.
It's like yoink.
Yeah, it's easy to do in Keynote 1.
Yeah, move the chairs.
Oh, who's trying to come over? Let's see. Let me Stranik. Oh my God, Stranik, you're here. Right.
Hi, Stranik. Yay, photo time.
You should be able to. I think it's open. I mean, he didn't just go into map and double click on the stage. You'll come in. The rest of you kind of sitting at the thing. Shy Bear and
Doesn't look like it's moving them though. They're looking kind of cozy there at the line. No double click teleporting. So the line didn't come down yet.
Yeah, that's
It's down. They're just bouncing up to like the smaller fence. And I
okay.
made
Yeah,
a
hop
phantom.
over. Just jump
I'm
over.
not sure
Hop
why.
over the fence. Double click
I'm not
teleport.
Sure, not sure why
yeah,
it's
double click
failing for them.
teleport. Or can you teleport him in, Frans?
I
Just
tried that too, but then either they're not accepting or that's not working either.
It's all right.
Well, hello, YouTube. Hello.
Hello, YouTube. Thank you to YouTube. While we're live on YouTube as well.
Hey, one of them made it over. Look at.
Obviously,
You found
the
an
other
opening.
thanks are to our sponsors as well, right? So,
Oh.
which UC Irvine and Krista Lopes for the grid. That is fantastic that we have this space. Selby Evans, Virtual Outworlding has been, so very supportive of us through the years. James Lee Loud LLC. Thank you, James, wherever you may be.
James that loud.
Yes. Lynn Lasena is not here, I don't think, at the moment, but her Ageless Mind project, she was sponsored too. Kevin Feenan of Rockcliffe University. Avatar Life, who presented today too. They are a sponsor.
Oh, yes.
Pure Power Streams, who donates the audio stream. Hypergrid Business, of course, who will post things for us, which is fantastic. Maria Gorloff, thank you. And of course, thank you to the core developers and Open Simulator as a whole, and to all of you.
Yeah, UCI.
Yeah, yes, I did there. I did.
Okay, great.
I think we only have one person to have stuck at the border. Poor. Yeah, open up the map. Briamel. Try. Okay. How about this? I'm just going to give you this for right now. You'll have to take this away next year, Frans. Oh, there you go. And I don't know if anybody else is, but I think that is most of the folks that are. And Stefan, you could come up here too, and then we could take some photos. We're almost all here. You can kind of stand, or I think there's, yep. Got anybody else? Oh, we have, no, we don't. Stefan is stuck on the other side of the fence too. Somebody can grab him, maybe. And try teleporting on the maps, Stefan. And then is Ubit up, or is he
He's
here?
right next to me. You're right at your hip.
Oh, look at that. Why, hello.
Yes, next to Buffy. Buffy's here too. All looking good.
So certainly you guys can start grabbing some photos, and then hopefully we can get any stragglers up too. We can kill the stream, Greg, if you wish, and Marcus, and you guys can even come back on voice if you want, or we can open up voice here. Either way is fine for me.
Great.